Chapter 41, Shameless. Gu Masheng, you are truly shameless. Jiang Yu woke up to a disaster. She had slept in the same bed as the filthy Gu Masheng. Gu Masheng had clearly slept in the next room last night, so how did he suddenly end up in bed with her? Jiang Yu, here you go again. Before everything is clear, how can you be so sure I did it on purpose? Butler Zhou immediately brought a laptop to the two of them and explained to Jiang Yu. Madam, please don't be angry. The master really didn't do it intentionally. Look, this is last night's surveillance footage. There were surveillance cameras in the living room. It showed Gu Masheng carrying Mian Mian out to use the restroom, then inexplicably carrying her into the room where his son and Jiang Yu were sleeping. The master usually sleeps in this room, it must be force of habit. Gu Masheng had not done it on purpose. He had been just as confused as she was when he woke up. After watching the footage, he understood what had happened. After watching the surveillance video, Jiang Yu got up and said to Gu Masheng, this time, I was wrong to blame you. It won't happen again. Next time, she would make sure to lock the door, leaving Gu Masheng no chance. Mommy, I'm hungry. Gu Yanjun's stomach rumbled, and Jiang Yu went to prepare food for her son. Gu Masheng also got up. These past few days, he had been busy with Jinjin's issues, neglecting much of his own work. Jiang Yu spent the entire morning playing with the children, while Gu Masheng seriously dealt with his work. Mommy, I'm so happy. It suddenly feels like we're a real family now. I want to record this beautiful moment. Despite her young age, Jiang Mianmian was very skilled with her phone. She created a family group chat, added Gu Masheng and Gu Yanjun, and started recording videos. She said while recording, Mommy, what do you think of my recording of this happy moment? The phone video showed Gu Yanjun playing with Legos, Jiang Yu cleaning up toys, and Jiang Mianmian giggling non-stop, as well as a completely oblivious Gu Masheng, immersed in his work. Jiang Mianmian, what are you doing? Stop playing around. Jiang Yu thought Jiang Mianmian was just randomly taking photos, but she didn't realize Mianmian had not only created a family group chat but had also posted the videos on social media. Gu Masheng's phone had been used by Mianmian to post on social media as well. Jiang Yu had very few friends on her phone, just a few important ones like Li Zhe. Her posts did not cause much of a stir. But Gu Masheng's phone blew up. Some of Gu Masheng's friends and business partners knew that he was a man who did not get close to women, and that Ning Yu was always by his side. How could he suddenly have both a son and a daughter, and another woman? Some familiar friends recognized Jiang Yu and sent him messages asking if they had gotten back together. Those who did not know were asking what was going on, how he had a daughter so soon after his official announcement, and that he had hidden it very well. The most furious of them all was Ning Yu. When Ning Yu saw the social media posts, she felt like her lungs were about to explode. The four of them looked so warm and harmonious in the video. Gu Masheng was working diligently, Jiang Yu was looking after the children, sunlight streamed into the living room, and a young girl's joyful laughter echoed in the air. Gu Yanjun would occasionally show Jiang Yu the toys he had put together, and Jiang Yu's gaze toward him was full of love. From the video, it was clear that Jiang Yu and Gu Masheng were not at all affected by Gu Yanjun's kidnapping. Instead, they had become even more united, taking care of Gu Yanjun. Ning Yu gnashed her teeth. What was this all about? She had gone through so much trouble to use Du Haiyang to get rid of Gu Yanjun so that she could keep Gu Masheng from getting tangled with Jiang Yu again. Then, once Gu Masheng had found the mastermind Du Haiyang, she could get rid of him too. Her double-edged plan had completely failed. Now that Gu Yanjun and Jiang Yu were so harmonious, it would be even harder for her to design something that would create a rift between them in the future. After Du Haiyang failed, Ning Yu had told him to disappear, planning to wait until the coast was clear. However, Du Haiyang did not take it seriously and kept harassing Ning Yu. As Ning Yu was looking at the videos on her phone, Du Haiyang called again. Ning Yu, what are you doing? Why aren't you answering my calls again? How dare you call me? Didn't I tell you not to contact me? Du Haiyang chuckled, if you tell me not to call, I won't call? What are you afraid of? They'll never find me. Ning Yu did not want to deal with Du Haiyang and had no intention of marrying him. Haiyang, I'm tired these days. Can I visit you in a few days? Du Haiyang chuckled again. What have you been doing that's so tiring? I'm waiting for you to serve me. Bring all those skills you learned abroad to me, or I won't forgive you. Ning Yuyu's eyes were practically spitting fire. She bit her lip and tried her best to speak to Du Haiyang calmly. Dear Yang, I'll make sure you have a wonderful time in a few days. I'm not feeling well these days, please wait a bit longer. Ning Yuyu's words made Du Haiyang feel tingly all over. When he thought about Ning Yuyu's notoriously good figure, her full breasts, voluptuous hips, and tiny waist, he couldn't wait for her to serve him immediately. Okay, I'll wait for you. Ning Yu hung up the phone, feeling disgusted to the point of wanting to throw up. She had served those foreigners abroad, but who knew that Du Haiyang would not let her go now that she had returned? In any case, she needed to get rid of this man. She absolutely had to find a way to eliminate Du Haiyang. Ning Yu thought about it and opened her phone, browsing different styles of sexy lingerie on online shopping sites, feeling overwhelmed by all the choices. Since she planned to serve him, she had to give it her all and make the man addicted to her. Ning Yu chose 3 sets, red, black, and white, and placed her order decisively. Back at the Gu residence. After finishing work, Gu Masheng opened his phone and felt like he was going to pass out. His social media was flooded with messages asking what was going on. Jiang Mianmian, was that you? It had been 2 hours since Mianmian had posted the video. Gu Masheng suddenly asked, and little Mianmian blinked her big eyes in confusion. What's wrong, Daddy? She called Gu Masheng Daddy because she and Jiang Yu had decided it was a game to help her brother get better, so they were pretending to be a family. And at this moment, she was playing the role of Gu Masheng's beloved daughter. I'm asking you, did you take my phone and post the video? So that was what he was asking. Mianmian patted her chest. I'm a person who doesn't change my name after doing something, and it was me. What are you going to do about it, Daddy? Gu Masheng picked up Mianmian, intending to turn her upside down. How about Daddy spanks your bottom? Mianmian immediately covered her butt, blinked her eyes, and tears instantly began to well up. My dearest Daddy, how could you have the heart to spank your adorable daughter? Gu Masheng looked at her pitiful little appearance and thought, her acting is truly exceptional. But, this cute little dumpling was indeed adorable. Who could bring themselves to punish her? Helpless, Gu Masheng slapped his own hand. I'm so confused. Mianmian is so little, how could she possibly post a video? It must have been an accident. I must have posted it myself. I misunderstood you, Mianmian. Jiang Yu, who had been watching the whole scene, was speechless. Chapter 42, Playing Make-Believe for Real. Gu Masheng, you're just spoiling her. Jiang Mianmian was hugging Gu Masheng's face. The little girl had Gu Masheng completely infatuated, and he didn't even think about punishing Mianmian. Instead, he just argued with Jiang Yu. She's my daughter, I can spoil her however I want. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu pursed her lips and gave Gu Masheng an eye roll. It was just a game that the 3 of them had created for Junjun, but Gu Masheng and Jiang Yu were really getting into it, acting like real parents and daughter. In public, Gu Masheng was a walking storm cloud. Wherever he went there was an atmosphere of gloom and oppression, never cracking a smile. But now, Jiang Mianmian was like a little kitten pulling a lion's whiskers, making Gu Masheng smile, and sometimes even laugh heartily. How strange, how very strange, even in her sweetest years of marriage with Gu Masheng, it wasn't as exaggerated as this. Since they had decided to play the role of a family, even if Jiang Yu didn't want her daughter to be so close to Gu Masheng, she couldn't do anything about it. If she interfered, Junjun would definitely suspect something. Jiang Yu shook her head and went about her own business. Soon after, Junjun saw his father and sister having so much fun and joined in the game. Gu Masheng ran and played with the 2 children in the living room. He played the big bad wolf, trying to trick the little bunny and the little rabbit into opening the door. He also became Mianmian's personal steed, letting her ride on his back and pretending to be a horse. Jiang Yu once again saw a different side of Gu Masheng. He could actually be like a father, playing happy games with his children. If only all of this were true. Jiang Yu suddenly sighed. If it weren't for Ning Yu's interference, perhaps they would have been living this kind of life a long time ago. The living room was still lively and noisy, but there was still something weighing on Jiang Yu's mind. Lise, how is it? Have you found anything yet? Sister Yu, the man who kidnapped Junjun, has been identified as a first-time offender. The whole thing was his doing, and he completely vanished after the kidnapping. We haven't found any other leads. Jiang Yu was dissatisfied with this investigation. How could such a big human just disappear? Is there really nothing else? Li Zhe shook his head. Nothing. Jiang Yu frowned, suddenly thinking of something. Then go and investigate Ning Yu. I suspect she's involved. Li Zhe knew about Ning Yu. He had just been about to ask Jiang Yu if she wanted him to investigate Ning Yu. Okay. Jiang Yu ended the call with Li Zhe and opened the door to find a poker face, so dark that it made her jump. Gu Masheng, why aren't you with the kids? Why are you standing silently at the door? Gu Masheng looked down at Jiang Yu, enveloping her in his dark shadow. Are you now blaming me for interrupting your call with your man? Gu Masheng was definitely interfering too much. Jiang Yu retorted, so what if I am? Did I stop you from talking to your woman? You can call your beloved Yu. I won't stop you. Jiang Yu, have you forgotten that you are my wife now? Why would I call another woman? Gu Masheng, you are the one who's forgetting. Don't forget, we're just playing a game right now. You're too into it, and it's not good. Gu Masheng said calmly, we set the game together. You need to follow the rules. I'm not as unruly as you. Okay, Gu Masheng, it's all my fault. You're always right, okay? For Jinjin's sake, don't forget that we also signed a truce agreement not to argue in this house. Got it? Gu Masheng's tone softened. I haven't forgotten, but I'm adding a new rule. You're not allowed to talk to your man in this house. Gu Masheng, that's a bit too much. I was sneaking to make the call behind a closed door. Gu Masheng firmly disagreed, even sneaking is not allowed. Jiang Yu was about to say something when Gu Yanjun came over with a book, asking his mother about a word he did not recognize. Just now, Jiang Yu was wondering why Gu Masheng wasn't playing with the children and instead came to argue with her. It turned out that Gu Masheng had sent the children to read books. Just as she had finished teaching Gu Yanjun to read, little Mian Mian came out, wearing slippers and holding a business magazine. Mommy, can you help me see what these words are? I don't recognize any of them. Jiang Yu's face went pale when she looked at the magazine. It was a financial magazine featuring an interview and autobiography of Gu Masheng. The whole book was about Gu Masheng. How did Jiang Mianmian pick this book? Gu Masheng, you give Mianmian this kind of book to read? Narcissism is not like this. Gu Masheng also hadn't expected Mianmian to read a magazine about him. He crossed his arms and shook his head. I didn't say that. I let them choose the book themselves from the bookshelf. Who knew that Mianmian would have such good taste and pick this one? Jiang Yu wanted to change to a children's storybook, but Gu Masheng stopped her, picking up Jiang Mianmian instead. Mianmian, be good. Mommy doesn't understand. Daddy will explain it to you, okay? Mianmian nodded, okay. For the next hour, Gu Masheng regaled Mianmian's little head with the glorious history of his family and his personal achievements, and Mianmian was completely stunned, clapping her hands and looking at her daddy with admiration. Jiang Yu couldn't take it anymore and went to do something else behind a closed door. When it was time to sleep, Jiang Mianmian still slept in the same room as Gu Masheng. Her main job now was to coax her daddy to sleep. Jiang Yu slept with Gu Yanjun. At night, Gu Yanjun would hug Jiang Yu while sleeping and sometimes wake up in a cold sweat, clearly having been frightened. Jiang Yu knew that her son was traumatized, and it made her even more heartbroken for him. 3 days passed, and Gu Masheng had no choice but to go to work. Jiang Yu stayed home alone with the 2 children while Gu Masheng was at work. There were always more than a dozen servants in the house. Jiang Yu only did some of the housework she wanted, leaving the rest to the servants. The most capable person in the Gu family was still Butler Zhou. When Gu Masheng was not around, he was responsible for instructing the servants and managing the entire Gu residence in an organized manner. Madam, could you help this old servant? Jiang Yu corrected Butler Zhou, Old Zhou, this is not ancient times. Don't keep calling yourself old servant, it's awkward. Butler Zhou smiled, yes. Living for so long, it's different with you young people. I still prefer calling myself the old servant. Jiang Yu chuckled, just call yourself I, it's all equal here, no class system. Thank you, madam. Jiang Yu asked, by the way, what do you want me to do? I remembered that the young master's favorite toy is in your old study. I saw him listening to music, and I was wondering if he was thinking about something. Could you open the door to the study? Butler Zhou didn't want to trouble Jiang Yu, but Gu Moshing wouldn't let anyone into that room. He thought that madam would be able to go in. Chapter 43, Buying Lingerie. Many of Jiang Yu's old rooms had not changed, especially the study. Jiang Yu would have it cleaned up. Before, Gu Moshing had preferred to work in her study rather than his own. The door to the study had a password lock. Jiang Yu tried it, and it was still her birthday reversed. She thought Gu Moshing had already changed the password. When she went inside, she was surprised to see that it was exactly the same as before, not even a speck of dust. Although some things had been added, they were all things she had previously used. It seemed that Gu Moshing hadn't thrown away her things at all. In the display cabinet on the wall, Jiang Yu saw a guitar she had bought before, still brand new in the cabinet. She reached out and took it down, strumming a few chords. The old sound of the guitar echoed in the quiet room. Jiang Yu was not very familiar with the guitar. It was Gu Moshing who would occasionally play a few tunes. This guitar was the first birthday gift she had given Gu Moshing. Time really flies. Jiang Yu sighed at how quickly time passed, and she also sighed at the state she and Gu Moshing had arrived at. The past sweetness could not overcome those vulgar things. "Mommy, is that you playing the guitar? Can you play it?" Gu Yanjun didn't remember anything, even forgetting that he himself could play the guitar. Jiang Yu handed the guitar to Gu Yanjun, encouraging him, "You try." Gu Yanjun naturally took the guitar from Jiang Yu and started playing. So many years ago, when Jiang Yu left, Gu Yanjun did not know how to play the guitar, and she had never heard how Gu Yanjun played. But, surprisingly, after Gu Yanjun picked it up, he slowly closed his eyes, his fingers skillfully playing the melody. The sound of Gu Yanjun's guitar echoed throughout the entire room. Jiang Mianmian was drawn over, as were the servants, and butler Zhou's old eyes were slowly turning red. Looking around the room, Gu Moshing had placed all the awards Gu Yanjun had won for playing the guitar in the cabinets of this room over the years. It turned out that Gu Moshing had been cultivating Gu Yanjun's interests all along, trying hard to make his son an exceptional child. "Mommy, Big Brother is so cool. I want to play too." Gu Yanjun, holding the guitar, said to Jiang Mianmian. "Little sister wants to learn? Then I will teach you." Gu Yanjun took his sister and started teaching her to play the guitar. Jiang Yu hadn't paid much attention, and continued looking at the things Gu Moshing had put in the study. She was suddenly startled by a pig-like shriek. If the sound from Gu Yanjun had been heavenly, the sound from Jiang Mianmian was as unpleasant as a pig being slaughtered. Jiang Yu walked out of the room. "Jiang Mianmian, how about we just not learn?" Gu Yanjun also covered his ears, asking with a pained expression, "Mianmian, play slower, it's so awful." "No, I think it sounds good. You guys just don't understand. I'll play it for Daddy when he gets back." Jiang Yu quietly mourned for Gu Moshing for 3 seconds. Okay, Mianmian, let's watch cartoons instead. You can play it for Daddy when he comes back." The guitar was taken from Jiang Mianmian by Jiang Yu, and the two kids were coaxed to watch TV. Gu Moshing hadn't been at the company for long when Ning Yu learned about it. Ever since seeing the videos Gu Moshing had posted, she had been restless at home and had immediately driven to Gu Moshing's company. "Why are you here?" Everyone in Gu Moshing's company was familiar with Ning Yu, and they had all assumed that she was the future owner's wife, so no one dared to stop her. "Moshing, I missed you, so I came to see you." Gu Moshing looked up at Ning Yu and then calmly looked down again, continuing to sign documents. "Sit." Gu Moshing's detached manner was as if he was receiving a client. Ning Yu clutched her bag in her hands and sat on the sofa at the side. Actually, she wanted to sit on Gu Moshing's lap, but in the past, when she had mustered her courage to do that, she had been coldly rejected by Gu Moshing. "Moshing, can we have dinner together tonight?" "Yu, I'm afraid I can't. Junjun is waiting for me to go back and have dinner with him." Ning Yu thought that it would be fine if it was just Junjun, but there was still that pair of fox spirit mother and daughter in the house. The thought of Gu Moshing living with them again gave her an itchy, ant-like feeling all over her body. "Just tonight, please? And it will be in the company's private restaurant. How about that? You just have to be with me for half an hour." Ning Yu asked Gu Moshing almost obsessively. Gu Moshing looked at the time. "Half an hour, really?" Ning Yu nodded, "Yes." Gu Moshing, "Okay, I can only be with you for half an hour." Okay, okay. Ning Yu was happy, and she took out a small toy from her bag. This is Junjun's favorite Ultraman. I asked a friend to buy it from overseas. Please bring it back for him when you go back. Thank you on Junjun's behalf. Gu Masheng said calmly. Ning Yu had another question and continued asking Gu Masheng. When can I see Junjun? I miss him a lot and want to see him. If it hadn't been for Jiang Yu, she would be by Gu Yanjun's side. It would have been so great. She had heard that the child now had problems with his brain and had forgotten everything. If she took the opportunity to brainwash Gu Yanjun and told him that she was his real mother, wouldn't that be the best opportunity? It's all that Jiang Yu's fault. Ning Yu had cursed Jiang Yu more than 10,000 times in her heart. Why was Jiang Yu always a stumbling block on her path to becoming Mrs. Gu? What did she ever do to owe Jiang Yu in her past life? Gu Masheng was not planning to let Ning Yu see his son yet. With Jiang Yu accompanying him these past few days, Junjun's emotions had finally stabilized. He would not risk his son's health. Yu, it's not convenient for Junjun to see anyone now. Please wait a little longer. Ning Yu nodded to Gu Masheng. As long as Junjun is okay, that's all that matters. Anyway, she no longer cared about whether or not she could see Gu Yanjun. As long as she had the chance to seduce Gu Masheng during dinner tonight, she could have a child with Gu Masheng. As she thought this, her hand tightly grasped the sexy lingerie in her bag, waiting to wear it and show off her body in front of Gu Masheng. Gu Masheng was a young and virile man. She didn't believe that he could resist the temptation and not want her. Ning Yu quietly went to prepare while Gu Masheng was absorbed in his work. Gu Masheng's company was huge, with offices, entertainment, leisure, and accommodation all available. Ning Yu had chosen the company's in-house hot spring resort. It was very close to Gu Masheng's office, and was a place that Gu Masheng used to entertain important clients. She had been there once with Gu Masheng. Ning Yu walked up to the hot spring pool, which flowed all year round, and felt the temperature of the water, which was just right. The temperature was just right this season for a hot spring bath, and although this was Gu Masheng's private hot spring, employees passing by the building could see it through the glass walls. Chapter 44, Live-streamed wild sex. Ning Yu's desire to go public was no less than China's desire for unification. She wanted the whole company to witness the scene of her and Gu Masheng in the hot spring tonight. That way, she would become Gu Masheng's woman. When the time came, Gu Masheng would have to marry her, even if he didn't want to. Ning Yu had carefully prepared aromatherapy to unleash the primal force within Gu Masheng. She also asked Gu Masheng's personal chef to make aphrodisiac foods like bull penis. She waited for Gu Masheng to become hot and bothered, craving her, and then with one swift move, she would capture Gu Masheng's high-quality sperm, hoping to have twins, who would be even more adorable and handsome than Jiang Yu's son and daughter. The more Ning Yu thought about it, the happier she became. She opened a bottle of fine red wine from the wine cabinet and took a sip. The woman's eyes flickered with hazy desire in the light intoxication. Ning Yu had already drunk nearly half the bottle, but Gu Masheng had still not emerged from his office. The exquisite dinner she had ordered the chef to prepare was about to be served. Hey, Masheng, are you coming out yet? Gu Masheng could hear that Ning Yu didn't sound quite right over the phone. He frowned. You've been drinking? Ning Yu's cheeks were flushed. Is my Masheng so stingy? I've wanted to drink this bottle of your red wine for a long time. I'm happy today. Please come down and have a drink with me, okay? What Gu Masheng cared about wasn't the bottle of red wine, but where Ning Yu was drinking it. Where are you? The company cafeteria? Ning Yu let out a charming laugh. My Masheng, how could I ask you to dine in the cafeteria? It's by the hot spring. Please come down. I'll be there soon. Gu Masheng hung up the phone in his office, pinched the bridge of his nose, loosened his tie, and went down in the elevator. Ning Yu, you said you wanted me to have dinner with you, how did you end up drinking? Gu Masheng's brow furrowed as he strode toward Ning Yu. Masheng, why did you take so long? Ning Yu's legs went weak, and she leaned into Gu Masheng's arms. The strong scent of alcohol made the man's brows furrow again. He wanted to push Ning Yu away, but she anticipated his movement, hugging him even tighter. You promised to have dinner with me. We haven't eaten yet, you can't leave. Ning Yu relied on Gu Masheng with a spoiled tone, her full breasts rubbing against him continuously. Gu Masheng swallowed, let go of Ning Yu, and sat at the white dining table next to the hot spring pool. I promise to be with you, of course, I won't go back on my word. Ning Yu smiled, Masheng, you'll be very satisfied with tonight's dishes. Gu Masheng looked at the dishes on the table. They were very ordinary, not particularly satisfying, and he only had half an hour with Ning Yu. He was in a hurry to go back and see Gu Yanjun. Ning Yu was wearing a long black dress. She was mysterious and gentle in the dark night. Her features were delicate, and her figure was tall, with beautiful curves. Among the socialites, she was already considered to be a beauty. But Gu Masheng still thought that among all the women he had seen, Jiang Yu was the most beautiful. Even though she was his ex-wife, she had become a thing of the past. But in Gu Masheng's eyes, Jiang Yu's beauty still eclipsed Ning Yu's. But he was not a looks-obsessed person. The most important thing for two people to be together wasn't appearance, but feeling. He thought that the reason Ning Yu could stand by his side was that she was obedient, well-behaved, knew her place, and was kind-hearted. Gu Masheng rarely spoke while he was eating with Ning Yu. Ning Yu was not in a hurry to start a conversation, and ate slowly with Gu Masheng. Today, she had asked the chef to make Western food. The portions were small, and you couldn't eat your fill, but she didn't care. Tonight's main event was not at the dinner table, but in bed. Gu Masheng lowered his head and drank the bull penis soup that Ning Yu had ordered the chef to prepare. The bull penis had been processed, and only the soup was left. Gu Masheng drank it all. When Ning Yu saw that Gu Masheng was hot and had taken off his coat, she was elated. Just wait, he would get even hotter. Ning Yu, who no longer cared about eating, put down the knife and fork in her hand and said to Gu Masheng, Masheng, it's hot. You eat first, I'll go soak in the hot spring. With that, she got up and took off her long black dress, leaving only the new sexy swimsuit she had bought inside. Gu Masheng, who had just finished drinking the bull penis soup, was stunned by the sight of the alluring Ning Yu, her long, fair legs, her full buttocks, and her slender waist. His nose suddenly felt wet, and Gu Masheng quickly wiped it with a tissue. He thought it was a nosebleed, but luckily, it was just mucus. Gu Masheng said to Ning Yu in the pool, Ning Yu, what are you doing? Have you finished eating? When Ning Yu heard Gu Masheng's voice, she rose out of the water droplets dripping down her curves, full of temptation. Gu Masheng immediately lowered his gaze, put down his knife and fork, and loosened his tie even further. What was wrong with him tonight? He felt as if he was a piece of paper, ready to burst into flames, and there was even an inexplicable urge surging through his body. Ning Yu had made all the preparations for tonight. Red wine, aphrodisiac soup, a beauty emerging from the water, and hazy aromatherapy. Even if Gu Masheng was a god, he would be unable to resist breaking his vow, let alone when he was a mortal with desires. She walked barefoot out of the pool and to Gu Masheng's side, like an enchantress setting her sights on Tang Sanzang. She hooked her fingers on Gu Masheng's tie, helping him undress. Masheng, are you hot? Let's go soak in the hot spring together. Tonight, I'll let you taste the most beautiful sensation in the world. Ning Yu held Gu Masheng's hand, and while walking, she helped him remove his suit and shirt. Then, she hooked his belt and slowly led him towards the hot spring. It was the end of the workday, and the scene of Ning Yu and Gu Masheng dating at the hot spring attracted many employees to take pictures and share them at the glass windows. Is the boss and the rumored boss lady going to be live streaming wild sex here? This is so exciting. Wow, what a sexy scene. I have to say, Ning Yu's body is amazing, and she really matches the boss. My god, this isn't a trip to kindergarten, let me off the bus. The employees of the company were all either taking videos or having heated discussions, wishing they could break the glass. Ning Yu didn't care. This was the effect she wanted. The more people knew about her relationship with Gu Masheng, the better. Then everyone would know that she was the future Mrs. Gu. Gu Masheng's mental state was still a bit dizzy. He let Ning Yu seduce him and was at her mercy. The warm water relaxed the two of them. Ning Yu almost pressed against Gu Masheng's chest, coveting his 8-pack abs. Ning Yu suddenly grabbed Gu Masheng's hand and placed it on her chest. She pouted, Masheng, you're the most handsome man I have ever met, and you have the best body. I like you so much, you know? The warm water had not restored any of Gu Mashing's senses. He allowed Ning Yuyu's slender fingers to slowly move down his chest, until they reached his belt. Ning Yuyu did not intend to stop and continued her exploration downward. Chapter 45, Woman, You're Playing with Fire. Gu Mashing could feel his body getting hotter and hotter. Ning Yuyu's palm felt like a flame, burning his lower abdomen. Just when Ning Yuyu and Gu Mashing were half submerged in the water, Gu Mashing suddenly regained some of his senses and pushed Ning Yuyu away. Yuyu, don't do this. I appreciate you for taking care of Junjun these past years, but I've always seen you as a friend. I have no other feelings for you. Gu Mashing turned to leave, but Ning Yuyu grabbed Gu Mashing's back, tightly hugging him from behind. Mashing, I don't believe you have no feelings for me at all. These past years, did you not dare touch me? Tonight, I'm willing to be your woman, please take me, Mashing. Gu Mashing clutched his pants, holding on to the last of his self-control, and said to Ning Yuyu. Yuyu, you're a good girl, don't do this. Ning Yuyu shook her head. I only like you. People from the company are watching. Are you really going to reject me in public? Gu Mashing looked up, and his eyes went dark. Sure enough, hundreds of employees from the company were watching the two of them. If he rejected Ning Yuyu today, then she would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire company tomorrow. Ning Yuyu looked up, gazed into Gu Mashing's dark eyes, and almost pleaded, Mashing, please, can you please just kiss me? Gu Mashing lowered his head, ready to kiss Ning Yuyu's tempting lips. His body also felt an unnamed impulse, telling him to kiss her, kiss her. Ning Yuyu moved another inch closer, and pleaded again, kiss me, Mashing. Gu Mashing slowly closed his eyes, slowly moving closer to Ning Yuyu. Just as the two were about to kiss, the phone in Gu Mashing's pocket rang. Gu Mashing opened his phone, and it was a video call from Jiang Mianmian. He accidentally swiped to answer. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Mianmian saw two faces that were almost touching. It was her daddy and that bad woman. Little Mianmian immediately showed a gossiping expression, her eyes wide and her mouth open in an O shape. She had originally only wanted to call her daddy home for dinner, but she had unexpectedly seen a scene unsuitable for children. Oh my, daddy, what are you doing? Are you having an affair behind mommy's back? Ah. It's an eyesore. Mianmian's pink face was shocked and embarrassed. She immediately covered her eyes and mumbled, don't look at things you shouldn't see, don't listen to things you shouldn't hear, cover your eyes to things you shouldn't see. Gu Mashing regretted it, but it was already too late. He saw Jiang Yu next to Jiang Mianmian, and he immediately explained, Mianmian, it's not what you think. Then, he shook his head, feeling that it was absurd of him to be explaining anything to a child. Jiang Yu had already seen Ning Yuyu stuck to Gu Mashing. The two of them were soaking wet, their eyes ambiguous. It was clear that something was going on. How sophisticated. She didn't have any strong feelings, just scoffed, Gu Mashing, so the reason you weren't coming back for dinner tonight was because you had a date with your woman? Wish you have fun. Bye, don't come back. The other party hung up the phone. Gu Mashing's face was dark and foul, but Ning Yuyu's mood had suddenly improved. Jiang Yu had seen the sexy scene of her and Gu Mashing naked and wrestling in the water. At least, this would make Jiang Yu mistakenly believe that they had already slept together. Mashing, your ex-wife is still living in your house. Gu Mashing took off Ning Yuyu's hands from his waist, and said coldly, Ning Yuyu, I hope this is the last time, don't do this again in the future. The man left the pool, went to put on his clothes, and left Ning Yuyu alone in the pool. Temperature control, please turn the air conditioning down. Someone is very hot and needs to cool down. After Gu Mashing made the call, the temperature of the private hot spring resort suddenly dropped to below zero. Ning Yuyu was still in the water, not yet dressed. She hugged her shivering body, looking at Gu Mashing's back like a resentful woman. Especially because Gu Mashing had rejected her and had done so publicly. The entire company knew that it was her who was clinging to Gu Mashing. Ning Yuyu had completely lost face at Gu Mashing's company. Gu Mashing, you forced me to do this. I won't let your son and Jiang Yu off. I won't let them ever stop me from becoming your wife. Gu Mashing sat in his car and smoked 2 cigarettes, feeling that the uncontrollable urges within him had not yet dissipated. When he went upstairs, Jiang Yu was coaxing the 2 children to sleep. The 2 little ones were drowsy and looked like they were about to fall asleep. Gu Mashing didn't disturb them. He sat alone in the living room drinking water, trying to cool off the fire in his body. How did you get back? I know your ability, it shouldn't have been that fast. After Jiang Yu had coaxed the two children to sleep, she came out to take a shower. She saw Gu Mashing sitting alone on the sofa, and couldn't help but say a few sarcastic words. Gu Mashing didn't move, just watched Jiang Yu in the bathroom. Was she planning to take a shower? He got up, his gaze burning as he walked towards the bathroom. The cramped space of the bathroom became even more crowded with the addition of Gu Mashing. Jiang Yu had nowhere to escape. The man suddenly hugged Jiang Yu from behind, burying his head in Jiang Yu's neck and inhaling her fragrance, ignoring her struggles. What are you doing, Gu Mashing? Let me go. Jiang Yu struggled desperately, but she didn't dare speak loudly, for fear of waking the two children. Gu Mashing was like a leech, clinging to Jiang Yu, impossible to shake off. Jiang Yu, you're playing with fire, you know? Gu Mashing's hoarse voice sounded, and Jiang Yu suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next second, she was picked up by Gu Mashing. Put me down. Jiang Yu's struggling sounds alerted the worried butler Zhou. When he saw the master holding the madam, he immediately showed a happy smile and retreated back like a crab. Jiang Yu, I'm so hot. Gu Mashing hugged Jiang Yu and sat on the sofa, with her straddling his lap. Gu Mashing, if you're horny, go to your woman to vent your desires, let me go. Gu Mashing buried his head in the woman's chest. Jiang Yu, do you want me to remarry so much? To push me into another woman's bed? What do you mean I'm pushing you out? It's clearly you who are having an affair. Jiang Yu felt that sitting on Gu Mashing's lap was very awkward, but the more she struggled, the tighter Gu Mashing held her. You don't have any evidence, so why are you slandering me? It was you who wanted to divorce me, you who abandoned me and our son. Jiang Yu was speechless. Gu Mashing, here you go again. Can you stop twisting things around and blaming it on me? Gu Mashing, who had been worn out by Ning Yu, tried hard to swallow, but he still felt that he was not cooled down, and that he was still very hot. Jiang Yu, you were just talking about my woman, aren't you my woman? He lowered his lips, wanting to kiss Jiang Yu. What are you doing, Gu Mashing? Your woman is Ning Yu, not me. I'm just your ex-wife. Gu Mashing's kiss was already eagerly reaching for Jiang Yu's lips. Jiang Yu, tonight, don't tease me. Chapter 46, Are you seducing me? Jiang Yu, you are my woman. Gu Mashing sealed Jiang Yu's lips, demanding and taking whatever he wanted. Tonight, Gu Mashing was bold and unrestrained, imprisoning his ex-wife tightly in his arms, not allowing Jiang Yu to struggle at all. Gu Mashing closed his eyes, and long-forgotten memories flooded his mind. Jiang Yu's figure hadn't changed much over the years. Her waist was slimmer and softer than Ning Yu's. It was not that he had to make a comparison, but Jiang Yu's innate beauty was too great, which caused him to completely lose control tonight. Beep beep beep. Just when Jiang Yu was about to push Gu Mashing away, the phone rang. Gu Mashing was the first to turn his head, looking at the caller ID on Jiang Yu's phone. When he saw that it was Lizzie calling, Gu Mashing's narrow, thick eyelashes drooped slightly, casting a shadow. He grabbed Jiang Yu's phone in annoyance and threw it out, then turned his head and blocked Jiang Yu's lips again. Slap. A loud slap rang out on Gu Mashing's face, and the man's kiss came to an abrupt stop. Jiang Yu saw Gu Mashing pressing his tongue against his cheek, looking up at her. So, you hit me because of that man's phone call? Jiang Yu got off Gu Mashing's lap, her tone cold and unfeeling. Shouldn't I have? You have no right to hang up my phone, and you have no right to throw my phone. And, Gu Mashing, I said it just now, I'm not your tool for venting your desires. If you don't respect yourself again, don't blame me for being rude. Gu Mashing had never seen such a strong Jiang Yu during their marriage. After being slapped by Jiang Yu, Gu Mashing felt like he had really become much more sober. Jiang Yu got up, took her phone, and returned Lize's call. Gu Mashing coldly watched her talking to another man. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yu casually tapped on her phone a couple of times and sent a website address to Gu Mashing. Gu Mashing lightly touched the screen with his fingertip and asked, "What's this?" "A fire extinguishing device. It's your woman tonight." Gu Mashing looked at the suggestive video on his phone screen and gave a wicked smile. Jiang Yu, you underestimate me too much. These mundane women don't even qualify to get any reaction out of me. Since the divorce, Jiang Yu and Gu Mashing had been at odds. This was the first time they had been so intimate tonight, and their conversation had exceeded the normal range. Jiang Yu felt that her face and neck were covered in Gu Mashing's saliva. She simply ignored the man and went to the bathroom to take another shower. Gu Mashing's throat was dry. He looked at the closed bathroom door, got up, drank a glass of cold water, and returned to his room to let his body cool down. Jiang Yu had wrapped herself tightly in her bathrobe, not even revealing her ankles. When Jiang Yu came out, Gu Mashing was just about to come out to pour another glass of cold water. He saw Jiang Yu wrapped up like a silkworm cocoon about to break free, and he joked, "What, are you afraid that I'll want to kiss you again?" Jiang Yu rolled her eyes at Gu Mashing and slammed the door shut, shutting the man out. Knock knock knock. Gu Mashing knocked lightly on the door. The sound was not loud, but if she didn't open the door, Gu Mashing would keep knocking and would wake up the two children. "What are you doing, Gu Mashing?" As soon as Jiang Yu opened the door, the first thing she saw was her underwear and pants. "Jiang Yu, you left this in the bathroom, are you trying to seduce me?" Oh no, Jiang Yu grabbed her underwear and pants. She had forgotten to wash them out and put them on the drying rack when she took a shower. But now Gu Mashing had grabbed them. After so many years of divorce, Jiang Yu was no longer accustomed to the feeling of intimacy with Gu Mashing. She tugged at her underwear and pants, but Gu Mashing would not let go. "What do you want?" "I don't want them, you take them." Seeing that Gu Mashing would not let go, Jiang Yu immediately realized that this was Gu Mashing's blatant intention. Jiang Yu, who was originally shy, changed her mind. They were a married couple of many years anyway, it's not like they haven't seen each other before. Jiang Yu was too lazy to deal with Gu Mashing. "Okay, since you don't want them, then I'll take them." Gu Mashing made a gesture to take Jiang Yu's underwear, but Jiang Yu regretted it. "Pervert, give it back." She used both hands to snatch the clothes from Gu Mashing's hand, forgetting about the bathrobe she was wrapped in. Even though she had tied it tightly just now, it still could not withstand her sudden large movements. The second the bathrobe fell, Jiang Yu's brain suddenly went blank. Gu Mashing was also completely stunned by Jiang Yu's sudden loss of her bathrobe. But just 2 seconds later, Gu Mashing's eyes were covered by Jiang Yu with the underwear she had snatched back. "Gu Mashing, aren't you afraid of getting styes?" The corners of Gu Mashing's mouth curled into a smile, as if he was reliving the suggestive scene. "Jiang Yu, it's not like I haven't seen it before, I'm not afraid of getting styes." Tonight was truly a bad night. Jiang Yu almost fainted with anger at Gu Mashing. She didn't want her underwear either. She closed the door completely, refusing to see Gu Mashing. The scene had almost reignited the fire that Gu Mashing had suppressed. Some of the restless energy wanted to come out again, but he forced them down with a cold shower. After taking a shower, Gu Mashing looked again at the set of underwear that Jiang Yu had abandoned and raised his eyebrows. "So frugal, the underwear is almost out of shape." He called Butler Zhou and then instructed. "Butler Zhou, please prepare a set of 25-inch waist underwear and a 36C bra for the madam. Have them washed and send them to the madam's room tomorrow morning." "Yes." Butler Zhou grinned and happily asked a maid to help prepare them. Perhaps it was because they had been so worked up for too long that Gu Mashing not only did not have insomnia at night, but had a good night's sleep. The next day, when Jiang Yu woke up to make breakfast for the children, Gu Mashing was still sleeping. She didn't allow Jiang Mianmian to disturb Gu Mashing. It wasn't to let him have a good sleep, but that last night had been so awkward that she didn't want to face Gu Mashing at all. Gu Mashing didn't wake up until it was time to eat. "Wife, why didn't you call your husband to get up and eat?" Jiang Yu's chopsticks, which were preparing to put food on the two darlings' plates, froze in midair because of Gu Mashing's spoiled tone. She glared at him and imagined she had already chopped Gu Mashing into 8 pieces. She couldn't understand how Gu Mashing was becoming increasingly shameless. She even wondered what Ning Yu had given him to eat last night. How had he been so flirty, mischievous, and cheap since last night until now? Even Jiang Mianmian could barely stand such an exaggerated Gu Mashing, and secretly said in her heart, "You, the bad uncle, is so nauseating." Gu Mashing sat next to little Mianmian and kissed the little dumpling. Jiang Mianmian wiped her face in disgust. "Daddy didn't brush his teeth, stinky." Gu Mashing breathed onto his hand and smelled it. He immediately got up to wash up. When he came back, there was only leftover food on the table. Gu Mashing's signature frown reappeared. Jiang Yu, are you really going to let your husband go hungry? Jiang Yu, who was already preparing to wash the dishes, walked past Gu Mashing coldly and ruthlessly, without any mercy. Why wouldn't I? I like being a widow, it would be great if you starved to death. Chapter 47, Being a Scoundrel. Gu Mashing had slept well the previous day, and he was in a good mood today. He decided not to argue with Jiang Yu. Last night, Gu Mashing's phone had gotten wet. It hadn't been charged, so it had shut down. As soon as he could charge it, he turned it on and saw an apology message from Ning Yu. Mashing, I'm sorry. I was confused last night. I will never do that again. Gu Mashing turned off his phone and continued eating as if nothing had happened. He had truly been disgusted by Ning Yu's actions last night. As a woman, her lack of self-respect was appalling. Jiang Yu noticed that Gu Mashing seemed to be pondering something. She assumed he was thinking about Ning Yu. They had probably slept together last night. And Gu Mashing had probably wanted to come back to be with his son, not fully satisfied, which was why he had gone crazy and tormented her last night. You don't have to come back tonight. Anyway, after I coax Jinjin to sleep, he won't look for you. Gu Mashing glared at Jiang Yu, not understanding why she always thought that he disliked her so much. They had only lived together for a few days, and now she was starting to keep him out of the house. Moreover, this was still his own home. The two children were present, so he held back his harsh words. Don't worry, I'll be back earlier tonight. Also, you have to go somewhere with me today. Jiang Yu was puzzled. Me go with you? Why? Gu Mashing reminded her, you really have a short memory. You gave me half of the last batch of goods. I want to go to the lab to study the drugs with you. Not interested, Jiang Yu flatly refused. This woman was always so cold to him. Gu Mashing's face darkened even more. What if I said it was about Junjin? Jiang Yu had already started experimenting on Junjin's condition, hoping there would be a drug that could help him remember everything. But she had already had Lise do it, and the drug was in the testing phase. As long as Lise was okay, there would be a great hope. I have my own arrangements for Junjin, I won't be participating in your experiments. Jiang Yu still refused Gu Mashing. She really didn't want to have so many entanglements with Gu Mashing. Gu Mashing was truly angry this time. Jiang Yu, you are unwilling even for your son. Then who would you do it for? Is it because you don't want that man named Lise to misunderstand? Gu Mashing's sudden outburst startled Jiang Mianmian and Gu Yanjun, who were playing. Butler Zhou immediately grabbed one of the children, saying, Let's go, Grandpa will take you to the yard to catch bugs. After the children were taken away, Jiang Yu's suppressed emotions also broke down, and she completely exploded. She threw down the clothes she was folding and said to Gu Mashing, Why are you shouting? So what if I did it for Lise? He's younger and more handsome than you. Why wouldn't I do it for him? You? Jiang Yu, so you admit it, is that right? Other people are more important than me and your son, is that it? Gu Mashing said through gritted teeth. Wrong, are you worthy of being compared to my son? Don't inflate your self-worth, Gu Mashing. In my eyes, you are worthless. Heh, Gu Mashing was so angry that he almost laughed. He was the richest man in China, and yet this woman said he was worthless. If that's the case, has your man developed the drug yet? Can he save Junjin? Jiang Yu asked back, have you developed it? If you haven't, give me back the medicine, so as not to waste so many good things. Gu Mashing scoffed, Jiang Yu, I will definitely develop it. Jiang Yu was a newcomer to the pharmaceutical industry, while Gu Mashing was the most famous consortium in China with countless subsidiaries. He had many medical elites at his disposal. He was confident that he could make Jiang Yu look at him with new eyes. Unfortunately, Jiang Yu had no place for Gu Mashing in her eyes or her heart. The silent duel ended. Jiang Yu's phone rang. Sister Yu, the experiment failed again. I'm not feeling well. What's wrong? Jiang Yu's whole body tensed. Lise had taken care of her these past few years, and they had become like family. Moreover, Lise was an orphan without parents. Jiang Yu felt even more pity for Lise's miserable background. Lise said weakly, I'm in the hospital, getting a full body checkup. Jiang Yu hung up the phone and rushed to leave. Gu Mashing saw how worried she was when she had received the call. "Where are you going? What happened?" Gu Mashing asked. Such an emergency was most likely to go wrong. He wanted to know what had happened. "I need to go to the hospital. You take good care of Junjun and Mian. Jiang Yu left this sentence and went out, leaving Gu Mashing alone in his thoughts. It had been a man's voice on the phone. Judging by the situation, it seemed to be an emergency. Who was the man Jiang Yu was rushing to see? Could it be Li Zhe? Gu Mashing did not know what was wrong with Li Zhe, making Jiang Yu so anxious. But it was undeniable that Jiang Yu was very worried about that man. "Jiang Yu, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it, but don't think I don't know that Li Zhe is Mian's biological father." Now, there were a lot more people who had children but didn't get married. Seeing how Jiang Yu was protecting Li Zhe, Gu Mashing believed that he was not wrong. Butler Zhou saw that the madam had left and took the children upstairs. Madam was in such a hurry. "Where did she go?" Gu Mashing said irritably, "How would I know? It should be the hospital. Check which hospital she went to." Butler Zhou found out the location of Jiang Yu's car in 3 minutes. The West Suburb branch. After learning this, Gu Mashing stopped asking. He had been bothered by Ning Yu yesterday and was not in the mood to go to work today, so he took a day off. By the evening, Jiang Yu had not returned, and Gu Mashing could no longer sit still. "Jiang Mian, don't you miss Mommy?" Jiang Mian shook her head. "No, Mommy also has her own work to do. I have Daddy and Big Brother with me, so I don't." Gu Mashing asked Gu Yanjun, "Son, don't you miss your mom?" Gu Yanjun nodded, "Yes." Gu Mashing's eyes immediately lit up, and he took out his phone. "If you miss her, call her and ask her when she will be back. Just say that you miss her." Gu Yanjun looked at the phone in his father's hand and shook his head. "You can't call yourself?" "I miss Mommy, but I don't want to bother her. Sticking to Mommy all the time isn't very manly. I won't call. If you want to call, you go call her yourself." Gu Mashing had been snubbed by both children. He had wanted to use the children to call her home, but neither of the children paid him any attention. Okay, if you don't call, I'll call myself." Gu Mashing couldn't help but dial Jiang Yu's video call. It rang for a long time before she answered. It had been so long that he thought Jiang Yu was not going to answer his call. "Hello?" As soon as Gu Mashing heard the voice, he immediately said, "Jiang Yu, look at what time it is already. The children are clamoring for you. When are you coming back?" Before Jiang Yu could answer, Jiang Mian leaned over to the phone and said to Jiang Yu. Chapter 48, Separated Again. Jiang Mian immediately leaned toward Gu Mashing's phone and said to Jiang Yu. "Mommy, we didn't tell you to come back. It's Daddy who missed you, he. Jiang Mian had also learned from Butler Zhou, grinning and looking at Gu Mashing. "Mian, don't talk nonsense." Gu Mashing covered the phone, scolding little Mian. Jiang Mian stuck out her tongue and ignored her dad and mom, continuing to play games. "Gu Mashing, I'm not going back tonight. You take care of Mian and Junjun." Jiang Yu's voice sounded a little tired. Gu Mashing heard that she was going to spend the night out with another man, and his heart ached like it was being clawed at. "I disagree, Jiang Yu. Who will coax the children to sleep at night if you're not here? I'll go and pick you up." Jiang Yu said wearily to the phone, "Gu Mashing, can't you put the children to bed? Why do I have to do it?" "No." Gu Mashing had already gone downstairs, and was in the garage. He hung up the phone, started the car, and sped off. When he arrived at the hospital, Gu Mashing saw Jiang Yu feeding Li Zhe medicine, and his heart tightened. Once upon a time, Jiang Yu had also taken care of him so carefully. Now, that care had been passed on to someone else. "Gu Mashing, you're here so fast. Are you tracking me?" Jiang Yu had discovered that Gu Mashing had put a tracker on her, but she didn't care. Gu Mashing said acidly, "I'm not interested in your whereabouts. I just want to make sure that Junjun can get enough rest." But Jiang Yu was worried about Li Zhe, and wanted to stay to take care of him. After all, Li Zhe had experienced discomfort from trying the drug for Junjun. After thinking about it, she tried to discuss matters calmly with Gu Mashing in the hospital corridor. "Gu Mashing, I want to take Junjun back to my own home with me, can you agree?" Gu Mashing immediately understood why Jiang Yu had said this. So, you want to take care of Junjun and your man at the same time? Jiang Yu almost begged, I can't abandon either of them. They are both important to me. Gu Mashing said coldly, so you're abandoning me? Now that Jiang Yu was asking to take Junjun away, wouldn't he be left alone at home? Jiang Yu was stunned. She didn't realize the situation that Gu Mashing was talking about. This way, it seemed like she was abandoning Gu Mashing. So be it. He was a grown man. It wasn't as if he couldn't take care of himself. She hadn't realized that Gu Mashing had become so dramatic these days. Gu Mashing, will you agree or not? I don't agree, Gu Mashing said. Jiang Yu smiled coldly after hearing Gu Mashing's response. She knew that Gu Mashing would not agree. But she had just come up with an idea. Then, I have no choice but to take care of Lise first. I will bring Mian Mian back, and you take care of Junjun. It wasn't that she was abandoning her son, but that Lise's condition was unclear right now, and she couldn't ignore it. By comparison, her son had only lost his memory, and had no other discomfort. His symptoms were considered mild. The light in Gu Mashing's eyes completely disappeared. So in Jiang Yu's heart, for the sake of others, she would still abandon her husband and child without hesitation, just like she had done several years ago. Gu Mashing was not willing to accept it. Why? Why could Jiang Yu abandon him and their son time and time again? The man's desire to win was rising quietly. Gu Mashing offered another idea. Alright, I agree to let you take Junjun away, but I also have a request. You have to agree to work with me to research drugs for Junjun. Jiang Yu had completely forgotten about this. She had not agreed to Gu Mashing in the first place, because she did not want to work with Gu Mashing and because Lise was already working on it, and might succeed. But now, Lise's research results had turned into an accident, and it was unknown when they would be able to develop the drug. She thought about it, Gu Mashing had already agreed to let her take her son, so it was reasonable for her to agree to Gu Mashing's request. If the two of them worked together, and they could really develop a drug to save their son, it could be a win-win situation. Okay, I agree, Jiang Yu said. Gu Mashing relaxed slightly after hearing Jiang Yu's agreement. Tonight, Jiang Yu hired a professional caregiver to take care of Lise, and returned with Gu Mashing to pack things up. On the way, Jiang Yu sat in the passenger seat of Gu Mashing's car. Jiang Yu didn't know, but no one had sat in the seat since she had divorced. The air in the car was silent. Gu Mashing focused on the road ahead, and Jiang Yu remained quiet. How should we explain it to Junjun when we get back? Gu Mashing asked. The reason they were living together was to allow Junjun to calm down and create a harmonious family atmosphere at first. Now that Jiang Yu was about to take Junjun away, they would have to separate, and the lie would also be discovered by Junjun, that they had actually already divorced. Jiang Yu did not plan to tell Junjun about their divorce yet, and said to Gu Mashing. Junjun's emotions have only stabilized for a few days. I can't let him experience any more shocks. I'll tell him you're busy lately, and that it's not convenient for people to bother the house, so I'm taking him out for a few days. Gu Mashing sneered at Jiang Yu's flawless lie. At the red light, he stepped on the brake and turned to stare into Jiang Yu's eyes. I remember you saying before that Junjun lied. Now I reasonably suspect that even if he is lying, he is inheriting your genes. Jiang Yu also turned to glare at Gu Mashing. What do you know? Even if I'm lying, it's a white lie, and it's all for the sake of my son. It's a lie in the first place. If you truly cared for your son, you wouldn't have chosen to divorce in the first place. Gu Mashing refused to back down, eloquently debating with Jiang Yu in the car. In front of other people, he was like a dumb man who only had a cold face when dealing with work, but in front of Jiang Yu, Gu Mashing discovered that he was becoming more and more articulate. I think I should call you master now. What? Jiang Yu couldn't understand what Gu Mashing's sudden comment meant. Gu Mashing rested his elbow on the lowered car window, lazily stroking his chiseled chin. I think being with you really helps to develop eloquence. Jiang Yu could hear that Gu Mashing was mocking her, and she opened her mouth, raising her voice to remind him, the light is green, let's go. Tonight, they couldn't move. When Jiang Yu got to the Gu residence, she put her son and daughter to sleep. The next day, she explained things to Junjun, and left Gu Mashing's home with the children. Gu Mashing stood by the window, watching Jiang Yu take the children, and disappear in front of his house. Even after they were gone, he stood there for a long time. Even butler Zhou, when he saw him like this, could not help but sigh and shake his head. For the next week, Gu Mashing would still see his son, because he was Gu Yanjun's father. Jiang Yu would not stop him from seeing Junjun. But because he had said he was going on a business trip, Gu Mashing could only go to Jiang Yu's home for a quick look before having to leave. During these days, Gu Mashing had not actively contacted Ning Yu, and Ning Yu had also unusually not harassed him. This was all because Ning Yu was being harassed by Du Haiyang. Chapter 49, Misunderstanding. After kidnapping Gu Mashing's son, Du Haiyang had been lying low for a long time. Once he felt that it was finally safe, he had gone to find Ning Yu again. Yu, did you think that you could avoid me just by not seeing me? It was not surprising that Du Haiyang had come to find Ning Yu. She had already given up on this man and was even very cold toward him. Finding that something was not right, Du Haiyang asked, "What's wrong with you? Why are you like you're half dead? Does being with me make you so hopeless?" Ning Yu said indifferently, "I'm no different from a walking corpse now. If you continue to appear, I will tell Gu Mashing that you were the one who kidnapped his son." Du Haiyang was not afraid. "Then I will say it was you who told me to do it." Ning Yu twitched her lips, and laughed contemptuously. "Then let's see if Gu Mashing will believe your nonsense." Ning Yu knew exactly what her image was in Gu Mashing's heart. For the past few years, she had always appeared before Gu Mashing with the image of a gentle innocent woman, who would be scared to death if she saw a bug. If someone suddenly told Gu Mashing that she was the one who had instigated the kidnapping, Gu Mashing would never believe it. Du Haiyang didn't even want to take that risk. He only wanted to marry Ning Yu. "I promise you, I will help you get rid of Jiang Yu, but you have to keep your word, and marry me after it's done." Ning Yu's eyes regained their light. As long as she agreed to Du Haiyang, she would have one more companion who wanted to get rid of Jiang Yu, which was a guaranteed profit. She had to do it. Are you telling the truth? Whether Ning Yu would marry him or not was one thing, but getting rid of Jiang Yu was the main thing. It's true, if I'm lying, I'm not a man. Du Haiyang expressed his position to Ning Yu, that he would definitely help her. Although he did not know what the result would be, Ning Yu was very happy that Du Haiyang was on her side. After Du Haiyang had told Ning Yu his plan, Ning Yu nodded. "I think it will work. Be careful." Du Haiyang assured Ning Yu, "You are my woman. If anyone bullies you, I will make them die." After Ning Yu had seen Du Haiyang off, she revealed a sinister smile. "Jiang Yu, let's see how you'll escape this time." Thinking about how she had angered Gu Mashing last time, Ning Yu had not contacted Gu Mashing for several days. She was thinking about how to meet Gu Mashing without making him resent her. Gu Mashing was extremely busy. Ever since he and Jiang Yu had separated, he had fewer opportunities to see his son, and when he returned home, it was no longer as lively as it had been before. Although Jiang Yu would always argue with him when she was at home, Gu Mashing thought it had a certain spark to it. Now, he was missing those days of arguing. "Sir, the things you asked me to prepare have been prepared, and we can depart." After they had separated, Gu Mashing would often find reasons to go see Gu Yanjun. Today, the reason was to deliver Junjun's favorite toys. He knocked on Jiang Yu's door, and the other party was very impatient. "Gu Mashing, why are you here?" "I came to see my son, is that not allowed?" Facing Jiang Yu's impatience, Gu Mashing did not understand at all. He pushed past Jiang Yu's body and entered the house. "Daddy, you're here." When the two children saw that Gu Mashing had come, they held on to his legs, preventing Gu Mashing from moving. "Daddy didn't come empty-handed, Daddy brought you gifts." Gu Mashing not only brought Gu Yanjun's toys, but also had butler Zhou buy many new toys and brought them along so that the two children could play. Seeing the new toys, the two children loved Gu Mashing to death again. "Do you love Daddy more, or Mommy more?" Just a friendly reminder, if you love Daddy, there will be more toys next time. "I love Daddy, I love Daddy." "I love you too, my Daddy." Both children chose Gu Mashing without any hesitation. Jiang Mianmian even wanted to climb onto Gu Mashing and kiss his face. Gu Mashing looked at Jiang Yu, looking surprised and flattered. Jiang Yu scoffed at Gu Mashing's underhanded methods. "The things have been delivered, aren't you busy? Go quickly." These days, Jiang Yu felt incredibly happy taking care of her son and daughter. It was great not having anyone annoying her. This was an eviction order. Gu Mashing had nothing to do tonight, and he wanted to spend more time with his son. Can I stay tonight? Gu Mashing asked. Jiang Yu thought she had misheard. This was her home. Why would Gu Mashing stay? I'm not busy tonight, you can take a rest and I'll take care of Junjun. Gu Mashing said very politely, and Jiang Yu didn't know how to argue. No, I can manage. Gu Mashing knew that this would be the result. He did not give up, and said again, Jiang Yu, don't force yourself. Don't you still have to take care of your man? Can you manage taking care of so many people? Would it kill you to say thank you for my help? Jiang Yu looked at Gu Mashing in surprise. Why was he so articulate today? Where is your man? When Gu Mashing came in, he wanted to see where Li Zhe was, but there was no one on the second floor. Why are you looking for him? This was truly a strange sight. It was the first time she had seen her ex-husband searching the whole house for her boyfriend. You go take care of your little husband, and I'll take care of my son and daughter. Since Gu Mashing couldn't find anyone, he told Jiang Yu to go take care of other people, and that he would take care of their son and daughter. Jiang Yu could not accept his behavior. Heh, Gu Mashing, you need to be clear. Our son is both of ours, but our daughter is not, so don't make it sound like it's true. Gu Mashing crossed his arms. So what if it's true or not? If I help you take some pressure off, why do you keep disagreeing with me? Jiang Yu just didn't want Gu Mashing to stay. Whenever Gu Mashing was there, they would always argue, but if he wasn't there, they were at least much more harmonious. Gu Mashing ignored Jiang Yu and kept playing with Gu Yanjun. Jiang Yu saw that Gu Yanjun was getting very close to his father at this moment, and she temporarily ignored Gu Mashing. Li Zhe's room was on the second floor. When Jiang Yu went upstairs, Li Zhe's eyes were fixed on Jiang Yu. So he was on the second floor. Jiang Yu and the children lived on the first floor and didn't live together. Gu Mashing was relieved. His son had not been in contact with other men. If Jiang Yu had taken the opportunity to have Gu Yanjun call other men dad, then that would have been the end. The sound of Gu Mashing playing with the children came from downstairs. Li Zhe asked Jiang Yu. Who's here? Jiang Yu was holding the Chinese medicine she had prepared for Li Zhe. She said coldly, it's the children's father. He was worried about the children being with me, so he came to check up on us. Li Zhe nodded and looked at Jiang Yu. I think he might still have feelings for you, and he wants to get back together? Jiang Yu felt disgusted. How is that possible? I will never forgive someone who cheats. Men who cheat will only do it 0 times and countless times. You must never have a soft heart. Li Zhe smiled reluctantly. Perhaps it was just a misunderstanding between you two? If he hadn't cheated, would you go back to his side? Chapter 50, Sleeping While Holding You. Perhaps it was just a misunderstanding between you two? If he hadn't cheated, would you go back to his side? Would I forgive him? Jiang Yu thought for a moment, but she still shook her head. How could I? As long as he makes me feel sad, then there is no room for reconciliation. Jiang Yu's tone was decisive, with no hesitation. Jiang Yu, no matter what, I hope you are happy. I had thought I could make you happy, but when I realized that I couldn't, I really wanted you to meet your happiness again. Li Zhe looked at Jiang Yu with relief. He felt like he might not be able to stay with Jiang Yu forever, so he hoped that Jiang Yu could meet a good person again, and be happy for the rest of her life. Jiang Yu did not agree with Li Zhe, and retorted, your living well is my greatest happiness. Everyone around me can make me happy. Happiness is not only brought by love, family, and friendship can bring it too. Li Zhe did not want to argue with Jiang Yu anymore. As always, Jiang Yu was very strong and independent. He wasn't worried that she would not do well, because people with abilities were never short of courage to start again. But she did not want Jiang Yu to miss her happiness. Are you here? Gu Mashing didn't know when he had appeared at the door of the room. He had originally been downstairs, but for some reason he had gone upstairs and walked to the room where Li Zhe was. I just thought I should come up to say hello to the master of the house. Gu Mashing was very tall. Even when Li Zhe was standing up, he did not have as strong an aura as Gu Mashing. Now that he was lying there weakly, he was looking up at Gu Mashing with an admiring gaze. Hello, we meet again. Li Zhe greeted him first, and Gu Mashing also nodded. They had met a few times briefly because of Jiang Yu, but they were not strangers to each other. Gu Mosheng's intuition told him that they could not stand each other, and even had some hostility between them. Jiang Yu ignored Gu Mosheng, and was holding the medicine in her hand, about to feed it to Lizzie. Gu Mosheng stared at the hand feeding the medicine, and made a mental note about Jiang Yu. This woman had never taken care of him so carefully. Mr. Li, don't worry. If you are willing, I will introduce you to the most authoritative doctors in the world to treat your illness. This was because Gu Mosheng had heard Jiang Yu say that Lizzie had become like this because he had been testing the drug for Junjun. As Lizzie's father, I am very grateful. So rest assured, I will be responsible for your medical expenses. Lizzie looked at Gu Mosheng, and laughed softly in his heart. Why look for a reputable doctor, when the best doctor was right in front of him? Jiang Yu could do more than just treat insomnia. Thank you, but that is not necessary. I feel much better now. After Lizzie had finished drinking the medicine, he continued to rest. Jiang Yu told Gu Mosheng to go out, and she gently closed the door to Lizzie's room. You are not allowed to come upstairs and disturb Lizzie next time without my permission. Gu Mosheng pinched his eyebrows and said indifferently, okay, I won't come upstairs to disturb the two of you. With that, Gu Mosheng went downstairs by himself. Gu Mosheng truly kept his word and stayed at Jiang Yu's house and did not go back. During these days of living together, the children had become very attached to Lizzie. Jiang Yu could also feel that with both parents. At home, the children were happier, and were more active in doing things. It was much easier than taking care of them by herself. But she did not know how long this happy life could last. With Ming Yu, it might just be a moment of happiness and ease. The mistress was truly a menace. She hated mistresses who broke up other people's families more than anything else in this life. After dinner, Jiang Yu was going to prepare a separate room for Gu Mosheng. She was not willing to let Gu Mosheng sleep in the same bed as her. Disgusting. When she was about to finish preparing, Jiang Mianmian, who was playing, suddenly started crying loudly. What's wrong? Jiang Yu immediately came out and hugged Mianmian, thinking that she had fallen or had a quarrel with her brother, but Gu Yanjun looked at Jiang Yu with innocent eyes, and shrugged, I don't know either, she was playing, and then she suddenly started crying. Gu Mosheng also came forward and asked Mianmian what was wrong, but Mianmian just wouldn't say it. She kept sobbing, and no one knew why she would cry all of a sudden. After coaxing her for a long time, she was still crying for no reason. Gu Mosheng frowned, is she possessed by an evil spirit? Jiang Yu, can you try to appease her spirit? I heard that helps. When he was a child, he remembered that once when he was crying, his mother had appeased his spirit and he was fine after that. Gu Mosheng, I didn't expect a president like you to believe in feudal superstitions. I won't do it. If you want to do it, you can do it yourself. Gu Mosheng didn't know how to do it either. Jiang Mianmian was still crying, but she didn't want Jiang Yu to hold her. She kept clinging to Gu Mosheng. Jiang Yu didn't know what to do either, so she could only have Gu Mosheng comfort Jiang Mianmian. Soon after, Jiang Mianmian was feeling sleepy, so Gu Mosheng was about to hold her and coax her to sleep. Lying on Jiang Yu's big bed, Gu Mosheng could smell the woman's faint perfume on the sheets and bedding. Gu Mosheng hadn't smelled that scent on Jiang Yu for a few days, and it smelled really good, very comforting, very healing. Jiang Yu had just changed the bed sheets, so she naturally did not want Gu Mosheng to sleep on it. She softly ordered him to coax Mianmian to sleep, and then go back to the room next door, to sleep. Gu Mosheng looked helpless while holding Mianmian. His eyes were clearly saying, there's nothing I can do, my daughter insists on me putting her to sleep. In the end, Jiang Mianmian had truly fallen asleep, but she would cry as soon as she was touched. Jiang Yu also gave up, and Gu Mosheng naturally lay on the large bed to rest, and he also began to doze off. Jiang Yu's bed was big and soft, as if it had some kind of magical power. As soon as Gu Mosheng's head touched the pillow, he wanted to fall asleep. Gu Yanjun also lay down, leaving a place for Mommy in the middle, so that she and Mianmian could sleep together. This way, when Mianmian woke up, she would be very happy since she had her dad and mom on either side. Mommy, why aren't you getting into bed to sleep? Do you really hate sleeping with Daddy? From the beginning, Gu Yanjun felt like Mommy didn't want Daddy to sleep with them. Jiang Yu shook her head, no. Mommy hates sleeping with Daddy every day. To dispel her son's doubts, Jiang Yu forced herself to lie down beside Jiang Mianmian. Mianmian was small, and she was almost sleeping next to Gumasheng. The last time they had slept together had been while they were asleep, so she had only felt discomfort after waking up. But this time, they were going to sleep together while awake. The torment in her heart was very obvious. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt that Gumasheng, with his eyes closed, was getting closer to her, and the two were getting even closer. Jiang Yu forced herself to close her eyes, trying not to think about the fact that she was sleeping with Gumasheng, comforting herself that there was still Jiang Mianmian in the middle. Who knew that when she woke up the next day, Jiang Mianmian was gone, and the one Gumasheng was holding in his arms was actually her. Chapter 51, Finding Yu. Gumasheng's breath mingled with Jiang Yu's, startling her and making her want to push him away. However, the man was too strong, and instead of pushing him off, she ended up waking him. Their eyes met, Jiang Yu's resentful gaze clashing with Gumasheng's just awakened one. Before the man could even react, Jiang Yu pushed him away again. Thud. Jiang Yu's force was so great that Gumasheng fell to the floor. Clutching his bruised back, Gumasheng frowned and questioned Jiang Yu, "What are you doing?" Jiang Yu stood up and retorted, "Pervert." They were no longer married. Yet, Gumasheng had held her in his sleep. She couldn't help but wonder if he had done it on purpose. "What nonsense are you spouting? I was asleep and didn't know I was holding you. Don't use such harsh words." Jiang Yu grabbed the pillow Gumasheng had used and threw it at him. "Now that you're awake, get out." Gumasheng stood up, glaring at Jiang Yu. "Fine, you win." His back was throbbing. Luckily, his previous knife wound had almost healed, otherwise, it would have been ripped open again. The children were still asleep, Jiang Mianmian and Gu Yanjun snuggled together. With Jiang Yu present, Gumasheng didn't linger. He left the room to wash up. At breakfast, the children woke up, washed, and ate. Jiang Yu, as usual, went to check on Lizzie. She took his pulse and was relieved to see his condition was steadily improving. However, Lizzie had an early morning secret for her, one that wasn't entirely surprising. "My people called me last night. They found someone who might be connected to Junjun's kidnapping." Jiang Yu's eyes darkened. "Who is it?" Lizzie replied, "Du Haiyang." Jiang Yu didn't know the name. She continued to stare at Lizzie with a searching look. According to the investigation, Du Haiyang had a relationship with Ning Yu abroad. He has returned to the country and is now in B City. Jiang Yu could barely contain the hatred that was swelling up in her eyes. "Are you saying you're certain that Ning Yu is involved in this?" Lizzie nodded. "At least, that's what I think. But we can't find any direct evidence of Ning Yu's involvement. We might need some time to figure out a way." Without proof of Ning Yu's direct participation, even if it was an open secret, they couldn't touch her. It was like someone dying after being bullied by another. Everyone knew the enemy was likely responsible, but without evidence, it remained just suspicion, and it meant nothing. As much as Jiang Yu hated Ning Yu, she had to be patient. "I understand. You should take your medicine first." Jiang Yu brought food for Lizzie. When she went downstairs, she saw Gumasheng standing at the bottom of the stairs, talking on the phone. Yu, I'm not blaming you. We can talk about it after Junjun is better." Seeing Jiang Yu descend, Gumasheng hung up. Hearing Ning Yu's name, Jiang Yu thought of Liz's findings, and gave Gumasheng a cold look. Gumasheng was used to Jiang Yu's treatment of him. "Jiang Yu, don't forget our cooperation. The children are here with you now. You have to cooperate with me on the drug research too." Jiang Yu had not forgotten this. She had no intention of going back on her agreement with Gumasheng. "Okay." Jiang Yu agreed to go to the lab with Gumasheng after breakfast. Everyone at home had eaten except for Jiang Yu. Gumasheng sat on the sofa, scrolling on his phone as he waited for Jiang Yu. Sometime later, Jiang Mianmian padded upstairs and slipped into Liz's room. "Uncle Lize, I slept with Daddy last night, and Mommy too. Our family of 4 slept together again." After little Mianmian spoke, Liz's heart twisted. Though the child was innocent, her words still made him uncomfortable. "Mianmian, do you like that uncle very much?" Jiang Mianmian realized she no longer disliked the bad uncle, so she nodded. "Yes, Mianmian likes uncle, and Uncle Lee, and Mommy, and Junjun. We are a happy family of 5. A family of 5? Lise could only laugh bitterly. This child was still too young to understand what a love rival was. Between him and Gu Masheng, only one could be at Jiang Yu's side. Lise touched Jiang Yu's head and asked, if only one of us could be with you, me or the bad uncle, who would Mian Mian want to stay? Jiang Mian had heard from her mother that, when faced with an either/or question, it was best to not offend either side. I don't know. Mian Mian doesn't know. Mian Mian wants to go play now. Uncle, rest well. Goodbye. Jiang Mian skipped down the stairs. Lise shook his head and smiled helplessly, what a little clever clogs. Jiang Yu went up to tell Lise she was going to the lab with Gu Masheng to see if they could find a cure for their son. Lise nodded and watched Jiang Yu leave. Then, Jiang Yu went to Jiang Mian, knelt down and asked, Mommy has to go out for a while. Can you take care of your brother? Usually, it was the brother who took care of the sister, but Jiang Yu was confident in little Mian's resourcefulness. She knew she could take care of Gu Yanjun. Don't worry, Mommy. You and Daddy go do what you need to. I'll take care of my brother. Jiang Yu was obviously relieved. She kissed Mian and left with Gu Masheng. Gu Masheng was driving Jiang Yu again. The two barely spoke on the way. Halfway there, while waiting for a red light, Gu Masheng suddenly took out a black silk blindfold and asked Jiang Yu to wear it. Put this over your eyes. My lab is a secret base, so I can't reveal its location. Please bear with the blindfold. Jiang Yu took the blindfold, a little skeptical. Gu Masheng, are you planning another trick? Gu Masheng shook his head. If you don't wear it, our cooperation will have to stop. Fine, I'll wear it. Jiang Yu tied the blindfold around her eyes. To check if it was secure, Gu Masheng leaned halfway over her seat, assessing its concealment. Gu Masheng was nearly on top of Jiang Yu, and his gaze involuntarily fell on her high nose bridge and full lips. The man couldn't help but swallow, as an unseen temptation stirred up a fire within Gu Masheng. How nice it would be if Jiang Yu was as docile as she used to be. Beep beep beep. The green light came on without him noticing, and those behind him were honking at him to move. Gu Masheng pressed on the gas, and the car sped forward. Jiang Yu, blinded, sat in the car, unable to see anything. It was the first time she had been blindfolded in a car and had no idea where she was being taken. After about 40 minutes, Gu Masheng stopped the car. Jiang Yu tried to remove the blindfold, but a large hand suddenly covered her eyes. Not yet. Just wait. Chapter 52, Do You Still Love Me? Gu Masheng's hand circled around Jiang Yu from behind, his warm palms covering her eye sockets, blocking out the light. With her vision obscured, Jiang Yu instinctively felt like a blind person, reaching out to touch whatever was in front of her in order to feel secure. At that moment, Jiang Yu had to rely entirely on Gu Masheng to guide her step by step. Careful. Gu Masheng's warning rang out. Jiang Yu had missed a step, almost tripping on the staircase. Gu Masheng grabbed her arm, steadying her. Gu Masheng, what are you up to? Have we arrived yet? Are we done? It feels like we've already gone indoors. Gu Masheng did not immediately answer. His hands held tightly onto her, slowly transitioning into a half-hug, half-supportive posture. Jiang Yu, focused on her footing, didn't notice that their stance had become so intimate. After another 2 minutes, Gu Masheng whispered in her ear, not rushing her. Why the rush? We'll be there soon. This time, they walked for 10 minutes. Gu Masheng finally let go of her hands, allowing Jiang Yu to see what was ahead of her. Jiang Yu looked back at their surroundings. The entrance was only 50 meters away. She angrily questioned Gu Masheng, were you doing this on purpose? It was only a little distance, but you made me walk for a full 10 minutes? Gu Masheng coldly brushed it off, acting as if nothing had happened. I was just afraid you might fall, so I walked slower. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. She didn't want to argue with him again. This is your lab? Gu Masheng's lab was not as luxurious as Jiang Yu had imagined. The equipment, however, was top of the line, the most advanced. Gu Masheng lit a cigarette. This place used to be an abandoned hospital. Later, someone leased it and turned it into a haunted house. A few years ago, the owner's business wasn't doing well, so they went bankrupt. I bought it, and I use it specifically for research. Jiang Yu nodded in affirmation. You certainly are Gumasheng. Your business acumen is unmatched. This place is cheap and well hidden. Because of the horror theme, regular people won't come here either. Not bad. Hearing Jiang Yu's praise, Gumasheng's lips curled into a slight smile, which quickly disappeared. He distanced himself from Jiang Yu, took a puff of his cigarette, threw it on the ground and crushed it before walking up to her and saying, "Feel free to ask for whatever you need. You're the only one who's ever been here. If you need help, I can transfer some assistants from another district for you." Gumasheng had learned of Jiang Yu's outstanding medical skills during their time together. He had much more to learn about her. Gumasheng's attitude was kind, but Jiang Yu shrugged. So your role here is to be my personal chauffeur, responsible for driving me to and from work? In their early days of marriage, when Gumasheng went to work and Jiang Yu was a full-time wife, in the midst of their honeymoon period, she would often drive him to work herself. For some unknown reason, these long-forgotten memories of sweetness would always come up unexpectedly. Unfortunately, all that was in the past. Jiang Yu forced herself to forget it all, but Gumasheng always seemed to bring them up. That wouldn't be out of the question. I remember you used to drive me to work. Gumasheng also recalled those times. Gumasheng, we can't go back to the past. You should forget those memories. Gumasheng's gaze deepened. Can you forget them? If you can forget, I can too. Jiang Yu gritted her teeth. I don't remember. Gumasheng, I've forgotten everything about you. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Gumasheng's face turned gradually darker. I've forgotten everything as well. Jiang Yu, don't be self-absorbed. Do you think I remember you because I still love you? It's not like that. Gumasheng, I want to ask you. Did you ever love me? She wanted to know if he had only married her because he had been rescued. No. Gumasheng's answer made Jiang Yu feel as though she had sunk into freezing water. Was it unexpected? Wasn't this already a certainty? What exactly was she hoping for? Jiang Yu let out a cold laugh, ha. Gumasheng, I wish you and your Yu happiness. Whether it was out of spite or something else, Gumasheng surprisingly replied, I also wish you and Lise happiness. Lately, he had also begun to suspect that Mianmian was not Lise's child, but Jiang Yu's with another man. Otherwise, Jiang Mianmian would call Lise dad. Now, in Gumasheng's eyes, Jiang Yu was nothing more than a woman who slept around. Jiang Yu organized some information in the morning and gave it to Gumasheng in the afternoon. According to this list, give it to your technicians to conduct drug ratio experiments. This was their first attempt. If it didn't work, they could try again. Gumasheng stayed away while Jiang Yu was organizing. He smoked while occasionally glancing at the busy Jiang Yu. I didn't expect you to work so fast. I was just wondering how we were going to deal with lunch. What do you want to eat? I'll take you to get something. I remember you used to like Thai food. I know a really good place. Jiang Yu rejected Gumasheng's kind offer. I stopped eating Thai food a long time ago, Gumasheng. The distance between us has widened quite a bit. Gumasheng silently looked at Jiang Yu, a feeling of displeasure forming in his heart. Let's go home. I want to eat with the children. As soon as Jiang Yu finished speaking, Gumasheng immediately interjected. Is it because you want to eat with the children or because you're worried about your man not being taken care of at lunchtime? Jiang Yu rolled her eyes at Gumasheng. You're just being unreasonable. I've told you already that Lise is like this because of Junjun, so isn't it right for me to take care of him? So I hit on the right note, didn't I? You just want to go back because you're worried about that man, right? Gumasheng's arguments were just outrageous. Jiang Yu was exhausted from working in the morning and didn't have the energy to argue with Gumasheng. Yes, you're right about everything. Say whatever you want. I'm going home. Jiang Yu walked straight out. Gumasheng grabbed her and pulled her into his embrace, tightly hugging her. What are you doing? Let go of me, Gumasheng. Have you lost your mind? Jiang Yu struggled frantically, but in Gumasheng's arms, she was like a tiny rabbit, unable to move. Gumasheng's hand held onto Jiang Yu's slender waist. He lowered his head, their faces almost touching. Jiang Yu also raised her head, glaring at Gu Masheng with her eyes wider than his. Let me tell you, Gu Masheng. I will absolutely not give in to you. For some reason, looking at the woman who was like an agitated rabbit, Gu Masheng suddenly felt half his anger dissipate. Jiang Yu's full lips were close enough to touch, pouting angrily. He suddenly had the urge to lower his head and mercilessly ravish them. Finally, Gu Masheng curved his lips into a smile. Jiang Yu, do you still love me? Chapter 53, Getting Burned. Gu Masheng, then what about you? Do you still love me? Jiang Yu had unexpectedly thrown the question back at him, and he was stunned. Did he still love Jiang Yu? His OCD was serious, and he would not allow his woman to be touched by another man, especially since Jiang Yu already had a child with someone else. Let's go. Gu Masheng suddenly let go of Jiang Yu, reached out to adjust her blindfold, and no longer answered the question. Even though her eyes were covered, Jiang Yu still said to Gu Masheng, since we no longer love each other, don't ask such pointless questions anymore. From now on, everything is for Junjun. Gu Masheng walked forward silently, supporting Jiang Yu as she got into the car. Jiang Yu recalled Gu Masheng holding her earlier. She hadn't felt even a hint of shyness or excitement. She probably didn't love Gu Masheng anymore, and Gu Masheng was just trying to embarrass her. Jiang Yu still remembered the last time she had a video call with Gu Masheng. She clearly saw how intimate he and Ming Yu had been, in the water, hugging. All this was real, something she had witnessed with her own eyes. Whether it was before or now, Gu Masheng and Ming Yu, despite their denials, had indeed cheated on her. This time, after driving Jiang Yu home, Gu Masheng did not go upstairs, but instead returned to his own place. As soon as he got home, the man threw off his suit, looking unhappy. It was only when there was movement in the house that he warily asked, "Who's there?" "Brother Masheng, don't shout. It's me." Ming Yu walked out of Gu Masheng's bedroom. Gu Masheng couldn't recall ever telling Ming Yu the password to his house. "What are you doing at my place?" "Brother Masheng, have you forgotten? The last time you got drunk, I brought you home, and you told me the password." Gu Masheng thought for a moment. That had happened a year ago, something he couldn't remember clearly. "Then what were you doing in my bedroom?" Ming Yu explained, "Brother Masheng, I was sorry for what happened last time. I came to apologize, but since you weren't home, I just went to your bedroom to rest for a bit." Ming Yu wasn't about to tell Gu Masheng that she went to the bedroom to take photos. She had previously used this simple trick to fool Gu Masheng and Jiang Yu, making them go around in circles and causing their divorce. However, in front of Gu Masheng, she was only offering a proper explanation, not daring to get any closer to him, worried that she might ruin the hard-earned peaceful atmosphere. Gu Masheng was a little tired that day. After clarifying what had happened, he only let out a in acknowledgement. "Brother Masheng, are you not feeling well?" Ming Yu walked over and massaged Gu Masheng's temples. Gu Masheng suddenly grabbed Ming Yu's hand, making her heart skip a beat. After all, Gu Masheng rarely made such an initiative. Ming Yu's voice was gentle, like a soft spring breeze. "Brother Masheng, what are you doing?" "Yu, I want to rest. If you have nothing to do, please go home." Gu Masheng knew very well that massages were useless. For him to rest properly, he could only rely on Mian's singing and Jiang Yu's cooking. Nobody else would do. Ming Yu, rejected by Gu Masheng, instantly reverted to her cold demeanor. She said with disappointment, "I'll go then. Rest early." Now wasn't the right time for her to force her stay. Ming Yu had no choice but to leave. As soon as she was downstairs, Ming Yu called Du Haiyang. "Didn't you say you were going to deal with that woman? Why hasn't anything happened?" At that moment, Du Haiyang was wearing a baseball cap, hiding behind a tree, observing every movement within the house. Jiang Yu was putting things away. The two children were playing. "Ming Yu, you're really despicable. People are so happy with their children, why do you want her dead?" Ming Yu did not expect Du Haiyang to say such a thing. She retorted, "Stop talking nonsense. There's no turning back now. If she doesn't disappear from this world, then you and I will probably disappear." Okay, I understand. I promise to make this woman disappear, but I won't touch the children. I wouldn't do such a heartless thing as to hurt such young children." Du Haiyang still held on to his last bit of morality. Ning Yu impatiently said, whatever. As long as Jiang Yu is gone, everything will be easier. Du Haiyang hung up the phone, ready to take action. Jiang Yu was in the house, preparing to put Jiang Mianmian and Junjun to bed, when she suddenly saw flames rising high outside the courtyard. Mommy, there's a fire outside. Through the glass window, Jiang Mianmian saw a raging fire. If it wasn't stopped soon, it could reach the house. You two stay here. Mommy will go take a look. There was a fire at their doorstep for no reason. Jiang Yu suspected something was wrong. As soon as she opened the yard gate, she was grabbed by Du Haiyang, who had been hiding on the side. The man had prepared several cans of gasoline, which he poured in front of Jiang Yu's house. He had been planning to wait until she came out and then douse her with gasoline. When the flames rose up, even if she didn't die, she would be horribly disfigured. He was curious to see how Gumashing would like the ugly hag then. Before the man could act, Jiang Yu, quick-witted and sharp-eyed, noticed the stranger who had suddenly appeared. The gasoline was about to be thrown at her, so she kicked out a leg. The gasoline changed direction, and it splashed all over the man. The flames smelled the scent of the gasoline and instantly climbed up onto the man with the help of the wind. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. Du Haiyang hadn't expected the gasoline to splash on himself. He rapidly jumped around, rolling around on the ground, attempting to put out the flames. Jiang Yu frowned, looking at the man. The more she looked, the more familiar he became. She suddenly remembered who he was. Isn't this the man who kidnapped Junjun? Why is he at my doorstep, and why is he trying to burn me alive? What a cruel heart. Jiang Yu went to find the fire extinguisher to put out the fire at the entrance. By the time she returned, the man was gone with his body covered in smoke. There was a pond nearby. Jiang Yu clearly saw the man run into the pond. After the flames were extinguished, he drove off in a car and disappeared. Ning Yu, it's you again. She didn't have any grudges with anyone. This person had tried to kill her and her son multiple times. If it wasn't the doing of Ning Yu, that vile snake, who else could it be? What happened? Mommy is so scared. Jiang Mianmian and Gu Yanjun saw Jiang Yu putting out the fire and ran out from the house. Li Zhe also struggled to stand up, wanting to check out what was happening with the children. Jiang Yu, what happened? Are you all right? Li Zhe asked. Do you remember the mastermind who kidnapped Junjun? That man just now looks a lot like him, and he tried to douse me in gasoline and burn me to death. I suspect. Li Zhe, you suspect that Ning Yu is still behind this? Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed fiercely. She stated with certainty, in this world, besides Ning Yu, there is no one who wants me dead. Chapter 54, In the Name of Love. Jiang Yu, do you suspect that man did all of this because Ning Yu directed him? Li Zhe asked while helping Jiang Yu put out the fire at the entrance of her home, trying to guess what happened. Jiang Yu took out her phone and recorded a video of the fire at her door and sent it to Gumasheng. Then, she continued to put out the fire with Li Zhe. Other than Ning Yu, there is no one else. Jiang Yu stated with certainty this time. Her instincts wouldn't be wrong. Ning Yu was now even colluding with her ex-boyfriend to deal with her. She didn't know what benefits Ning Yu had given her ex-boyfriend. The man who ran away would have definitely been burned. His hatred for her would probably only deepen in the future. Li Zhe, we have to resolve this as soon as possible. That man is Ning Yu's accomplice. We must eliminate him, or we'll have endless troubles in the future. Alright, I will find the evidence as soon as possible and bring him to justice. Li Zhe was still very weak. Jiang Yu wanted him to go back inside while she took care of everything, but Li Zhe shook his head, unwilling. I'm fine. I'm really worried about letting you handle this alone right now. It was so dangerous today. Jiang Yu, I'm sorry. I wasn't able to protect you well. Jiang Yu shook her head, you were already great. When you get better, you can protect me again. Li Zhe nodded, looking at Jiang Yu, who had a black face from putting out the fire, looking like she had soot on her face. He couldn't help but laugh. Look at you. I'll go get a wet wipe to wipe your face. After speaking, Li Zhe turned around to get the wet wipes, took out two, and reached out to wipe Jiang Yu's face. His gaze was soft as he looked at Jiang Yu's face, carefully cleaning the soot from her face. This scene was seen by Gu Masheng, who had rushed over anxiously. The man stopped in his tracks, standing not too far away, watching this intimate moment between a man and a woman. Although Jiang Yu had her back to him, Gu Masheng could see Lise's soft, doting gaze. The man's instincts told him that Lise wanted to marry Jiang Yu, that he loved her very, very deeply. Then, he looked at Jiang Yu, who was willingly presenting her face for Lise to wipe, looking like she was worth nothing. The temperature around Gu Masheng dropped to below 0 degrees Celsius. Jiang Yu. Gu Masheng's voice made Jiang Yu know that he had seen the video she sent and come. You're here? As soon as Gu Masheng arrived, Jiang Yu turned around. Lise held a wet wipe in his hand. Jiang Yu gave him no further chance to wipe her face. She had already turned to talk to Gu Masheng, leaving him to silently hold the wet wipe in his palm. I thought you were burned to death. Gu Masheng's words were like those of an enemy of 800 years, so Jiang Yu didn't hold back either. Gu Masheng, you really wish I was dead every minute of every day. Unfortunately, I have a tough life and nothing happened to me. Are you disappointed? Although Jiang Yu's words were unpleasant, Gu Masheng still felt relieved to hear that she was okay and could even argue with him. What do you mean by sending me a video? Returning to the topic, Jiang Yu spoke to Gu Masheng. Naturally, I wanted to ask you to do me a favor. Help me investigate who that man in the video is. I suspect he wanted to burn us to death. Such a deliberate arsonist, and it happened at Jiang Yu's door. From the first second he saw the video, Gu Masheng had suspected that the person was targeting his son. At the time, Gu Masheng had already sent the video to his subordinates, asking them to investigate. Jiang Yu, starting today, I'm officially moving into your house. Gu Masheng didn't say he would help with the investigation. Instead, he shamelessly said he would live in her house. Naturally, Jiang Yu was confused and frowned. Gu Masheng, what are you doing? I asked you to help me investigate, but you're talking about living in my house. Gu Masheng straightened up and explained to Jiang Yu. Jinjin is here. I don't feel safe. If you don't agree, we can continue to live in my house, which is safer than this place. Jiang Yu understood. Gu Masheng was planning to stick with them. No need. As long as you help find this person and bring them to justice, we will be safe. Jiang Yu was very happy without Gu Masheng around. She still didn't want Gu Masheng to disturb her life. Jiang Yu, this time you have to listen to me. Gu Masheng dropped the sentence, not allowing Jiang Yu to agree or refuse. He directly ordered the housekeeper, Zhou, behind him. Housekeeper Zhou, go back and get my luggage. From today on, I will stay with my son at all times. The housekeeper Zhou, before Jiang Yu could refuse, ran like a rabbit into the car. With a stomp of the gas pedal, he disappeared from the front of the house, so fast it was shocking. The two little dumplings standing by Jiang Yu were stunned by the housekeeper Zhou's rocket speed. Daddy, are you finished working? Are you coming back to play with us? Jiang Mianmian and Gu Yanjun went to Gu Masheng and hugged him on his left and right sides. Gu Masheng crouched down and hugged the two children. He kissed them each on the cheek. I still have work to do, but protecting you two little guys is the most important thing for Daddy. So Daddy is not leaving. He's staying by your side to protect you. Okay? Jiang Mianmian still had her beloved mommy in her little head. She ordered Gu Masheng with a childish voice. Also, protect mommy and Uncle Lise. Gu Masheng immediately agreed with the little baby, okay. Daddy will listen to Mianmian. Jiang Yu looked at Gu Masheng, who was being affectionate with the children, with displeasure and muttered under her breath. This man is getting thicker-skinned. He's getting more and more comfortable calling himself daddy. Lise looked at Jiang Yu as she stared at Gu Masheng, her eyes showing depth. Although her words were harsh, she wasn't entirely indifferent towards Gu Masheng. He seemed to know everything. An idea quietly sprouted in his heart. Perhaps soon he would carry out this decision. The housekeeper Zhou returned. He did everything meticulously, bringing all of Gu Masheng's personal items. He almost brought the entire house. Jiang Yu was shocked by all of this stuff in the living room. Housekeeper Zhou, did you move the entire house here? Housekeeper Zhou smiled and said to Jiang Yu, Madam, these are all of the sir's personal items, so I brought them all. Gu Masheng still planned to sleep in his old room. Although from the moment he walked in the door, Jiang Yu looked at him with displeasure. He still did as he pleased. He would not allow his children to spend too much time alone with another man. Otherwise, they might call someone else dad. Don't worry, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Junjun is my child. If I let that guy go, he will be an endless source of trouble in the future. I won't give him a second chance. Gu Mashing was finally willing to investigate properly. Jiang Yu could finally feel a little relieved. You don't still suspect it was Yu, do you? Gu Mashing suddenly turned around and said to Jiang Yu. Their eyes met. Jiang Yu looked into Gu Mashing's eyes and spoke. Chapter 55, I want a kiss too. This time, you don't still suspect it was Yu, do you? Gu Mashing discovered that every time something happened to Gu Yanjun, Jiang Yu would target Yu, claiming Ning Yu had done it. Jiang Yu curled her lips into a smile. Very good, Gu Mashing. You've even learned to snatch the answer. Since you guessed it yourself, what else is there for me to say? Jiang Yu, Ning Yu has been diligently caring for Junjun these past few years. She has no reason to do this. She is very kind. After hearing what Gu Mashing said, Jiang Yu shrugged. Whether she is a good person or a bad person, I don't care. Since you are going to investigate, I'll wait for the result. After making her stance clear, Jiang Yu turned around and walked back to the room with her children, leaving Gu Mashing standing where he was. Ning Yu's fragile image had been deeply ingrained in Gu Mashing's heart. No matter what she said, it was meaningless. Jiang Yu was actually looking forward to the day when Gu Mashing would find out the truth. Jiang Yu held the children's hands as they walked forward. The night breeze was chilly. Li Zhe took off his coat and draped it over Jiang Yu's shoulders, hugging her shoulder. Gu Mashing's dark eyes saw the intimate contact between Li Zhe and Jiang Yu didn't resist or deliberately keep a distance at all. Unlike him, as soon as he touched Jiang Yu, the woman would act as if she had fleas all over her body, feeling uncomfortable. Gu Mashing's tightly clenched fists cracked. After a while, he remembered he still had something important to do. He lowered his head and sent a message to his subordinate, get me an investigation report within 3 days. He turned off his phone and walked into the house. After the near-fatal fire, Jiang Yu and the children had lost their sleepiness. They were sitting and talking in the living room. Li Zhe massaged Jiang Yu's temples, whispering, were you scared? Let me help you relax. Jiang Yu did not refuse. She was really scared tonight. If the gasoline in the man's hand had really poured on her, she couldn't imagine what the consequences would have been. She was afraid of dying now, even more afraid that after she died, the children would be left without a mother, becoming pitiful children. Gu Mashing's eyes would occasionally stare at Li Zhe's hand on Jiang Yu's head, his irritation evident. Jiang Yu, I just remembered. There is still something I want to talk to you about. Jiang Yu opened her eyes. What did Gu Mashing want to talk to her about? What is it? Tell me. Gu Mashing looked at Jiang Yu, let's go inside to talk. What was so mysterious that they needed to talk inside? Jiang Yu didn't know what Gu Mashing wanted to talk about. She stood up and followed the man into the bedroom. After the two went into the room, Li Zhe deeply stared at the door, his eyes shifting. In the dimly lit room, Gu Mashing's face was darker than the night. Jiang Yu, I think what you're doing is inappropriate. Jiang Yu was confused. What's inappropriate? A beam of warm light was coming in through the half-open door. Gu Mashing was staring at Jiang Yu in the half-light and dark, saying in a deep voice. I think your overly intimate behavior with Li Zhe at home is inappropriate. After all, in Li Zhe's mind, we are the married couple, so that behavior isn't good. Gu Mashing had called her in only to make her reflect on her behavior. Jiang Yu's eyes had also been opened. Gu Mashing, the country has already been liberated. Are you still living in the old society? You're so feudal. Why weren't your thoughts so conservative when you were cheating on me? Gu Mashing didn't expect that after saying these words, Jiang Yu would call him conservative. Also, when did he cheat? Jiang Yu, don't talk nonsense. I have never cheated on you. If you think I'm conservative, then you can be more open, but please don't be open in front of the children. That's my last line. After saying this to Jiang Yu, Gu Mashing angrily walked out. Jiang Yu also took a deep breath and thought about Gu Mashing's anger. Could it have been when Li Zhe massaged her temples? After leaving the room, Jiang Yu saw Gu Moshing sitting coldly on the sofa, looking like he would start arguing with her at any time. Jiang Yu sat down. Li Zhe still wanted to rub her shoulders, but Jiang Yu suddenly thought of what that old feudal Gu Moshing had said, so she said to Li Zhe, "Thank you. You must be tired too. Go and rest. You worked hard tonight." Li Zhe shook his head and smiled brightly at Jiang Yu. "It's worth it to be tired for you." Gu Moshing's brow furrowed even deeper. He stared at Jiang Yu fiercely. Li Zhe went upstairs and back to his room. Gu Moshing's gaze was fixed on Jiang Yu. This woman was actually staring at Li Zhe's figure. If he wasn't here tonight, would she have followed Li Zhe into the room? Jiang Yu felt something strange in her heart. She always felt Li Zhe was acting strange tonight. Li Zhe would be close to her before, but in front of Gu Moshing, he always seemed to deliberately keep his distance from her. She didn't know what was up with him today, always wanting to rub her shoulders and massage her legs. Was it because he was sick? However, Li Zhe's illness was under control. It wouldn't worsen. He only needed good treatment. Jiang Yu came back to her senses and saw Gu Moshing staring at her. Why was he staring? His eyes were wide at her. Jiang Yu's eyes weren't small either, so she stared back with all her might. The two of them just stared at each other, staring for 2 minutes. Jiang Mianmian, who was playing on the side, noticed the strange behavior of the strange uncle and her mother, and ran over excitedly. Are Daddy and Mommy playing a Who Has Bigger Eyes game? Mianmian wants to play too. Mianmian wants to play too. Jiang Mianmian opened her black grape-like eyes as wide as possible, wanting Daddy and Mommy to see her big eyes. To be fair, Jiang Mianmian's eyes inherited her parents' big-eye genes. They were much bigger than Gu Moshing's and Jiang Yu's eyes, round and like obsidian. The two were defeated by this child. Jiang Yu immediately pulled Mianmian's eyelids down. Okay. Don't stare anymore. Your eyeballs are about to fall out. Daddy and Mommy can't compete with you. Mianmian is the big-eyed queen in our family. Jiang Mianmian, after having won, immediately cheered, "Wow, I am the big-eyed queen. I'm the biggest-eyed little angel in our family." The adorable Jiang Mianmian cheered and jumped with excitement, making people want to kiss her smooth little face. Gu Moshing and Jiang Yu didn't notice that they had actually, as if by some strange spell, simultaneously lowered their heads and kissed Jiang Mianmian's little cheek. When the two of them realized what had happened, Gu Moshing's lips were on Jiang Mianmian's left cheek, while Jiang Yu's lips were on her right cheek. The two of them were only a nose width apart, close enough to feel each other's breath. Jiang Yu's smiling face, after seeing Gu Moshing so close, instantly disappeared. Gu Moshing was also stunned, and then his expression turned cold again. Just as the two of them were about to withdraw from the kiss, Jiang Mianmian rolled her eyes quickly. She rapidly kissed Daddy and Mommy each on the face and giggled nonstop. Seeing this, Gu Yanjin also made a fuss, saying, "I also want Mommy and Daddy to kiss me like that. Mommy and Daddy can't only favor Mianmian. Jinjin wants it too." Even if they were reluctant, for the sake of their son, Gu Moshing and Jiang Yu still leaned in and kissed Gu Yanjin's left and right cheeks at the same time. Chapter 56, Infertility. Ever since Du Haiyang ran away after starting the fire, he had not dared to seek treatment in a big hospital. He could only find a small clinic. Because the treatment was not timely and the clinic's conditions were limited, his whole body was peeling and festering. He was in a sorry state and had to call Ning Yu to ask for help. "Yu, save me. I feel like I'm about to die. I don't dare go to the hospital. Can you come see me? Please, save me, Ning Yu." Ever since hearing that the mission had failed again, Ning Yu had been hoping Du Haiyang would die. "Du Haiyang, you're a useless piece of trash. You couldn't even handle this little matter. Why don't you just die?" Du Haiyang, already seriously injured because of Ning Yu, was instantly infuriated upon hearing that Ning Yu was not only not caring about his health at this time, but even blaming him for failing. "Ning Yu, if it wasn't for you making me do these despicable things, I might still be sleeping with 3 beautiful women. Because of you, because of this fire, my thing is seriously burned. I can't pass on the family line anymore." Ning Yu, who was originally going to scold him angrily, was instantly stunned after hearing Du Haiyang's words. She didn't expect Du Haiyang's condition to be so serious, that he would be burned to become infertile. Ning Yu, if you dare abandon me at this time, I'll die with you. Du Haiyang slammed the phone, and the call was cut off, making a series of beeping sounds. Now, because he didn't have an identification, he had been kicked out of the small clinic. He was now forced to lie at home. Ning Yu was uneasy, and vaguely felt that Du Haiyang would tell Gu Moshing everything she had done. Before Gu Moshing found out, she needed to kill Du Haiyang completely. At the same time, Gu Moshing's phone had received a message from his assistant. They had found out that the arsonist's name was Du Haiyang and that he was Ning Yu's ex-boyfriend from when they were studying abroad. Seeing Ning Yu's name in this situation, Gu Moshing was completely stunned. Jiang Yu coldly said, Gu Moshing, now that we've gotten to this point, you don't intend to say it's just her ex-boyfriend, so that doesn't mean Ning Yu did it, right? Gu Moshing was even more surprised that Jiang Yu's words were exactly what he was thinking. Had Ning Yu really colluded with her ex-boyfriend in this matter? Looking at the address of Du Haiyang's house that was on the phone, Gu Moshing was going to go there himself to capture him and find out the truth. However, Jiang Yu didn't think this way. She felt that Du Haiyang was in danger. This viper woman, Ning Yu, was probably going to hurt her ex-boyfriend this time in order to keep things a secret. After getting the exact location of Ning Yu from Li Zhe, she asked Li Zhe to take good care of Junjun and Mian, and she drove out after Gu Moshing. After hanging up the phone, Ning Yu directly found Du Haiyang. Haiyang, how are you? I've come to see you. Ning Yu anxiously knocked on the door. Du Haiyang, hearing Ning Yu's voice, endured the pain in his body to open the door. Seeing the scene in front of her, Ning Yu was completely stunned. Was this person who was burned beyond recognition, whose body was covered with bandages, looking like a mummy, really Du Haiyang? You've finally come to see me. I thought you would stop loving me. How could I? Haiyang, I will take care of you for the rest of your life. Even if you're disfigured, I won't dislike you. Du Haiyang cried excitedly. Ning Yu pulled him away. You'll die if you stay like this at home. Let's go. You have to see a doctor. I contacted the best burn doctor in the country. I'll take you there. Du Haiyang's whole body was screaming in pain. Yu, give me a painkiller, quick. I'm about to die in pain. The doctor will give you an injection. Get in the car. Du Haiyang was pulled into the car by Ning Yu. Ning Yu, wearing high heels, pressed down on the gas pedal and sped off. It was late at night. Ning Yu's car avoided all roads to the hospital and stopped at a hidden shallow beach in B City. Ning Yu, what do you mean? Has the truth been revealed, so you are going to kill me to silence me? Ning Yu smiled. Du Haiyang, you're so naive. At first, I even thought you might suspect me. I didn't expect that you would dare to get into the car. She took off her annoying high heels and slowly walked up to Du Haiyang. What do you mean I want to kill you to silence you? It's clearly you who is fleeing from justice and thinking of committing suicide by jumping into the sea. What does it have to do with me? Ning Yu, dressed in a red dress, laughed like a ghost as she walked toward Du Haiyang. There was an absolute difference in strength between a man and a woman, but Du Haiyang was severely injured. He didn't have much strength left. He was quickly dragged by Ning Yu into the depths of the sea. The huge waves beat against the two people. During the struggle, Du Haiyang also grabbed Ning Yu tightly. Ning Yu, do you think I didn't know you were coming to harm me? I wanted to die after being burned into a cripple, but I'm not going to be satisfied. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Du Haiyang, you're a lunatic. Let go of me. Ning Yu desperately struggled. The two of them fell headfirst into the water as the huge waves crashed over them. By the time Jiang Yu arrived, all that was left on the shore was Ning Yu's red shoe. Go, capture them alive. Jiang Yu waved her hand, telling her subordinates to grab the two people out of the sea. How did you know Ning Yu would come here? After Gu Moshing went to Du Haiyang's home but didn't find anyone, Jiang Yu told him to come here, where he would see a big surprise. Unexpectedly, that surprise was that Ning Yu really did have a connection with Du Haiyang. The two of them had clearly heard everything from the shore. Ning Yu's madness made Gu Moshing's face turn pale. You don't need to worry about how I knew. Gu Moshing, your good Yu is probably done for. Gu Moshing looked at the cold water. The people he brought were still searching in the water. The vast sea was dark and gloomy. "Boss, the woman can't be found. The man has been pulled up." Du Haiyang was lying on the beach. Someone gave him CPR and saved his life, but he was quickly taken to the hospital because he was covered in injuries. The group arrived at the hospital, and a conscious Du Haiyang told them everything. Gu Mashing lowered his eyes as he listened. Everything was exactly as Jiang Yu said. It turned out that everything was really planned by Ning Yu, who directed her ex-boyfriend to do it. Jiang Yu was not surprised after hearing. She said to Du Haiyang, "Lie down and rest. The police will be here soon. Ning Yu is probably already dead. For this woman, the rest of your life can only be spent in prison. Is it worth it?" Du Haiyang shed tears and slowly closed his eyes. After speaking, Jiang Yu left the ward. Gu Mashing also followed out, leaving behind 2 bodyguards to care for Du Haiyang. "Where are you going?" Gu Mashing looked at Jiang Yu's thin back. He had 1,000 words to say, but they were all condensed into this one sentence. Jiang Yu stood in the hospital hallway and turned around. "Gu Mashing, your woman is probably dead. Aren't you sad?" Gu Mashing pondered, then asked in return, "Do you hope I'm sad?" Chapter 57, Move Aside. Gu Mashing, next time you look for a woman, please open your eyes wide. Don't just bring any woman around to be Junjun's stepmother. Jiang Yu, I never thought Ning Yu would be this kind of woman, and I never thought that she would be Junjun's stepmother. Gu Mashing had only said half of the sentence before Jiang Yu left the man behind, walking far ahead of him. Jiang Yu returned home, met Li Zhe, and told him the good news. Du Haiyang has been brought to justice. Ning Yu fell into the water and is missing. The sea is so big, she is most likely dead, probably already feeding the fish. Li Zhe was indeed happy for Jiang Yu when he heard this. Congratulations, you can finally feel at peace. With Ning Yu not gone, she was always restless, like she had something hanging over her head. Yes, I can finally relax. Now I can focus on researching medicine for Junjun and cure his illness. Her only concern now was Junjun's illness. She hoped her son could regain his memory, unlike how he was now, not knowing anything. Li Zhe stood in front of Jiang Yu, looking like he wanted to say something but hesitated. He patted Jiang Yu's shoulder and comforted her, "Xiao Yuer, I believe you will definitely be able to find the medicine to cure Junjun." "Thank you, Li Zhe." Jiang Yu hoped what Li Zhe said would come true, that she would be able to find the medicine to cure her son. However, Li Zhe stood there for a while. Finally, he mustered up his courage and said to Jiang Yu, "Jiang Yu, I've been thinking for a long time, and there's something I think I must tell you." Jiang Yu looked at Li Zhe's serious expression and stopped her joking. "What's wrong? What do you want to say?" "I'm going abroad. I want to continue my studies and make up for the regret of not being able to go to school when I was a kid because I didn't have money." Jiang Yu thought she had heard the decision wrong. Out of nowhere, why do you suddenly want to study? Li Zhe didn't answer directly. He only spoke his true feelings to Jiang Yu. Some things are a blur to those involved, but clear to observers. "I admit I have always liked you and wanted to marry you. But I can't see any hope. Whenever you are with Gu Mashing, whether it's arguing, fighting, or disliking each other, those are feelings you would never have with me." Jiang Yu was even more confused. "Li Zhe, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't." The man pinched Jiang Yu's face. His eyes were bright, and his smile turned his eyes into crescent moons. "Silly girl, your good fortune is still to come. After I go to the US, you must take care of yourself." Li Zhe insisted on leaving. He even showed Jiang Yu his plane ticket that was booked for the evening. "Is it that urgent?" Jiang Yu felt a little reluctant. At this time, Gu Mashing opened the door and heard these words. He stood at the door, not knowing whether he should go in or not. What was urgent? What was so urgent? Was she in a hurry to be with someone? Ahem. Gu Mashing coughed twice, trying to remind them that someone was there. However, no one paid attention to him. Li Zhe left without hesitation. He said goodbye to Jiang Mianmian and left Jiang Yu's house with the suitcase he had prepared. When Gu Mashing heard that Li Zhe had left, his reaction was the same as Jiang Yu's. He couldn't believe it. Has that gigolo of yours left? Did he perhaps abandon you? the taxi left. Jiang Yu hadn't come back to her senses yet. The words Li Zhe had said before he left were still replaying in her head. She didn't know what they meant. When she came back to her senses, she gave Gu Moshing a big eye roll. Jiang Yu suspected Gu Moshing was too annoying, that Li Zhe couldn't take it anymore and went to live abroad. Gu Moshing, are you happy that your ex-wife was abandoned? Gu Moshing couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Yu glared even harder. Jiang Yu, we really are a pair of unfortunate spouses. Your man left, and I also lost a friend. Isn't it a coincidence? Who is your spouse? Watch your words. We're not together anymore. Jiang Yu hadn't recovered from the emotions of Li Zhe leaving yet. She went back to the house, hugged Jiang Mianmian, and thought about all the moments with Li Zhe. She thought about it for half the night and finally understood. Li Zhe was only going abroad. They could see each other again in the future. He was at least better than Gu Moshing. She wouldn't see Ning Yu anymore. In the next half-month, Gu Moshing was busy with his own experiments. The formula that Jiang Yu had given him was very successful. He was preparing to launch it for his new company. Jiang Yu was focusing on spending time with her son and daughter. They went to the grass to sunbathe every day, went camping, or went to amusement parks and food streets. She was bringing the children to eat, and play, making up for all of the missing love. One morning 3 months later. The sun was shining brightly. Gu Moshing woke up early. After being so busy for so long, he could finally rest. Today, he wanted to take the children with Jiang Yu. However, after taking a phone call, he had been very irritable and absent-minded, no matter what he did. When pouring tea for Gu Yanjun, the water overflowed out of the cup without him noticing. He almost scalded Gu Yanjun, who was next to him. Daddy, what's wrong with you? Has something happened? Gu Yanjun also noticed that Gu Moshing was distracted and asked with care. Gu Moshing looked at Jiang Yu, who was preparing food for the camping trip, walked behind her, and asked. Jiang Yu, tell me honestly, did you sabotage my new company's launch? His new company was the one researching the special medicine for insomnia. Only Jiang Yu's company was a competitor with him. Just now, his subordinate had called and said the launch had failed. His first reaction was to ask Jiang Yu. How would I know? I'm not involved in those things. Besides, my company is already going international. I don't care about your little profit. Jiang Yu's current wealth ranked in the top 10 in the world. She had already stopped focusing so much on making money and only wanted to be with her children. Then who is blocking me? In China, no one dared to stop him, Gu Moshing, from doing things. How should I know? Jiang Yu prepared several boxes of fruits, getting ready to pack them. Gu Moshing was blocking her and in the way. Move aside. I want to pack the food. Jiang Yu squeezed past Gu Moshing and focused on packing. Gu Moshing looked at Jiang Yu's busy figure, carefully putting the food into her hand. She looked so happy, she didn't seem like she was lying. Now, Gu Moshing was at a loss. He couldn't think of who would go against him. When Jiang Yu was almost done packing the food, her phone vibrated. She thought it was Li Zhe. Although Li Zhe was abroad, he would send her a message from time to time, asking how she was doing. She opened her phone and saw an email that she had almost forgotten. Hua Hanxiao? What was he doing again? When she saw this name, Jiang Yu's first reaction was that Hua Hanxiao was looking for her to treat his illness again. Because, in the past, when she was abroad, she had treated Hua Hanxiao's narcolepsy. Right, usually people would look for her to treat insomnia, but Hua Hanxiao was the only patient who had looked for her to treat his narcolepsy. Therefore, Jiang Yu had a deep impression of the patient, Hua Hanxiao. She put the food away, took the time to send Hua Hanxiao back a question mark emoji. Unexpectedly, the other party quickly replied. Chapter 58, A Handsome Photo. Baby, long time no see. Did you miss me? Hua Hanxiao was still as enthusiastic as ever, making Jiang Yu unable to handle it. What do you want? Speak properly. I'm with my children right now. Hua Hanxiao's voice always had a mix of a bubbly tone and a smoky voice, naturally coming with a broadcasting tone and a lazy aura. Every time Jiang Yu met him, she was reminded of 2 words. A male demon. Sure enough, Hua Hanxiao sent her a picture. In the picture, the man was wearing a black shirt, with his hair carelessly messy. The top half of his body was without any clothing, only a black tie being held by a finger on his neck. His eyes were seductive and devilish. Jiang Yu glanced at it roughly, not interested in Hua Hanxiao's joke. However, the background behind Hua Hanxiao caught her attention. It was actually a high-end hotel in B City, China. Jiang Yu had stayed at this hotel before, so she remembered it a bit. She zoomed in on the photo to take a closer look. Gu Moshing had already moved his head over. Jiang Yu wanted to put away the phone, but it was too late. When Gu Moshing saw her shocked expression, he thought something was wrong, but he ended up seeing that Jiang Yu was looking at a photo of a handsome man. Gu Moshing's eyebrows twitched. 3 black lines appeared on his face. You really are thirsty. Jiang Yu put away her phone. Her throat was a bit dry. It's not that I wanted to see it. It was sent by a friend. Gu Moshing pursed his lips. That friend? A new boyfriend? It's none of your business. Gu Moshing was getting more and more outrageous. Jiang Yu was too lazy to pay attention to him and continued to pack. Ever since he discovered that Jiang Yu was secretly looking at a photo of a handsome man, Gu Moshing's already gloomy mood had worsened. He was afraid that after Li Zhe left, Jiang Yu would find another stepfather for his son. The heavy food was difficult to pack. Jiang Yu was struggling a bit when she carried it. Gu Moshing took the box from Jiang Yu's hand and put the items into the car for her. Jiang Yu looked at Gu Moshing, who had voluntarily taken on the task, deep in thought. After Ning Yuyu's death, he didn't seem too sad. She couldn't see whether Ning Yuyu was still in his heart. After everything was loaded, Gu Moshing looked at Jiang Yu, who was daydreaming and in a daze. He became jealous. What are you thinking? You wouldn't still be thinking about looking at your handsome photo, would you? Jiang Yu. Gu Moshing, shut up. I didn't. What's there to be ashamed of? We are all adults. I didn't laugh at you. Gu Moshing sat in the driver's seat and said calmly, as if he really didn't care. Jiang Yu didn't want to explain anymore. She was righteous, and she hadn't looked at it, so she didn't. After the car had been driving for about 10 minutes, Jiang Yu remembered to ask Gu Moshing. Are you not busy today? When it came to this, it pricked Gu Moshing's heart again. The man felt a bit bitter inside. The company lost quite a bit. I'm not going to work. Just taking a breather. Jiang Yu said, oh, and looked out the window. She knew she shouldn't have asked, it was so awkward. This time, they chose a grassy field in a park for their camping trip. The autumn sky was clear and bright. On the bank of a river, where a row of weeping willows were planted, someone was walking their dog on a leash. It was so comfortable. Jiang Yu was wearing a white dress that was very cheap. It was only 2,000 yuan. Although it wasn't a brand name, her good figure made her look like she was wearing something from a luxury brand. Gu Moshing wasn't wearing that black suit that was always on his body. He had changed into a black casual sportswear set. His proportions were comparable to those of a model. The effects he produced were better than an advertisement model. Jiang Mianmian was wearing a pink princess dress today, and Gu Yanjun was also wearing sports shoes and a sports set, very casual and comfortable. The 2 little guys were running around their mother and father, laughing and playing. Jiang Yu and Gu Moshing were putting away the things they brought. The 2 of them had a moment of rare harmony today. However, this harmony lasted less than a minute before Gu Moshing broke it. Jiang Yu, there's something I want to tell you. Jiang Yu was focused on arranging the dishes and taking photos. Say it. Junjun's grandparents miss him. I want Junjun to stay at his grandmother's house for a while. Jiang Yu's hand that was taking photos stopped, and her smile visibly disappeared. Gu Moshing also sat on the grass in silence. After Gu's parents found out about Ning Yuyu, they had been worried about Junjun and were always calling Gu Moshing to bring Junjun back to the old house. Also, because of Ning Yuyu's death, the relationship between the Gu family and the Ning family, which had lasted for so many years, had become icy. Now, the whole Ning family regarded the Gu family as almost their enemy. Gu Moshing had locked all of this in his heart and hadn't intended to tell Jiang Yu. However, a few days ago, Father Gu called and said his mother was sick and was missing Junjun. Gu Moshing had no choice, so he specifically chose today to tell Jiang Yu about this matter. If he wants to go back, he can go back. They are Jinjin's grandparents, I can't stop him. Jiang Yu had originally disagreed. However, she thought that might be too harsh and not good for Jinjin's growth environment. They were his paternal grandparents, who really loved Jinjin. He should go back to see them. Thank you for your understanding. Gu Mashing spoke to Jiang Yu gently, a rare occurrence. However, Jiang Yu still felt very lost. Since Jinjin is going to go back to his grandmother's house, then you should go back and pack things up. I'll find time to visit Jinjin. Gu Mashing nodded. Okay. I will bring Jinjin over to see you and Mian Mian when I have time. Although Jiang Yu was reluctant, she still tried her best to spend this enjoyable time with Jinjin. After Jinjin went to his grandmother's house, she would see her son less. After Gu Mashing took Gu Yanjun away, Gu Yanjun went back to the old house. Oh, my good grandson. Old Madame Gu had not seen her grandson in a long time. Her eyes were full of tears as she held Gu Yanjun's head, crying non-stop. Gu Yanjun had forgotten his grandparents as well. He felt a bit awkward and at a loss after being held by his grandmother. Looking at his grandson, who was usually energetic, had now become wooden, old Master Gu angrily slammed the floor with his cane, making a thudding noise. You, go to the study. Gu Mashing followed behind old Master Gu and went into the study, closing the door. I heard that you are still in contact with that woman, and that woman was the one who harmed your grandfather? Dad, Yu Yu's death has nothing to do with Jiang Yu. Old Master Gu said with a straight face, what's the point of explaining to me? Go explain it to the Gu family. They lost their daughter because of the two of you, didn't they? You were supposed to get married, what are you doing, Gu Mashing? Dad, I have long said that I don't like Ning Yu Yu. I was only with her out of courtesy. I made it clear to Yu Yu that I only had sibling feelings for her. She was the one who was obsessed and caused today's situation. The more Gu Mashing explained, the angrier old Master Gu became. You don't like Ning Yu Yu. Then, to put it bluntly, you still like that vixen, don't you? She's the daughter of a criminal. What's good about her? Look at you and Jinjin now, an orphaned father and son. Has our Gu family been ridiculed enough because of her? Gu Mashing stood in silence in front of old Master Gu, feeling like he had nothing to say to his father. Was I right? If it wasn't for Yu Yu being so devoted to you, people would never have changed their opinions about us. And you? She's gone. What are you doing all day long? Chapter 59, A Handsome and Strong Rival. Old Master Gu sat in his chair, looking at Gu Mashing with anger on his face. He commanded, you must break contact with her. This woman is not compatible with our Gu family. Even if she is Jinjin's biological mother, I will never let her into the Gu family again. Old Master Gu's attitude was firm. Gu Mashing opened his mouth to say something, but he saw that his father was holding his chest, his features twisted in pain. Dad, what's wrong? I promise you, please don't get angry. The two old people were old and not as strong as they used to be. Gu Mashing had to consider whether what he was about to say would make the two old people angry. Whenever Jiang Yu was mentioned in this house, there was a cloud of resentment. For the sake of old Master Gu's health, Gu Mashing had no choice but to remain silent, letting housekeeper Zhou help old Master Gu to rest. Old Madame Gu was being affectionate with her grandson for a while. She wanted Gu Yanjun to sleep with her tonight. However, Gu Yanjun pouted and refused. I don't want to sleep with Grandma. I want to find Mommy. Ever since he entered this house, Gu Yanjun had felt that something was not right. He turned his head to ask Gu Mashing. Why didn't Mommy come back to Grandma's house with us? Gu Mashing hadn't thought of how to explain this. Old Madame Gu's tears started to fall again. My poor grandson, it's all because of that woman. Gu Mashing immediately stopped his mother from crying. Mom, what are you doing in front of the child? He pulled Jinjin's hand, patiently persuading Gu Yanjun. Good boy, you sleep with Grandma for a while. Mommy has something to do. She will come back after she's done. Gu Yanjun nodded as if he understood and went over to coax his grandmother. Grandma, don't cry. Son will sleep with you. Okay, my good grandson. From now on, will you stay with Grandma, okay? Gu Yanjun nodded obediently, okay. After losing his memory, Gu Yanjun was no longer instigated by Ning Yu Yu and became more gentle and well-behaved, making him very likable. He had inherited Gu Moshing's handsomeness and Jiang Yu's intelligence. His grades in school had always been top of his class. He was the male god in the hearts of the girls at school. Ever since her son was brought back to the old house by Gu Moshing, Jiang Yu felt empty. In the past, when Ning Yu was not dead, her son was annoying under her influence. Now that Junjun had finally become better and returned to her side, he was taken away by Gu's grandmother again. She was worried about whether Junjun would adapt to living in the old house. Junjun's emotions had only just stabilized a bit. Would he become unwell again because he had left his mother? Jiang Yu's worried expression was noticed by Jiang Mianmian. Her chubby body affectionately hugged her mother, patting Jiang Yu's back. Is mommy missing brother? Don't worry, don't worry. Mianmian will be with you. Brother Junjun will come back to see us. The little Mianmian had grown a lot since she met Gu Yanjun. She would turn 1 year older after the new year. She was even closer to her mother now. Now, the only person Jiang Yu had by her side was her daughter, Mianmian. It was as if she had returned to the time when she had just divorced Gu Moshing. At that time, not long after she had gotten divorced, she had discovered she was pregnant with Gu Moshing's child again. She chose to raise the child on her own. Then, on the night before she gave birth to Jiang Mianmian, she had seen on TV that her son was asking Gu Moshing to marry Ning Yu. That night, she almost had a difficult labor. Fortunately, she had survived through it all. Although Junjun had been taken away by Gu Moshing, she would still find opportunities to see her son. After another 3 uneventful days, Jiang Yu received an invitation from Huahanxiao. My dearest Jiang baby, I've returned to the country. How about I introduce you to a big deal? When Jiang Yu saw the message, she was not too surprised. As expected, Huahanxiao had returned to the country. There were too many questions she wanted to ask, but she planned to wait until they met to ask them. Don't talk about business first. You still owe me 10 million yuan. When are you going to pay me back? When Jiang Yu was seeing patients abroad, she had met Huahanxiao and cured his illness. This guy had gone back on his word and said he didn't have any money. He wrote an IOU and then didn't care about it anymore. At that time, Jiang Yu was in a hurry to go back to the country to see her daughter. She went back with the IOU and then almost forgot about it. Jiang Yu replied to Huahanxiao, don't even think about going back on your word this time. I still have the IOU. Huahanxiao's teasing voice came back, my dearest Jiang baby, it's not like it's a love letter. Why are you keeping it so carefully? Could it be you like me? You want to secretly treasure my calligraphy? In the past, Jiang Yu had not been able to get used to Huahanxiao's tone, but now she was used to this man's shamelessness. I wouldn't even care about a real love letter, I still prefer an IOU. Huahanxiao, the real person is better than an IOU. Do you want to taste it? Don't worry, I'm willing to be kissed by you. Jiang Yu gave him an eye roll and continued to reply, where are we meeting? She didn't care about Huahanxiao's invitation. However, she had to get the money back. Huahanxiao gave Jiang Yu an address, telling her that she must be dressed to the nines. All expenses would be reimbursed. Jiang Yu agreed, half believing him. Gu Moshing had finally found out who had sabotaged his company's progress last time. After doing many calculations, he had never thought it was Huahanxiao. That guy had been driven out of the house by his father when he was a child and had been living abroad the entire time. He had never even returned to the country. Gu Moshing didn't know how Huahanxiao had found out about his trade secrets this time. Boss, the data shows that Mr. Hua has already returned to the country and will be attending a high-end business summit in 2 days. All of the elites from the business world will be in attendance. We have also received an invitation. Return to the country? Who allowed him to return to the country? Huahanxiao was his father's illegitimate son. However, because his mother had strongly opposed him recognizing his family roots, his father had secretly raised him in the US and let him take his mother's surname. Gu Moshing had only met his half-brother once, when he was very young. After he had gone abroad, he had never met him again. Black clouds were pressing down on the city outside the window, as if a storm was about to come. Gu Moshing narrowed his eyes. A summit, is it? Tell the organizers that I will be attending on time. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Moshing's phone rang. He looked at it. It was an unfamiliar number. Gu Masheng, long time no see. Did you find out that I'm back? Did you miss me, your younger brother, during the time I wasn't around? After so many years, Gu Masheng almost didn't recognize Hua Hanxiao's voice. Although he had changed a lot, Gu Masheng had recognized him right away. He was his younger brother, Hua Hanxiao. Hua Hanxiao, are you sick? Why did you come back to the country? Why did you sabotage my business? Gu Masheng's voice was full of reproach. However, the Hua Hanxiao on the other end of the line did not care. Gu Masheng, you must be mistaken. I am only taking back what belongs to me. You have been occupying my share of assets for so many years. What's wrong with me taking some interest? Hua Hanxiao's voice was more aggressive than ever, making Gu Masheng frown. Hua Hanxiao, your surname is Hua. Everything that belongs to the Gu family has nothing to do with you. The man on the other end chuckled, is that so? Let's just wait and see then. Gu Masheng, if you don't give it to me, then don't blame me for wanting to snatch it away. Chapter 60, A Fool. Hua Hanxiao's sudden return to the country made Gu Masheng extremely irritable. Although they had only met a few times, his younger brother always liked to go against him. Even when it came to illness, he was against him. Gu Masheng had insomnia, while Hua Hanxiao had narcolepsy. One couldn't fall asleep, while the other one couldn't stay awake. It was unbelievable. It was truly unknown if it was fate or if he was purposely going against him. These past few days, Gu Masheng had been staying at the Gu family's house with his son. He felt at ease, leaving his son with the old people. However, Junjun would sometimes secretly ask him when he would see his mother. Even his son could tell that his grandparents didn't like his mother, so he would ask him secretly each time. Gu Masheng originally planned to secretly find an opportunity to take his son to see Jiang Yu. Now that he was preparing to attend the summit, he had no choice but to postpone his plan of letting his son see Jiang Yu. The day of the Times Summit was quickly approaching. The purpose of Jiang Yu attending this event was not to attend these boring business meetings, but to ask Hua Hanxiao for her money. However, she still carefully prepared a beautiful dress. It was a pure black long dress that had been tailored to fit her perfectly, hugging all of her curves. She was wearing a pair of blue, crystal-studded, 8-centimeter high heels. When she wore those 8-centimeter high heels, Jiang Yu was already 172 centimeters tall. Now she was a whole 180 centimeters. Wow, mommy, you look like a beautiful tree. Jiang Mianmian hugged Jiang Yu's slender calves and drooled. Just now, she was standing next to her, checking which dress looked the prettiest on mommy. Mommy is so tall, pretty, and elegant. Uncle Gu is such a big idiot. Divorcing mommy was the biggest mistake he could ever make. Jiang Yu was amused by her daughter's words. She squatted down and told Jiang Mianmian. Mommy has to go out. Can you stay home alone? The aunt will be here to keep you company. You have to wait for me to come back, okay? Jiang Mianmian nodded obediently. The chubby flesh on her face moved around, making her so cute. After Jiang Yu left, Jiang Mianmian was bored and started playing with her phone. Now that she had grown up, mommy had bought her a new phone, after Uncle Lizé left, so that it would be easier to contact them. She had already added Junjun and Uncle Gu's contact information. She sent the video of mommy changing to Gu Masheng with the caption, "Big idiot." Gu Masheng looked at Jiang Yu in the video putting on a black dress, carefully dressing up, and knew that she was going out to meet a man. He frowned in displeasure. Who was she going on a date with? When Gu Masheng thought about how after he had reunited with Jiang Yu, this woman had never dressed so carefully in front of him, he became unhappy. When he thought about this, Gu Masheng became very angry at Jiang Yu. Where was he not good enough compared to other people? At the very least, he was the most famous eligible bachelor in B City. Even if he no longer had Ning Yu, there were still countless women who wanted to throw themselves at him. Why? Why was Jiang Yu an exception? Why did this woman refuse him again and again? What kind of relationship and life did she want? Gu Masheng felt he was increasingly unable to hold on to Jiang Yu. He sent a video back to Jiang Mianmian. In the video, he asked who Jiang Yu was going to meet. Jiang Mianmian shook her head, she didn't know. He asked what time Jiang Yu would be back, but the little one shook her head too. Gu Masheng couldn't find anything out and was even talked back to by Mianmian. If you want to know so badly where mommy is going, why don't you just ask her yourself? Jiang Mianmian hung up on Gu Moshing's video, stunning the man. How had he provoked this little ancestor again? With a head full of questions, he got in the car, and Gu Moshing drove towards the summit venue. When Jiang Yu got out of the car, she was wearing black sunglasses. Everyone thought she was a star and took out their phones to take pictures of her. After receiving the news, Hua Hanxiao came. When he saw Jiang Yu getting out of the car, he was just about to go greet her, but was pushed aside by other people. It took him a lot of effort to squeeze to the front of Jiang Yu and teased. "My beauty, when did you secretly enter the entertainment industry? Your appearance is so grand. There are so many people chasing after you and taking your pictures." Jiang Yu was also a bit embarrassed and explained, "Hanxiao, they misunderstood. Let's go inside." Hua Hanxiao's hair was dyed silver today. He was wearing a black swallowtail coat. His demonic, noble appearance quickly attracted the women at the summit. Jiang Yu didn't lose out at all as she stood next to him. She was slender yet curvy. Her black hair, as dark as ink, draped over her thin shoulders. She also had a beauty that people would find hard to forget after just one glance. The two of them were handsome and beautiful, making people suspect that they were not at the summit, but at an entertainment industry fashion banquet. "When did you return to the country? Where's the money? You should pay me back." Jiang Yu held a wine glass in her hand, gulping down some champagne, her gaze wandering around, looking extremely elegant. Hua Hanxiao was mesmerized, lowered his body, and got closer to Jiang Yu, his lips curved. "Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Recently, I earned a lot of money from my idiot older brother. I will pay you back all of the money plus interest." Jiang Yu frowned. "You have an older brother?" Hua Hanxiao raised his eyebrows. And he's a rich older brother." He reached out and casually wrapped his arm around Jiang Yu's shoulder, leaned closer to the woman's ear, and softly curled his lips. "Since we're already out, let's enjoy this wonderful night. What's the rush? You won't be missing any of it." Jiang Yu looked at the huge gold chains and diamond watch on Hua Hanxiao's hand and knew that he had made a fortune again. She didn't mention the money anymore. Tonight, she would meet the business big shots with him. Hua Hanxiao and Jiang Yu walked among the crowds, occasionally chatting and exchanging a few words. They were the most familiar with each other here and had been standing together the entire time. At this time, at the entrance, Gu Moshing's black leather shoes landed on the red carpet. As soon as the man's handsome figure appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. As the head of the Gu family, Gu Moshing was the youngest and most talented man in B City. His tall and impressive figure made women go crazy for him, and made men extremely jealous. Although it had long been rumored that he was now divorced with children, it did not affect his influence in B City at all. "Mr. Gu, you're here? Please come in." The organizers had not expected that Gu Moshing would really attend this business event. "Thank you." Gu Moshing's thin lips were tightly pursed, and he was not smiling. This was his consistent business image, a serious and proper elite. This business meeting was different from the negotiations at the office. The people who came could find a business partner in the midst of eating, drinking, and talking about business. Gu Moshing had also come to find new partners. After he entered the venue, Gu Moshing immediately saw that woman's familiar figure. A black dress, long hair, and blue diamond high heels. Who else could it be but Jiang Yu? Gu Moshing's wise eyes darkened, and his gaze turned towards the man next to the woman. He frowned deeply. How did Jiang Yu and Hua Hanxiao get mixed up together? Just when Gu Moshing was in doubt, Hua Hanxiao was the one who saw Gu Moshing first. He turned around with a smile and walked towards Gu Moshing. "Brother, long time no see. How have you been?" When Jiang Yu heard brother, she was completely stunned. Chapter 61, Sleeping Anywhere, Anytime. Hua Hanxiao's older brother, could it really be Gu Moshing? This was impossible. Jiang Yu stared at the two men in disbelief. Hua Hanxiao, his arm around her waist, chuckled, surprised? "My brother just happens to be your ex-husband." "You're his brother, so why are you surnamed Hua, and not Gu?" Hua Hanxiao crossed his legs, leaning back in a carefree manner, as always. He shrugged. "Is it that hard to understand? We're half-brothers." Jiang Yu had been married to Gu Moshing for so many years, yet she had never known that he had a half-brother who had been sent abroad years ago. Gu Masheng, likewise, hadn't expected Jiang Yu to know Hua Hanxiao. Their conversation drew the attention of everyone around them. So the woman standing next to Hua Hanxiao is Gu Masheng's ex-wife? She's had 2 children, but her figure is still like an unmarried girl. No wonder rich men are falling over themselves to win her favor, one person whispered. Did you see? They're saying that Hua Hanxiao and Gu Masheng are half-brothers. Hua Hanxiao returns to the country and gets involved with his own brother's ex-wife. The circle of the rich is so messed up. Ah, the Gu family genes are really strong, both men are so handsome. If they both chased me at the same time, who would I choose? You're picking and choosing? How long has it been since you looked in a mirror? People like us, they wouldn't even give us a second glance, let alone a third. Gu Masheng glared at Jiang Yu, especially at Hua Hanxiao's hand resting on her waist, which was particularly offensive. Jiang Yu, are you so free that you can accompany such a frivolous person to attend an event? Gu Masheng even scanned Jiang Yu up and down, clicking his tongue in disapproval. And dressed like that. Jiang Yu had originally only come to get the money she was owed from Hua Hanxiao and never imagined she would encounter Gu Masheng here. This man's mouth was always so foul, his words making her want to give him a good beating. Gu Masheng, we're divorced. Who I'm with is none of your business. Mind your own affairs, she retorted. Hua Hanxiao also smiled, mimicking Jiang Yu's words. That's right, mind your own affairs. After putting Gu Masheng in his place, they left right in front of him. Gu Masheng watched them, arm in arm, radiating a chilling aura. Once out of Gu Masheng's sight, Jiang Yu stopped Hua Hanxiao. The act is over. Now give me the money, and we can go. She had just remembered that the sap brother Hua Hanxiao had mentioned was none other than Gu Masheng. No wonder Gu Masheng had accused her of sabotaging his business. It turned out it was all Hua Hanxiao's doing. Hua Hanxiao leaned against the wall in the corridor, motionless. Then, Jiang Yu heard him snoring. Big brother, are you kidding me? You're sleeping again? Hua Hanxiao had a severe case of narcolepsy, able to fall asleep anywhere. Jiang Yu never imagined he'd sleep on the spot like this again. She struggled to get him into the elevator and to the lodging area. After opening a room, she led Hua Hanxiao inside. It took all her strength to get him onto the bed. She took a drink of water, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Hua Hanxiao turned over, his slender hand knocking over the water on the bedside table. The water spilled down his chest. Jiang Yu helped him take off his shirt, but as she was taking it off, she felt very awkward, like she was about to do something else entirely with Hua Hanxiao. Luckily, he didn't wake up. Click, click, click. Hua Hanxiao suddenly opened his eyes, took his phone and snapped several pictures of Jiang Yu, who was untying his tie. He immediately sent them to Gu Masheng. By the time Jiang Yu realized what had happened, the photos were already sent. Hua Hanxiao, what are you taking pictures of? Let me see, she said. Who? Hua Hanxiao closed his eyes and fell asleep again. Jiang Yu picked up his phone, but it was already locked. Gu Masheng received a few photos, initially not paying much attention to them while discussing business. But when he opened them and saw clearly what they showed, his eyes were ablaze. The photos showed Jiang Yu straddling the man, Hua Hanxiao's bare chest half exposed, watching Jiang Yu with a captivating look, and the messy bed behind them. Anyone who saw it would conclude that the two had just been intimate. The man clenched his phone tightly, then threw it away, gnashing his teeth as he typed a response. Hua Hanxiao, what do you mean by this? There was no response. Gu Masheng stood up immediately, apologized to the person he was meeting with and left his business partner behind. Jiang Yu, Hua Hanxiao, you just wait, he fumed. Back at the hotel room, Jiang Yu cleaned up Hua Hanxiao and went into the bathroom to change her dress for some casual clothes. But she couldn't unbutton the back of her dress. She went back to the bed and shook Hua Hanxiao awake. Hey, Hua, stay awake a little longer, help me undo my buttons. Hua Hanxiao, groggy as he was, perked up hearing he had to undo Jiang Yu's buttons. Okay, here's another opportunity, he thought. While undoing her buttons, Hua Hanxiao took more photos of him unbuttoning Jiang Yu's dress and sent them to Gu Masheng. But right after he sent them, there was a sudden knock at the door. When Hua Hanxiao opened the door, he saw Gu Masheng, face green with fury, his phone shaking in his hand. On the phone were the photos he had just sent. Brother, what brings you here? Don't tell me you're checking up on your ex-wife after the divorce, he said tauntingly. Jiang Yu, who was in the bathroom, heard Gu Moshing and poked her head out. Gu Moshing walked straight into the bathroom, grabbed Jiang Yu's wrist and said, harshly, Jiang Yu, you're coming with me. Why? Let go of my girlfriend. Hua Hanxiao stood in front of Gu Moshing. Two almost identical faces looked at each other, neither willing to back down. Gu Moshing's expression was cold and sharp, while Hua Hanxiao's was mischievous and unrestrained. Both top-tier faces were radiating powerful auras. Suddenly, Gu Moshing laughed as if he'd heard a ridiculous joke. Ha! Your girlfriend? Do you know how many men she's been with? Hua Hanxiao lowered his head and smirked. I don't care how many men she's been with, but she was your woman. I said I'd take back everything that is yours, now that includes your woman as well. Jiang Yu never imagined she would become a sacrificial pawn in the brothers' rivalry. She shook off his hand. Gu Moshing, since I'm so dirty, then don't touch me. I can lead by myself. Jiang Yu walked out of their sight, leaving the two men in a tense standoff. By the time Jiang Yu got into her car, they were both too late to chase after her. Everything had happened too suddenly. Jiang Yu had just found out that Hua Hanxiao was Gu Moshing's brother, and now they were fighting over her. Mommy, did your date not go well today? When Jiang Mianmian saw her mother's upset face, she thought something must have happened. Jiang Yu crouched down and hugged her daughter. No matter how chaotic the outside world was, her daughter was always able to heal her. Chapter 62, Mother and Son Reunited. Jiang Mianmian was like a ray of light in her life, warming her whole existence. Mommy, did that bad uncle bully you again? I'll get revenge for you, Mommy. Saying that, Jiang Mianmian started looking for her phone to send Gu Moshing numerous emoji of hammers, wanting to beat him to death. Gu Moshing saw the messages from Jiang Mianmian and replied, Is your mother home? Did you make Mommy angry again? Mommy is so tired every day, why do you always make Mommy angry, Uncle? Gu Moshing replied, Uncle didn't, Uncle was protecting your mother. Jiang Mianmian pouted, replying, Uncle's mouth is full of lies. Gu Moshing wanted to explain further, but Jiang Mianmian stopped replying to messages. Jiang Yu was a bit tired that day. After changing, she received a message from Gu Moshing. Gu Moshing, having failed with his previous business deal, had heard that Jiang Yu's company had access to a certain pharmaceutical he needed, and wanted to collaborate. But Jiang Yu did not reply to Gu Moshing. She needed to think about collaborating with Gu Moshing. Jiang Yu's current focus was on researching medicine for Jun. Last time, she promised Gu Moshing new research data, and she did not know how his research was going. She decided to find an opportunity to ask about it, and bring up meeting her son, since it has been a long time. She was starting to miss Jun. At the Gu family's old mansion. Gu Yanjun had not eaten for 3 days, greatly worrying the two elders. Jun, what exactly do you want to eat? I'll have Wang Ma make it for you again. Gu Yanjun shook his head. I don't want Wang Ma's cooking. I want my mommy's cooking. The old matriarch's face immediately darkened. Jun, didn't Grandma tell you? Mommy is busy and can't cook for you. You can only eat what Wang Ma makes. I won't eat it. I just don't like Wang Ma's cooking. Wang Ma's food is delicious, but it's still not as good as Mommy's. Gu Yanjun lost control again, knocking all the food off the table. Shards of the dishes scattered everywhere. The old matriarch immediately hugged her grandson, trying to soothe him. Okay, don't eat it. Don't be angry. Watching his son like this, Gu Moshing sat aside, silently smoking. 3 days ago, he had proposed letting Jun see Jiang Yu, but his parents refused. Now that his son hadn't eaten for 3 days, he stood up and spoke to his mother. Mom, maybe we could. He was immediately cut off by his mother scolding. Smoking, all you know how to do is smoke, are you trying to watch my grandson starve to death? Gu Moshing was speechless by his mother's harsh words. Mom, do we still need to hold out? If we keep going, I'm afraid Jun will starve to death. The old matriarch also realized that she couldn't hold out any longer and took a step back. Where is that woman now? Gu Moshing immediately called Jiang Yu. Hearing Jiang Yu's voice, Gu Yanjun ran to his father and shouted into the phone. Mommy, where have you been? I miss you so much. I'm so hungry, and they don't cook as well as you. As Gu Yanjun spoke, tears began to fall. Jiang Yu also choked up a bit. Son, mommy will bring you something to eat right away. Gu Moshing said into the phone, where are you? I'll come pick you up. But Jiang Yu said, I won't go to the old mansion. You bring Jun Jun to my place. The old matriarch heard this as well and couldn't help saying, that woman is still so vile. Do you think I'll eat her up if she comes to the old mansion? Gu Moshing deliberately moved the phone away a little, but Jiang Yu still heard the old matriarch's words. She replied to Gu Moshing, anyway, I will not go to your house to see your parents' faces. If you really have the heart to let Jun Jun suffer, then do what you want. This time, she would not compromise with anyone. Under his mother's piercing gaze, Gu Moshing took a deep breath and said to Jiang Yu, okay, I promise you. I'll bring Jun Jun over now. Even though the old matriarch was very unhappy, she was afraid that her stubborn grandson would starve himself to death. When Gu Moshing took Gu Yanjun out the door, the old matriarch told him again and again. You can only stay one night, you hear? She felt that letting Jiang Yu spend one night with her son was already a very merciful thing to do. When going to see Jiang Yu with his son, Gu Moshing drove very fast. But when he reached Jiang Yu's house, his face immediately darkened. Why is he here at your house? Hua Hanqiao had not yet seen Gu Moshing. He was in the living room, playing games with Jiang Mianmian. He liked the way the little girl thought, so he said to Jiang Yu in a loud voice, Baby, your daughter is so cute, should we have another one? Jiang Yu ignored Hua Hanqiao's nonsense. Hua Hanqiao had just come for a meal, so she didn't kick him out. Gu Moshing stood at the door, having heard Hua Hanqiao's words clearly. Looking closely, he noticed that Jiang Mianmian, sitting next to Hua Hanqiao, had a 6 or 7 point resemblance to Hua Hanqiao. Could Mianmian not be his child but Hua Hanqiao's child? Gu Moshing had his suspicions, but his son had already thrown himself into his mother's arms. Mommy, I missed you so much, he said. Jiang Yu held her son tight, kissing him repeatedly. Mommy missed you too. Let me see, why are you so thin? Gu Moshing told her that Gu Yanjun had refused to eat and drink for 3 days in order to see her. Hearing this, Jiang Yu felt her heart ache. Mommy will make you something delicious, Jun Jun, just wait. At this time, Jiang Mianmian ran over, giving her brother a big hug. Jun Jun brother, Mianmian missed you so much. Why did you take so long to come over? Gu Yanjun looked exasperated, telling Jiang Mianmian how he had been these past few days. Jiang Mianmian listened, her little head nodding as she clenched her teeth angrily. We will not go to Grandma's house in the future, it's terrible. Mianmian will take care of you. Gu Yanjun hugged his sister, reluctant to let go. Hua Hanqiao looked nonchalantly at the 2 kids. When he was abroad, he had heard about Jiang Yu. The Gu family was not easy to deal with. Now, seeing Jiang Yu and her son separated, he could not help but think about his own miserable past. Gu Moshing, you are really a failure of a man. Gu Moshing knew what Hua Hanqiao meant. He had not protected his wife and children, nor had he been able to bring Jiang Yu into harmony with the Gu family. He had always been defiant whenever Hua Hanqiao insulted him before, but this time, Gu Moshing was speechless. He could only watch the 2 children in silence. Watching Jiang Yu busy in the kitchen, the 2 men unknowingly went towards the kitchen. Baby, let me help you. Let me help you. The 2 men spoke almost at the same time. Jiang Yu, who was holding an onion, paused. She thought she had misheard. For Hua Hanqiao to offer his help wasn't that surprising, sometimes the man did have a conscience. But for Gu Moshing, this was the first time he had ever offered to help her cook. Chapter 63, Teasing His Brother. After all, Gu Moshing had always been a chauvinist, never willing to enter the kitchen. In his mind, only women should go into the kitchen. Hua Hanqiao and Gu Moshing were also visibly stunned, not expecting that they would both unknowingly come into the kitchen to help Jiang Yu. Standing on either side of Jiang Yu, Gu Moshing and Hua Hanqiao felt like 2 mountains, making it hard for her to breathe. Are you here to help or to fight? Can you not make the atmosphere so tense? After saying this, Jiang Yu assigned them both tasks. Free labor, might as well use it. While the 3 of them were busy in the kitchen, the 2 kids watched them. Jiang Mianmian, resting her chin on her hands, looked pensive. Do you think that my father is one of them? Gu Yanjun also rested his chin on his hands, seriously thinking. I think it's very possible. It would be great if we had the same father. Jiang Mianmian frowned. Actually, she didn't hope that would be the case, as it seemed that her mommy didn't like the bad uncle. How could it be the bad uncle? Brother, maybe you're right, but I think that Uncle Hua could also be the one. He always calls mommy baby. Now, Gu Yanjun didn't know who Jiang Mianmian's father was. The three adults quickly prepared the meal, ending the children's discussion. Time to eat. Jiang Yu asked Mianmian and Jun to wash their hands before eating. Although this was the first time Hua Hanxiao had come to Jiang Yu's house, he quickly became friends with Jiang Mianmian. During the meal, he sat next to Jiang Yu and Jiang Mianmian. He looked more like a family with them than Li Zai ever did. On the other hand, Gu Moshing sat together with Gu Yanjun, as if they were a bonus added in. However, Jiang Mianmian knew how to take care of Jun. She would often put her favorite dishes in his bowl. Being with his mother and sister made Gu Yanjun much more cheerful, and he ate a lot of food. Gu Moshing wanted Jun to stay with Jiang Yu for a few more days, but he was afraid that the old people at home wouldn't agree. Daddy, I don't want to go back tomorrow either. Can I stay here? Gu Yanjun's sudden question made Gu Moshing pause his chopsticks. Jun, be good. Grandma also misses you. We'll stay one night, and come visit mommy again next time, okay? Gu Yanjun put down his chopsticks, losing his appetite. Gu Moshing's expression became complex. TSK, your son can't even stay with his mother for a few days. The Gu family truly carries through with being heartless to the very end. Hua Hanxiao shook his head while eating. Seeing Hua Hanxiao made Gu Moshing, who was already in a bad mood, feel even more irritated. Hua Hanxiao enjoyed seeing Gu Moshing in such a state. After all, he didn't have any grand ambitions in life. He lived by one rule: eating, sleeping, and teasing his brother. The more annoyed Gu Moshing was, the happier he became. Jiang Yu never imagined she would be caught in the middle of Gu Moshing and his brother's rivalry. In order to rile up Gu Moshing, Hua Hanxiao directly said to Gu Yanjun. Jun, why don't you call me dad? I don't mind you being my son. Gu Moshing slammed his chopsticks down. His already cold face became even darker. Hua Hanxiao paid no attention and continued to eat the food Jiang Yu had made. Your son is also my son, right? So if I'm Jun's dad, then the family assets won't go to outsiders, right? Gu Moshing, you can't give Jun a complete family. I can. If you give him to me, I'll marry Jiang Yu, a happy family of 4. Hua Hanxiao, you are not even in bed yet and you've already started dreaming. It seems that dreaming is the strength of someone who has narcolepsy, isn't it? After saying this, Gu Moshing had no appetite to eat anymore. I'm full, you guys keep eating. Hua Hanxiao also put down his chopsticks, I'm also full. Then, he patted Gu Yanjun's head. Son, eat more. Hearing Hua Hanxiao call Jun son, Gu Moshing felt like his son was being stolen. Hua Hanxiao, I will never let you steal my son. But Hua Hanxiao completely ignored Gu Moshing's anger. Brother, can you broaden your horizons a little? As long as you agree, your wife and child will be mine. As fellow members of the Gu family, I won't mistreat them. Gu Moshing grit his teeth. Hua Hanxiao, you are surnamed Hua, not Gu. Hua Hanxiao picked his ear. Brother, what's your last name isn't important. What's important is who laughs last. Jiang Yu was about to burst out laughing at the two brothers. It was rare to see Gu Moshing meet such a formidable opponent. She ate her food silently and watched the show. Gu Moshing was ultimately no match for Hua Hanxiao. He said he had to go to work and left his son behind. Hua Hanxiao stayed to play with Jiang Yu and the children. Gu Moshing had been looking for a new business partner. Hua Hanxiao was also planning on looking for business partners. After all, he had returned to the country to compete with Gu Moshing, and he could not allow himself to be second best anymore. When Gu Moshing arrived at his company, he received a business card. Who left this here? He asked his secretary. A beautiful lady. She insisted that I give this to you, so I put it on your desk. Gu Moshing examined the name on the business card. Rue Bosi. It was indeed a unique name. Just as he was looking at the business card, the secretary got another call. Boss, speak of the devil, this lady is at the door, wanting to see you. Let her in. Gu Mashing watched as a young and fashionable woman walked in, her hair falling to her waist, wearing a blue figure-hugging dress, curvaceous and enchanting. But he wasn't interested. He simply said coldly, Ms. Rue? Please have a seat. When Rue Bosi saw Gu Mashing, she gave a small smile. Unlike the other women who met Gu Mashing for the first time, she did not stare at him for too long, admiring his handsome face, and then praising him for being so young and promising. She simply got straight to the point. Mr. Gu, you're having trouble with your pharmaceutical research, aren't you? I have a way to solve it. As long as you cooperate with my company, there will be no problems. The terms, Gu Mashing responded curtly. The woman raised her delicate, slender eyebrows. How do you want to split it, Mr. Gu? 50-50? Gu Mashing thought for a moment. I can accept that. The woman smiled. The split is not the issue. We just want to work with a big company like Gu Corporation to increase our visibility. Gu Mashing lazily put his hands on his desk, somewhat puzzled. That's it? Ms. Rue Bosi finally smiled again. Of course. Our goal is the same as Mr. Gu's, we both want to be listed on the stock market. But unfortunately, we don't have any partners. Standing on the shoulders of the Gu Corporation, perhaps we can go further and achieve more. Gu Mashing nodded. Deal. I'll have my secretary check your company's qualifications, and then we can sign the contract. The woman spread her hands, opening up. I'm fine with that. Chapter 64, New Love. The secretary quickly verified the qualifications, and after the two signed the contract, the woman reached out her hand to shake Gu Mashing's. But Gu Mashing laughed, sorry, I never shake hands with women. Rue Bosi gave an awkward smile, then nodded. I understand. Your wife must be very possessive, I get it. After Gu Mashing asked the secretary to see her out, he stared at the woman's back. Though he couldn't understand why he was so lucky to find a partner so quickly, he still felt that everything had happened too suddenly. Finally finding a suitable partner for business, Gu Mashing didn't forget to call home. Jiang Yu was drawing with Mian Mian and Jun Jun when she received Gu Mashing's call. What is it? She asked. Jiang Yu, someone else has already taken your place in our cooperation. I found a partner, he said. Jiang Yu showed no interest, simply saying oh. Really? Congratulations then. I've also confirmed a new partner, your younger brother, Hua Hanxiao. Hearing that Jiang Yu was going to cooperate with Hua Hanxiao, Gu Mashing was speechless. Are you doing this on purpose, Jiang Yu? Cooperating with Hua Hanxiao, that nobody, just to anger me? Jiang Yu's eyes were cold. Gu Mashing, you're not important enough for me to jeopardize my company's future, just to spite you. By the way, is your partner a beautiful woman? Or perhaps a tall, sexy beauty? Rue Bosi came to mind. She was probably a stunner to most people. How did you know? Yes, she's a great beauty, he admitted. Heh, Gu Mashing, I knew you couldn't stand loneliness. With Ningyu Yu gone, you couldn't even have a break. You really are a serial cheater. A leopard can't change its spots. Gu Mashing didn't expect to be lectured like that by Jiang Yu. He was about to retort, but she had already hung up. Gu Mashing put his pen down on the desk, stood up, and drove away from the company. As soon as Jiang Yu hung up, Hua Hanxiao returned from outside. Are you done with work? Jiang Yu asked. After deciding to cooperate, Hua Hanxiao had taken the project very seriously, personally overseeing it. Hua Hanxiao looked exhausted when he returned. I'm back. I spent all day finalizing contracts with suppliers, I'm beat. He lay on the sofa, watching Jiang Yu draw with the children. He wanted to join in. But as soon as he sat down next to Jiang Mianmian, the little girl covered her nose. Uncle Stinky. Hua Hanxiao smelled himself. He had been running around all day and hadn't noticed that he was sweaty. His clothes were covered in the smell of sweat. Mianmian, wait a minute. I'll take a shower and then draw with you. Hua Hanxiao went to the bathroom, put on some music, and began to wash himself. Gu Mashing arrived home, just as Hua Hanxiao walked out wrapped in a towel. What do you think you're doing? Hua Hanxiao ruffled his damp hair. Brother, can't you tell? I just took a shower. Gu Mashing looked at Huahanxiao's figure. It was just as good as his own. Plus, he had lived overseas for years, so his skin was a healthy tan. Even as a man, he thought that physique was impressive. It immediately made him unhappy. Gu Mashing took off his jacket and threw it over Huahanxiao, covering his chest muscles. Indecently dressed, no entry. Go back to your room and get dressed before coming out. Huahanxiao ripped Gu Mashing's jacket off, disgusted. Why did you throw your stinky clothes on my fragrant body? I just finished my shower. You've tainted it. He threw the clothes aside with disdain, then deliberately flaunted himself in front of Jiang Yu. Gu Mashing's face was pale. This younger brother was really good at irritating him. Jiang Yu had seen Huahanxiao's physique before. It was comparable to Gu Mashing's. Having seen Gu Mashing's body first, she wasn't interested in other men's bodies. She focused on drawing with her daughter and son. Watching Huahanxiao trying to sit next to Jiang Yu to draw with Mian, Gu Mashing pushed him aside. I want to draw with my son. What are you doing here? Huahanxiao's towel almost came off. Seeing that the two brothers were about to fight, Jiang Yu immediately stood up. If you two are going to be this ridiculous, you can both get out of my house. Jiang Yu, usually so gentle, suddenly became so forceful that both men shut up immediately. Huahanxiao even acted spoiled towards Jiang Yu. Okay, baby, just joking. It won't happen again. While acting spoiled, he winked at Gu Mashing. Gu Mashing almost threw up. He turned around to go back to his room to change into pajamas. As soon as he came out, Huahanxiao deliberately brought up the topic that Gu Mashing didn't like. Brother, are you staying here tonight? Or doesn't the old witch at home want you to go back? Gu Mashing wanted to kick Huahanxiao away. Who are you calling an old witch? Am I living at your house? None of your business. Jiang Yu also remembered. The old matriarch probably didn't want Jun to be with her for too long. Gu Mashing, what are you going to do? Are you really staying here again tonight? Should he stay or not? Gu Mashing wasn't sure. Plus, he had already received a message from his mother telling him to return home. Jun doesn't want to go back. What can I do? He could defy his mother's wishes for his son, but he knew it wouldn't be for long. Gu Mashing, you said your mother was not in good health? By keeping Jun here, aren't you afraid that your mother's condition will worsen? Gu Mashing suddenly fell silent. Lately, he had been finding that life was more difficult than his business deals. There were always difficult choices to make. Just one more night. Tomorrow we'll go see Grandma, okay? He was discussing with Gu Yanjun since his son was more attached to Jiang Yu. Gu Yanjun looked at his father, then at his mother. Okay, he nodded. Though Jiang Yu was reluctant, she didn't want Gu Mashing's parents to suffer because of her son. After the decision was made, they quickly finished dinner, and it was soon time to sleep. As Gu Mashing was about to rest, he received a call. A woman's voice came from his phone. Mr. Gu, do you have time now? I'd like to discuss the next steps with you. Am I disturbing you? It was his business partner, Rui Bo-si. Gu Mashing said softly, no. Jiang Yu walked past Gu Mashing. She felt like that woman's voice sounded familiar. Gu Mashing glanced at Jiang Yu, then continued to discuss the collaboration with the woman. The call lasted for half an hour before Gu Mashing hung up. Your new partner? Jiang Yu asked. Gu Mashing nodded. What do you want to ask? Since you chose to cooperate with Huahanxiao, I will definitely not reveal any business secrets to you. Huahanxiao suddenly found it funny. Brother, that woman's voice sounds unreliable. Don't get scammed. Gu Mashing's face darkened. She's a returnee and a graduate from a top international university. You're just jealous and see everyone as a scammer. Chapter 65, Vixen. A returnee, huh? She's probably a turtle. I bet you couldn't resist a pretty face, that's why you agreed to cooperate with her. Gu Mashing stood up and walked over to Huahanxiao. Whether she's real or not, we'll see in the business world. He meant in the business world, but Huahanxiao misinterpreted it. The mall? Are you going to buy me something? Gu Mashing was speechless. Huahanxiao, spend more time reading and less time flaunting your body. With that, Gu Mashing poked Huahanxiao's chest muscle, and went to go rest. Hua Hanxiao laughed at Gu Moshing's back. Are you envious of my golden mushroom? When they had been using the bathroom together, he noticed that Gu Moshing's size wasn't as big as he had imagined. Bang! Gu Moshing slammed the door, shutting out Hua Hanxiao's voice. Jiang Yu was telling the children a story when the sharp-eared Jiang Mianmian suddenly lifted her big, watery eyes and asked, Mommy, why did the smelly uncle say that the bad uncle is a golden mushroom? Jiang Yu. Countless black lines appeared on her face. Well, calling a man a golden mushroom is a very rude thing to say. Mianmian shouldn't learn it, and don't ask about it. You can only say it when you're older. Okay, Mianmian doesn't call people names. Mianmian is a little angel who doesn't use bad words. Mianmian's cute, rosy cheeks were so charming, Jiang Yu almost melted. But, Mianmian, you're not so good at nicknames either. Stinky uncle and bad uncle. Don't call them that in the future. Mianmian pouted. Mianmian didn't make those up. Uncle Hua was stinky today, so I called him Stinky Uncle. Uncle Gu always makes mommy angry, he's bad, so he's bad uncle. Mianmian didn't call them the wrong thing. Watching her daughter's earnest expression, Jiang Yu felt a headache coming on. Mianmian, you're really a nickname genius, she said. Mianmian was intoxicated by her mother's praise, thinking that she really was a nickname genius. Good night, Mommy. Jiang Mianmian fell asleep quickly that night. It was only after the children were asleep that Jiang Yu had time to come out and clean up. She just happened to see Gu Moshing packing his luggage. Yes, clean up everything. It was too messy, and the floor was covered in Jun and Mianmian's things. Jiang Yu asked Gu Moshing to pack his son's belongings so it would be easier for her to clean. But Gu Moshing suddenly stopped, thinking that Jiang Yu wanted him to leave as soon as possible. Jiang Yu, am I in your way so you can go flirt with other men? Gu Moshing, do you have to be so dramatic every single day? When have I been flirting with other men? Make yourself clear. Gu Moshing snorted, and dragged the messy bags back to his room to pack. So weird. Jiang Yu watched Gu Moshing's back, baffled, not knowing how she had offended this ancestor again. Early the next morning. Jiang Yu woke up early. Gu Yanjun was going to return to the old mansion with Gu Moshing after breakfast, so she went to make her son a meal. After breakfast, Gu Yanjun kept pulling on Jiang Yu, pleading, Mommy, can't you come back with us? Jiang Yu hugged her son. Mommy has things to do. I'll have your dad bring you back to see me in a few days. Though Gu Yanjun was unhappy, he held back his tears. Mommy, I'll be strong. After Gu Moshing left with Gu Yanjun, Hua Hanxiao's car followed. When Gu Moshing arrived at the Gu family's mansion, he noticed that Hua Hanxiao had followed them. Gu Moshing was annoyed. What are you doing here? Brother, are there any rules about returning without seeing your parents? I have to see if my good old dad is about to die. What nonsense are you talking about? Get out of here, you are not welcome in this house. Hua Hanxiao laughed coldly. Whether I'm welcome or not, I'm here. I have to see the old man today. You're not stopping me. Gu Moshing couldn't stop Hua Hanxiao, and could only watch him enter the old Gu mansion. Old man, it's been years since I've seen you. Do you still recognize your son? When old man Gu saw Hua Hanxiao, he instantly recognized him. The man before him was the son he had kicked out of the family years ago. Dad, I've missed you so much. I wonder if you've missed me these past years. Old man Gu's lips trembled with anger. You rebellious son, what are you doing here? You're not welcome in this house. Hua Hanxiao's eyes were cold, and a sarcastic smile touched his lips. Since I'm not welcome now, why didn't you pull out when you were, you old man, you weren't a real man when you were young and now, you're even more shameless. You. What nonsense are you spouting? Get out. Old man Gu raised his cane, ready to strike Hua Hanxiao, but Hua Hanxiao grabbed it. I didn't come here to get beaten today. Old man Gu shouted angrily, then what did you come here for? I came here to make you angry to the point of death. With that, he forcefully released the cane, causing the old man to stagger. And, you won't let Jiang Yu into the house, right? Doing such a heinous thing, not letting a mother and her son see each other, aren't you afraid of going to hell when you die? What does it have to do with you? Get out of here, you surnamed Hua, you're not welcome here. Hua Hanxiao said, whether I'm welcome or not, I came anyway. You think I wanted to come? If it wasn't for Jiang Yu, I wouldn't even step foot in the Gu family's gates, it's disgusting. Get out of here. Hua Hanxiao nonchalantly picked his ear, and said to the old man. I didn't plan on staying long. Seeing you so angry makes me happy. Bye-bye. Accompanied by a barrage of curses, Hua Hanxiao left the Gu family's old mansion. Look what you've done. Who let him in here? After Hua Hanxiao left, old man Gu scolded Gu Masheng. Dad, I didn't expect him to be like this, I'm sorry. Sorry, all you know how to say is sorry, what good does sorry do? You've all been bewitched by Jiang Yu, that vixen. I think it's necessary to bring someone in to exorcise the evil spirits in this house, and drive that vixen's soul away. Dad, Jiang Yu is not a vixen, she's Jun's mother. Old man Gu closed his eyes, ignoring Gu Masheng, mumbling to himself, saying something that couldn't be heard. Dad, what's wrong with you? What are you muttering? Old man Gu opened his eyes and said fiercely, what else could it be? Of course it's an exorcism spell. In the future, I don't want to hear anything about Jiang Yu in this house, understand? Gu Masheng stood silently. Dad, I can agree to anything else, but not that. This time, before old man Gu could explode, Gu Masheng left the old man and went inside to be with his son. What a disaster. I gave birth to a bunch of useless children. Look at what you've become over a woman. You're going to make me angry to death. Chapter 66, Another Identity Reveal. Jiang Yu found out about Hua Hanxiao's chaos at the Gu family the next day. She asked him when she saw him. You actually went to the Gu family? Hua Hanxiao was sleeping, and looked annoyed. Gu Masheng is such a gossip, can he not be so talkative? Jiang Yu said, what did you go to the Gu family for? What for? It's also my home, can't I go back? Jiang Yu put her hands on her hips. Of course, there's no problem, but why mention me? Don't you know that my name is a taboo in the Gu family? Hua Hanxiao laughed. Of course I know. If it wasn't a taboo, I wouldn't have mentioned you. Jiang Yu. Hua Hanxiao said, my purpose was to vent my anger. The angrier old man Gu gets, the happier I am. But then again, I did that to vent for you, to get revenge for you. Yet, you're still blaming me, you ungrateful woman. Jiang Yu laughed dryly. Then thank you so much. Hua Hanxiao laughed heartlessly. You know, both of us are considered untouchable in the Gu family, we're really a good match. Why don't you be my wife? We'll join forces, and topple the Gu family. That way, your son will be back, too. Jiang Yu immediately replied, that way you get a wife and kids, all in one go, right? You really have a good plan. Hua Hanxiao lay lazily on the bed, watching Jiang Yu mischievously. Gu Masheng is a real wimp. He can't even get into the Gu family. You might as well follow me, at least we can unite and not only anger old man Gu, but Gu Masheng too. That's a good feeling. Hua Hanxiao couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Yu said casually, you sure know how to dream. Letting you be Jun's stepfather, Gu Masheng would be so mad. Hua Hanxiao nodded. That's exactly the effect I'm going for, so when are you planning to marry me? Jiang Yu shook her head. Dream on. That'll never happen in this lifetime. Hua Hanxiao sighed. Jiang Yu, you're such a boring woman. Jiang Yu stopped joking with Hua Hanxiao. She told him to get up. They had to attend a bidding meeting today. Coming right now. After Hua Hanxiao got ready, he looked at his beautiful face in the mirror. Driving Jiang Yu to the bidding meeting, he said, just you wait, Gu Masheng will definitely be here. Just as Hua Hanxiao's voice faded, Jiang Yu saw Gu Masheng walking over with a woman. Gu Masheng also saw Jiang Yu first. They hadn't seen each other in 2 days. Jiang Yu looked curiously at the unfamiliar woman next to Gu Masheng. Was this the woman she had heard on the phone the other day? She looked bright and sunny, with a great figure and a pretty face. But she also looked very artificial. Hua Hanxiao, wanting to stir up trouble, led Jiang Yu towards Gu Masheng. He couldn't help but praise the woman next to Gu Masheng. This beautiful lady, you're very pretty. Rue Bosi smiled. Thank you for the praise, sir. The next second, Hua Hanxiao said, I wasn't praising you. I was praising him. His finger pointed at Gu Masheng. Rui Bosi's face darkened. Looking at Gu Moshing's murderous face, Hua Hanxiao felt great. But Hua Hanxiao quickly smiled at the woman in front of him. I'm sorry, lady, that was just a joke. What should I call you? Rui Bosi smiled. You can just call me Ms. Rui. Oh, Rui. A very elegant name. But I have another question for you, I wonder if it's convenient to ask. Rui Bosi smiled. Go ahead. Hua Hanxiao carefully examined the woman's face. How much money would it take to do you up like this? He asked seriously. Rui Bosi looked embarrassed, and Gu Moshing finally couldn't take it anymore. Hua Hanxiao, are you looking for trouble? Hua Hanxiao held Jiang Yu's hand, finally smiling satisfactorily. Gu Moshing, is this the turtle you found? It's SOSO, very fitting for your poor taste. Jiang Yu was still looking at the woman next to Gu Moshing as Hua Hanxiao led her away. What are you looking at? Do you know her? She looks so fake. She can't compare to you at all. Jiang Yu said, puzzled, I feel like I know her somehow. Hua Hanxiao squeezed Jiang Yu's shoulder. You must be too tired. Get a good rest after this ends. While Hua Hanxiao led her through the crowd, Jiang Yu frequently felt someone staring at her. She thought it was Gu Moshing, but Gu Moshing was always smiling while talking to others, and the woman was always standing next to him. Jiang Yu thought she was imagining things. She continued to accompany Hua Hanxiao, greeting the bosses of the factories. Hua Hanxiao and Jiang Yu were both newcomers, while Gu Moshing was a renowned entrepreneur in B City, so many people surrounded Gu Moshing, ignoring Jiang Yu and her companion. Seeing the one-sided situation, Hua Hanxiao said to Jiang Yu, it seems that it's time to let everyone know our strength. During the product introduction, Hua Hanxiao unveiled their most effective drug design. The drug was already well known, but no one knew who had developed it. This drug is amazing. My wife's rheumatism was cured by it. I never thought that the researchers of this great medicine would be here. When Hua Hanxiao introduced Jiang Yu as the developer of the drug, many people didn't believe him. That can't be. She looks so young, she doesn't seem very capable. People who can research such drugs must have a doctorate. She's so young. How could that be possible? It's impossible, you're being tricked, let's go. Seeing the doubts people had, Hua Hanxiao immediately pulled out documents to prove it. If you don't believe me, see for yourselves. Is it so hard to believe that someone is talented and excellent at a young age? After looking at the documents, people's opinions of Jiang Yu changed. I never thought this beautiful woman would be so amazing. Being able to develop a world-class drug at such a young age, she is truly an up-and-comer. Slowly, many people changed their minds and moved from Gu Moshing's side to Jiang Yu's, seeking partnerships. Gu Moshing looked at the woman beside him and asked seriously, when you were young, could you develop such a powerful drug? Rui Bosi shook her head. No, she said to Gu Moshing. Gu Moshing no longer cared about business deals. He stared intently at Jiang Yu. Today, he had finally realized how amazing Jiang Yu was. She had developed such a powerful medicine. He had been looking down on this woman. Gu Moshing asked himself quietly, he even wanted to go up and ask her. Jiang Yu, how many things are you hiding from me? Chapter 67, The Scumbag. Everyone was gathered to discuss business, those with the most impressive research and development had the greatest competitive edge. Due to Jiang Yu's sudden rise to fame, many people were eager to collaborate with her. Rui Bosi had been having a productive discussion with Gu Moshing, but when she saw the ardent look Gu Moshing was giving Jiang Yu, she immediately reminded him, Mr. Gu, don't forget that we have a contract. I have no intention of breaking it, Gu Moshing quickly reassured the woman beside him. Rui Bosi finally felt relieved. She noticed that all the women with male companions were holding their men's arms. She reached out to do the same with Gu Moshing, but he inadvertently brushed her off. Let's go take a look over there. Gu Moshing led Rui Bosi to the doorway. It was quieter there, with fewer people, but still within sight of the crowd, not too intimate but not too noisy either. The two of them seriously discussed the details of their upcoming collaboration. Gu Moshing spoke attentively, and Rui Bosi was very professional. At amusing points, the woman would break into a smile, her lips curling into a red curve. Jiang Yu saw the two of them chatting happily by the door, and her searching gaze was fixed on the woman facing Gu Moshing. She wondered what Gu Mashing was saying to the woman to make her so happy. In her memory, Gu Mashing had always been a rigid old fogey, never telling her jokes to make her happy. As Jiang Yu watched, her thoughts drifted. What's wrong? Hua Hanxiao, noticing Jiang Yu's distraction, followed her gaze and saw Gu Mashing engrossed in conversation with someone. Baby, you haven't forgotten that scumbag, have you? Look how happy he makes other women, while all he ever did was make you cry. I remember when I first met you overseas, how heartbroken you were. Wasn't that because of this scumbag? Jiang Yu had indeed been depressed and miserable for a long time after the divorce. She missed her son, but how could she not be heartbroken when he and his father had colluded to betray her? Thinking of that inhuman period, Jiang Yu averted her gaze. Hua Hanxiao affectionately pinched Jiang Yu's cheek. So, you must never forget that hellish time, and you must never forgive that scumbag. Jiang Yu nodded. Yes, never forgive. As she said this, Gu Mashing's gaze fell on Jiang Yu. Seeing Hua Hanxiao pinch her cheek, a hint of gloom clouded his usually calm face. Did Jiang Yu really like Hua Hanxiao that much? How long had it been since Jiang Yu had looked at him so tenderly? Gu Mashing lost interest in talking with Rui Bosi. All the necessary points had been made clear. It was getting late, and he needed to go home to see his son, so he walked towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, come here. What for? Jiang Yu asked. I need to talk to you. Jiang Yu, what can't you say here? Gu Mashing did have something to say. He looked at Jiang Yu and asked, Jiang Yu, have you forgotten what day it is tomorrow? What day was it? Of course, it was an important day. No, it's our son's birthday. Is that all? Gu Mashing seemed to be hoping for a different answer. Besides being Gu Yanjin's birthday, tomorrow was also their wedding anniversary. Before, Gu Mashing rarely forgot that day. He patiently waited for Jiang Yu to remember, but the woman remained unmoved, as if she truly did not recall their anniversary. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and shook her head. Is there anything else? I don't remember. Gu Mashing ground his back teeth. This woman really had forgotten everything about him once she had another man. Although he had been standing at the doorway, he could still tell what Jiang Yu and Hua Hanxiao were saying based on their lip movements. Jiang Yu said she would never forgive him. What had he done to make Jiang Yu hate him so much? Gu Mashing felt that he had neither cheated emotionally nor physically. Although he had seemed close to Ning Yu in the past, they had never slept together or even held hands. And Rui Bosi was even more irrelevant. They had only met a few times, and they weren't familiar at all. Their conversations had always been in the public eye. He really couldn't understand why Jiang Yu hated him so much. Since she had forgotten, Gu Mashing didn't mention the anniversary anymore. They were already divorced, so even if he did, it probably wouldn't matter much. It might even make Jiang Yu more upset. Gu Mashing looked deeply into the woman's eyes. Jiang Yu, come back to the old house with me tomorrow to celebrate Junjun's birthday with my parents. Jiang Yu hadn't been back to the Gu family's old house in a long time, and she hadn't seen the two elders either. They simply didn't like her, felt that she wasn't good enough for Gu Mashing, and she didn't want to flaunt herself before them. Jiang Yu hadn't forgotten her son's birthday and had originally intended to celebrate it with Gu Yanjin herself. However, this was for her son's birthday, and as the younger generation, she didn't want to argue with the elderly. Although Gu's parents were harsh, they were Junjun's grandparents, and she didn't want Junjun to hate his relatives. Perhaps it was the ingrained gene of the Chinese people, but no matter what, she hoped that Junjun would respect the elderly and love the young, and that he would grow into an outstanding and moral child. Okay, I promise you. I'll bring Mian Mian to the old house tomorrow to celebrate Junjun's birthday. Hua Hanxiao had been listening to their conversation. He interjected, am I invited to Junjun's birthday? Aren't I considered Junjun's family? He calls me uncle, at least. Gu Mashing, you wouldn't be so petty, would you? Hua Hanxiao wanted to join in the fun of Gu Yanjin's birthday. Last time he went back to the old house, it was like Sun Wukong, creating havoc in the heavenly palace, causing a great deal of trouble for the two elders. Gu Mashing really didn't want Hua Hanxiao to go back and upset his parents again. What are you going back for on such a joyous day? Are you going to make everyone unhappy? No way. Gu Mashing outright rejected Hua Hanxiao's birthday request. Hua Hanxiao raised an eyebrow. My life is my own to decide. Just because you say I can't go doesn't mean I won't. As the family member of my beloved Jiang Yu, I'll be going with her this time. Gu Mashing knew that Hua Hanxiao was an unreasonable man, so he didn't bother to pay attention to him. Jiang Yu, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Jiang Yu shook her head. No need. Hanxiao will take me. Hearing what Jiang Yu said, Hua Hanxiao smirked, raising his eyebrows at Gu Mashing. See? You are not qualified to be the noble beauty's driver. Stay home and prepare delicious cakes and food, and wait for us to celebrate Jinjin's birthday. Hua Hanxiao's arrogant and unbridled attitude made a strong surge of anger rise within Gu Mashing. Chapter 68, Satisfying. After returning home, Jiang Yu had Hua Hanxiao take her to choose a gift for their beloved son. Hua Hanxiao was fully compliant since he still owed Jiang Yu a lot of money. Jinjin likes Ultraman. Let's go to that shop and have a look. However, in the Ultraman shop, Jiang Yu saw a familiar figure. Ms. Rue, what a coincidence. Are you also here to buy toys for your son? Jiang Yu assumed that Rue Bosi was married with children and was also buying toys for her child at this store. She enthusiastically chatted with Rue Bosi. Yes, Ms. Jiang, what a coincidence. But I'm not here to buy toys for my own son. I don't have a boyfriend yet, let alone a son. Today I'm here to buy a birthday gift for Mr. Gu's son. Mr. Gu invited me to attend Jinjin's birthday party. I want to buy Jinjin a toy to make him happy. Rue Bosi spoke elegantly and behaved generously. Jiang Yu understood immediately. Gu Mashing had actually invited his business partner to celebrate Jinjin's birthday. This was unprecedented. In the past, when he was with Ning Yuyu, she had only accompanied Jinjin as his girlfriend. But now even his business partner was included? Or perhaps she wasn't actually a business partner at all, but just Gu Mashing's new lover? Looking at the woman in front of her, her figure was well-proportioned and tall, with a head of long, glossy black hair, and especially those two things in front of her chest, they were as big as Ning Yuyu's. This couldn't help but remind Jiang Yu of the picture of big breasts the night before the divorce. So, after all these years, Gu Mashing's taste hadn't changed at all. She supposed that the so-called business partner would soon be officially introduced as his new girlfriend. For some reason, Jiang Yu wasn't in the mood for shopping anymore. This store was an authorized retailer of genuine Ultraman products, and many of the items were expensive. Rue Bosi picked out a transformable Ultraman figure that cost around 20,000 yuan and asked Jiang Yu, Ms. Jiang, I'm so sorry. It's my first time choosing a gift. For a child. How is this one? Although you and Mr. Gu are divorced, you're still Jinjin's mother. Do you think Jinjin will like this? Is 20,000 yuan too cheap? For some reason, Jiang Yu had initially had a good impression of the woman in front of her, but those last few words had a subtle green tea vibe, instantly reminding her of Ning Yuyu, and she felt a bit disgusted. She shook her head. This one won't do. Jinjin won't like it. Jiang Yu then looked at some of the things on the shelves, picked one at random, and said to Rue Bosi, why don't you buy this one? It's not expensive, it's only 1.2 million yuan. Plus, if you buy this one, I guarantee that you can rest assured that Jinjin will love it. Hearing the price, the muscles in Rue Bosi's face twitched reflexively. How much? Had she heard correctly? A broken toy cost 1.2 million. And yet Jiang Yu said it wasn't expensive. Wasn't that deliberately toying with her? Rue Bosi swallowed her anger. If she were to return the item in front of Jiang Yu, wouldn't she be laughed at? Gritting her teeth, she went to the cashier to pay the huge sum of money. Jiang Yu smiled faintly. Well, Ms. Rue, I'll thank you for your kindness on behalf of my son. He'll be very happy. But this place doesn't have what I want, so I'm going to look somewhere else. Goodbye. After Jiang Yu and Hua Hanxiao were out of Rue Bosi's sight, the two of them laughed so hard that tears came to their eyes. Jiang Yu, it's the first time I've seen you be so wicked, but it was really satisfying, ha ha ha. Hua Hanxiao, I'm not blind. She's just a huge walking green tea. If 20,000 yuan is cheap, then she should have bought the 2 million one. Let Gu Mashing see her sincerity. Jiang Yu laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. She clutched her stomach and sat down on a bench in the mall. Hua Hanxiao was so amused by Jiang Yu's actions that his cheeks ached from laughing. You did well today. You have to treat green tea like that and make them realize your strength. Jiang Yu nodded. After the two finished laughing, they quickly left the mall and went home. Jiang Mianmian was tinkering with her little toys at home. Jiang Yu asked her what gift she was going to give her brother, and the little girl looked worried. Mommy, I want to draw a heart card for my brother with Daddy, Mommy, Junjun, and me, but there's a problem. Jiang Yu touched her daughter's head. What problem? Can I draw 2 daddies? Or no, 3 daddies? Jiang Yu was shocked by her daughter's question. Why do you want to draw so many daddies? A person can only have 1 daddy, right? And besides, where did you get 3 daddies? Jiang Mianmian counted on her fingers seriously. Mianmian doesn't know who her daddy is. Before, Mianmian called Uncle Lise daddy, so that's 1. Then I started calling Uncle Gu daddy. So that's also 1. And now, I think Uncle Hua is also very handsome, and I'm calling him daddy too. So, isn't that 3 daddies? Jiang Yu was stunned. After Mianmian said that, it seemed like it was true. But Jiang Yu said seriously, Mommy will tell you, this heart-shaped paper is limited in size, so you can only draw 1 daddy. You can only draw your mommy and Junjun's daddy. Do you know how to draw it now? Jiang Mianmian suddenly understood and opened her small mouth in a cute O shape. Mommy, I know. I'll just draw you, me, Junjun, and Uncle Gu on the paper. Jiang Yu raised her hand and gave Jiang Mianmian a loud high five. Absolutely correct. Congratulations to the clever Mianmian for finally figuring out how to draw it. After clearing Mianmian's confusion, the little girl took out her drawing tools and began drawing seriously, while Jiang Yu continued to do her own things and did not disturb her daughter's artwork. Walking into Hua Hanxiao's room, she seriously asked Hua Hanxiao. Are you really going back to the Gu family tomorrow for Junjun's birthday? In fact, Jiang Yu was still a little worried. Hua Hanxiao's identity was special, and the last time he went back to the old house, things hadn't gone very well. This time, she didn't want Junjun's birthday to be unpleasant. Jiang Yu, believe it or not, I know what you're worried about. Are you afraid that I'll cause trouble again at the Gu family? In your heart, am I such an undisciplined man? Jiang Yu nodded. Yeah, you've always been quite undisciplined. Hua Hanxiao looked speechless and rolled his eyes at Jiang Yu. Don't worry, I may not give face to old man Gu, but I'll have to give you face. I'm going back to the Gu family to celebrate Junjun's birthday, and I absolutely won't cause trouble. Jiang Yu didn't believe it. Really? Hua Hanxiao raised his hand to swear. Don't worry. As long as old man Gu doesn't do anything excessive, I'll be absolutely quiet. Otherwise, I'll give you double the debt I owe you. That reminded Jiang Yu. Hua Hanxiao hadn't paid her back yet. She nodded, thinking that this deal was worthwhile. Since you've sworn, I kind of hope you'll cause trouble. Ha ha ha, after all, compared to old man Gu, double the debt is more appealing. Hua Hanxiao pouted and rolled his eyes again. Chapter 69, The Birthday Party. Since he was willing to pay double the debt, Jiang Yu was happy to agree to take Hua Hanxiao back to the Gu family. Hua Hanxiao also prepared a gift for Gu Yanjun, planning to give it to him on his birthday. On the day of the birthday, Jiang Yu appeared in front of the Gu family's old house, followed by Jiang Mianmian and Hua Hanxiao. Gu Moshing had originally planned to pick up Jiang Yu and Jiang Mianmian himself, but Jiang Yu insisted on coming on her own. He could only compromise. As for seeing Hua Hanxiao at his own door, he was still very annoyed. Brother, aren't you happy to see me? It's our son's birthday celebration. Of course, I can't be absent. Gu Moshing gritted his teeth. Who is your son? Junjun is my son. Hua Hanxiao felt comfortable seeing Gu Moshing gritting his teeth in anger. Yours is mine, and mine is still mine, so Junjun is definitely my son. Brother is not generous at all. Gu Moshing looked at Hua Hanxiao, speechless. He was now being blamed for it. I warn you, if you make the elders angry again, I won't be polite. I guarantee that I'll have you thrown out. Hua Hanxiao curled his lips and walked into the Gu family's gate side by side with Jiang Yu, no longer paying attention to Gu Moshing, who kept grumbling behind them. When old man Gu saw Hua Hanxiao entering with Jiang Yu, his face grew stern. Gu Moshing had already told them that Jiang Yu would come, but he didn't expect Hua Hanxiao, that rebellious son, to come with Jiang Yu. Knowing that the Gu family elders didn't like them, Jiang Yu didn't want to put on an appeasing act. She directly ignored them and went to talk to Gu Yanjun. The neglected elders looked frosty, but they had promised Gu Moshing that they would not argue in front of the children on Junjun's birthday, otherwise, they would give the child to Jiang Yu. Therefore, although they were unhappy, they could only endure it. Grandpa, why do you look so unhappy? Aren't you happy that Junjun is having a birthday? Jiang Mianmian didn't know when she had run over to old man Gu's side. Looking at this stern old man, she was reminded of the bad uncle. Because the old man and the bad uncle looked so similar, Jiang Mianmian stood curiously next to old man Gu. Seeing the cane in his hand, she was very curious. Old grandpa, can I borrow your magic wand to play with? Magic wand? Old man Gu was confused by the little girl's naive comment. Where did he get a magic wand? Jiang Mianmian's chubby little hand had already reached for it, and old man Gu's cane was in her hand, as she looked at it curiously. Old man Gu had always dreamed of having another lively and cute granddaughter, but unfortunately, Gu Moshing had not remarried, so he was powerless. The little girl in front of him was more and more pleasing to his eyes, but knowing that she was Jiang Yu's child, even though he liked her, there was no expression on his face. Change, make grandpa's face happier. Jiang Mianmian circled around old man Gu. Seeing this cute little thing circling around him, she was lively and interesting. Old man Gu really wanted to pinch the little one's cheek. Seeing that old man Gu didn't move, Jiang Mianmian went to grab old man Gu's beard. Jiang Yu saw this and immediately stopped her. Mianmian, you can't do that. She pulled Jiang Mianmian to the side so that she wouldn't play near old man Gu, to avoid annoying the elders. Although old man Gu was very reluctant, he stubbornly didn't say anything. He could only watch Jiang Yu keep Mianmian away from him. The people in the room were busy with their own things and didn't disturb each other, so it seemed somewhat harmonious for the time being. Soon, there was a knock on the door. When the servants opened the door, Rui Bosi walked in. She had been invited by Gu Moshing, which Jiang Yu already knew. Seeing the young woman, old man Gu guessed that she was Gu Moshing's new girlfriend. Rui Bosi politely greeted old man Gu, and then, seeing Junjun, she wanted to give him her gift. It was that particularly expensive birthday gift from last time. Rui Bosi had gone all out to please Gu Moshing and his son. Naturally, she hoped that Gu Yanjun would like her gift. However, when Gu Yanjun saw the toy in the woman's hand, he was happy to unwrap it at first, but when he saw what it was, he immediately became unhappy and frowned. I don't like this one. I like the Tiga Ultraman that mommy bought. Rui Bosi was petrified. She had spent 1.2 million yuan on this piece of junk, and the child didn't like it. The woman was on the verge of tears. Gu Moshing on the side also looked a little embarrassed. Junjun, you can't be rude. Thank Auntie. Jiang Yu and Hua Hanxiao had been waiting for this moment. Last time at the toy store, they had been very unhappy with Rui Bosi's behavior, so they made her buy the most expensive gift. Now that Gu Yanjun didn't like it, and Rui Bosi couldn't coax him, she could only look at Gu Moshing awkwardly. Even though Gu Moshing told Gu Yanjun that he couldn't behave like this, Gu Yanjun just didn't like the gift he received. He put down Rui Bosi's gift and ran off to play with Mianmian. I'm sorry, my son is being ignorant. Don't mind it. Gu Moshing apologized to Rui Bosi. Rui Bosi shook her head. It's okay. Next time, I'll definitely choose a gift that Junjun likes. When Rui Bosi said this, her heart was bleeding. That was a gift that cost her more than 1 million yuan. Yet he didn't even glance at it. She really wanted to take it back and return it. It was so unfair. It was all because of Jiang Yu. If it weren't for Jiang Yu, she wouldn't have wasted so much money and become a genuine sucker. Rui Bosi tried to suppress her anger. She noticed that the other gifts were set aside, and she didn't know what gift Jiang Yu had given to her son. The gift storm was finally over. Gu Yanjun was focused on playing with Jiang Mianmian while the adults sat on the sofa playing on their phones. They were supposed to chat, but the four people couldn't stand each other. So they were silent and ignored each other. At mealtime, old man Gu and old Madam Gu sat down, with their precious grandson sitting beside them. Junjun, it's time to eat. These are all your favorite foods: spicy crayfish, braised eggplant, stir-fried lettuce, and old duck soup. Come and eat, come and eat. Gu Yanjun, a southerner, had a northerner's appetite and liked strong-flavored northern dishes. Old Man Gu personally peeled shrimp for his grandson, while Old Madam Gu was responsible for picking the dishes she liked for Gu Yanjun. Looking at the two elders' affection for Gu Yanjun, Jiang Yu knew that the Gu family elders genuinely loved their only grandson. Some elderly people who disliked their daughter-in-law would also dislike their grandchildren. Jiang Yu sometimes felt that if the Gu family elders had another son and other grandchildren, they might not be as affectionate towards Gu Yanjun as they were now. Chapter 70, Still Loving or Not? Gu Yanjun ate with his mouth full of food. Jiang Yu watched as old Madame Gu carefully wiped Junjun's mouth, taking care of him meticulously. Besides disliking her, Jiang Yu's heart didn't feel other negative feelings toward the two elders. No matter what, the love that the two elders of the Gu family had for Gu Yanjun was real. Their care for Gu Yanjun was no less than the love of other grandparents for their children. The meal was harmoniously rare. Several people sat around a large round table. Apart from the sound of eating, everyone ate quietly. Gu Masheng and Rui Bosi sat together, occasionally discussing whether the food was to their liking. He only talked to Rui Bosi, completely ignoring everyone else. Hua Hanxiao's appetite was not very good either. He was unusually quiet during the meal. This talkative man was suddenly silent, and Jiang Yu felt uncomfortable. She always felt that he was brewing some bad tricks, and had an uneasy feeling in her heart. When the meal was almost over, Jiang Mianmian suddenly remembered that she hadn't given her brother the gift she had brought. She clamored to go get the gift, so Jiang Yu got up and took Mianmian to get the picture for Junjun, and also brought her gift. The two of them left and came back quickly. Jiang Mianmian gave the picture she had drawn to her brother, saying in a sweet voice, "Happy birthday, brother. This is Mianmian's gift to you." Gu Yanjun looked at the family of four in the picture, and he liked it very much. Mianmian also actively told Gu Yanjun what was in the picture. "Brother, this is Mianmian, this is you, and mommy and daddy. Our family of four is camping on the grass." When Jiang Mianmian was talking, the adults at the table were unconsciously attracted back. They looked at the picture Mianmian had drawn and listened to her and Gu Yanjun explain what was in the painting. Gu Masheng's eyes fell on the painting. A ripple stirred in his eyes. Then he looked at Jiang Yu, but she was just focused on Junjun and Mianmian, and did not look at him at all. When the two elders of the Gu family saw the painting drawn by Mianmian, their faces fell. This little girl was clearly not from the Gu family, and Jiang Yu was already divorced. How could this child still refer to them as a family of four? Although their faces were very displeased, it was Junjun's birthday. As long as Junjun was happy, they didn't say anything. Gu Masheng and Rui Bosi were forced to pause their conversation. They were all listening to Jiang Mianmian talk about a family of four. A hint of darkness flashed in Rui Bosi's eyes. She knew that Jiang Yu and Gu Masheng had long been divorced, and that Jiang Mianmian was not Gu Masheng's daughter at all. Rui Bosi cursed Jiang Yu and Jiang Mianmian in her heart. These two women were really good at putting a golden halo on themselves. They were clearly not family, and yet they shamelessly taught their child to draw them as a family of four. Shameless. Although she cursed fiercely in her heart, Rui Bosi still smiled and praised Jiang Mianmian gently and elegantly. "Did you really draw this, little cutie? It's really great." Jiang Mianmian didn't like this strange woman sitting next to the bad uncle. She rolled her eyes at Rui Bosi, sat down next to Jiang Yu, and continued to eat. Rui Bosi smiled awkwardly and sat quietly. Hua Hanxiao also took out his gift. After looking at Jiang Mianmian's gift, he pinched Mianmian's small cheek. "We really think alike, we prepared something similar." He took out the watercolor painting that he had prepared for Gu Yanjun. Although Gu Yanjun was not painted on it, the implication was similar to Jiang Mianmian's artwork. "Junjun, this is a gift for you, symbolizing family reunion. Don't be like your uncle, who doesn't recognize his own father, and can't go home, and will probably never have a real family reunion meal in this lifetime." Hua Hanxiao's words made all the adults present silent. Those who knew Hua Hanxiao's background kept silent. They knew that he was deliberately saying this in front of the two Gu family elders. He had been away from his family for so many years. Perhaps he was using Gu Yanjun's birthday today to deliberately say this to the Gu family. "Hua Hanxiao." Gu Masheng called Hua Hanxiao's name in a cold voice. He wanted to question him about what he was trying to do by saying these things. But seeing that Gu Yanjun seemed to like the gift very much, and even said thank you to Huahanxiao politely. Gu Masheng also stopped what he wanted to say and did not disturb Gu Yanjun's happy mood at this moment. Old man Gu completely lost his appetite and left the table with a dark face. Huahanxiao looked at the back of old man Gu with a deep gaze, his eyes dim. Old man Gu left the table, and everyone else also felt bored. They still had to endure this silent war. Only the two children were happily eating their cake. After eating, Jiang Yu didn't want to stay at the Gu family any longer. Although today seemed harmonious on the surface, everyone knew that it was an unhappy parting. Jiang Yu sat in the passenger seat of Huahanxiao's car. The words "I'll take you" that Gu Masheng had nearly said, he swallowed back. Gu Yanjun hugged Jiang Yu's leg and refused to let go. After Jiang Yu coaxed him for a long time, he finally let go. "Be good, baby. Mommy will take you home again in a few days." Gu Yanjun finally couldn't help but ask, "Mommy, did you and Daddy get divorced?" "I can tell. Daddy has a new girlfriend, and you have a new boyfriend." He shook his head and looked at Huahanxiao. "The new boyfriend is even Daddy's good brother. Are you doing this on purpose to pretend you're okay, so I wouldn't be sad?" What Gu Yanjun said was exactly right. Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment, and then she glanced at Gu Masheng. The other party had the same expression. Regarding their son knowing about their divorce, Jiang Yu and Gu Masheng had tacitly avoided giving a direct answer, and just hugged Gu Yanjun. "Junjun, be good and listen to your grandma. Your mom will come to see you in a few days." Jiang Yu turned and got into the car, forcing back the bitterness as she said goodbye to her son. Gu Masheng stared straight at Jiang Yu until Huahanxiao's car was out of sight. "Mr. Gu, could you please give me a ride? It's hard to get a taxi here." Rui Bosi had taken a taxi when she came. But when she was going back, she couldn't get a car. "Lao Zhou." Gu Masheng called out, and manager Zhou immediately drove the car to Rui Bosi. "Dear madam, let me take you. The gentleman has something to do." Rui Bosi had originally hoped for Gu Masheng to take her, but now it seemed that Gu Masheng didn't want to take her. She could only get into the car and say goodbye to Gu Masheng and his son, Gu Yanjun. After they had all left, Gu Yanjun reached out his little hand and grabbed Gu Masheng's big hand, his shoulders drooping with loneliness. "Daddy, why did you and Mommy get divorced? Can't you two reconcile?" Gu Masheng was silent. He didn't know how to answer this question for his son. Their divorce, was it his fault for Jiang Yu misunderstanding him, or was it his own fault? "Junjun, even if Daddy and Mommy are divorced, but Mommy and Daddy's love for you remains the same." "Then what about you, Daddy? Do you still love Mommy?" Gu Masheng's footsteps suddenly stopped. Did he still love Jiang Yu? Love her? Or did he no longer love her? Chapter 71, Shameless Persistence. Gu Masheng seriously considered his son's question. Yet, he also found it somewhat laughable. Even if he loved Jiang Yu, so what? Jiang Yu was never short of men around her. Li Zhe had left, and Huahanxiao had come along. Who knew who would be her next replacement after Huahanxiao? Now, not only was Jiang Yu troubled by the number of men around her, but the identity of Jiang Mianmian's biological father had also become even more perplexing. 2 days after Gu Yanjun's birthday, Gu's elders went back to their hometown to pay respects to their ancestors, leaving Gu Masheng entirely responsible for the child again. "Great, Papa. Grandma and Grandpa aren't home, can we go see Mama?" Gu Masheng was handling paperwork when his son mentioned it. He immediately picked up his phone. "Wait a moment. I'll call your mom and see if she has time." Gu Yanjun said sarcastically, "Papa, you must miss Mommy too if you want to see her today." "No, I don't." Gu Masheng denied outright. Gu Yanjun, however, didn't believe him. He said to Gu Masheng, "Papa, you're lying. You grabbed your phone so fast that you were just a blur. You definitely miss her." "Shut up." Gu Masheng held his phone to his ear, trying to get Gu Yanjun to quiet down. "Hello, darling." Hearing those two long unheard words made Gu Masheng's heart skip a beat. Once he clearly recognized the voice, he said menacingly, "Huahanxiao, do you want to die? Give the phone to Jiang Yu." Huahanxiao's laughter entered Gu Masheng's ear from the phone. The man held the phone away from his ear in disgust. "Looking for Jiang Yu? She's taking a shower. You can tell me what you need. Gu Moshing had become immune to Hua Hanxiao's tall tales. Give the phone to her. I can hear the sounds of cooking. Clearly, Jiang Yu was cooking for her daughter at this hour. Hua Hanxiao, who are you talking to on my phone? Give me the phone. Gu Moshing heard Jiang Yu asking for the phone inside the call. He waited quietly for Jiang Yu to pick up. Beep, beep, beep. That jerk, Hua Hanxiao, immediately hung up. Gu Moshing's face turned as dark as coal. He patiently called again. This time, he wasn't disappointed. It was Jiang Yu who answered. Gu Moshing, what is it again? Stop calling me unless it's urgent. I'm busy. Jiang Yu sounded somewhat impatient, but Gu Moshing was in a good mood. Jiang Yu, Junjun misses you. I was thinking of bringing him to your place for dinner and to stay for a couple of days. How does that sound? Jiang Yu agreed readily. Sure. Gu Moshing was delighted. Then I'll go pack. His suitcase and Gu Yanjun's suitcase had been ready. Just as he was planning to pack together later, Jiang Yu suddenly added, just send Junjun over. I'll take care of him for a couple of days and send him back to you. No need for you to make a special trip. Gu Moshing was stunned. What did that mean? Was Jiang Yu not letting him stay at her place? Gu Moshing was momentarily speechless. He said to Jiang Yu again, Junjun can't leave me these days. I also can't leave him. This time, Jiang Yu was speechless. She felt that Gu Moshing was being somewhat selfish. Gu Moshing, you wouldn't be thinking of staying at my place, would you? Jiang Yu's straightforward question caught Gu Moshing off guard. I'm Junjun's father. It's only natural that I accompany him. Besides, I'm your ex-husband. I don't think I'll cause too much inconvenience. I can share a room with Junjun. Jiang Yu replied, Junjun will stay with me. You can be as you used to be. Seeing that the woman had finally relented, Gu Moshing quickly went to pack. When the doorbell rang, Jiang Yu was surprised. So fast? Gu Moshing didn't speak. His son, seeing Jiang Yu, immediately rushed into her arms, calling out, Mama, where's Mian? I want to play with my little sister. Jiang Yu said gently to her son, Mian is inside playing with Uncle Hua. Let's go in and find her. Gu Moshing was left out in the cold, following silently behind Jiang Yu as he entered the house. Hua Hanxiao was still there, as expected. He wasn't surprised to see Gu Yanjun and Gu Moshing. But he couldn't help wanting to tease Gu Moshing. Gu Moshing, why did you come here so shamelessly? Shouldn't divorced men be more aware and leave after dropping off their sons? Hua Hanxiao's words made Gu Moshing retort, what does our family's business have to do with you? Mind your own business. Besides, Jiang Yu and I used to be husband and wife. What's your relationship with Jiang Yu? You're the one who should be leaving for clinging here every day. Hua Hanxiao sneered. I'm Jiang Yu's boyfriend. You're the one who should leave. They started bickering as soon as they met. Jiang Yu had already grown accustomed to it. They could bicker while she did whatever she needed to do. Every time they came to Jiang Yu's place, things were always about the same, either Hua Hanxiao and Gu Moshing were bickering, or the two kids were playing together. With Gu Yanjun around, Jiang Yu didn't play with Hua Hanxiao, instead, she was building blocks with Gu Yanjun. The two children always got along well, which was a source of comfort for Jiang Yu. Recently, she felt very content. She could see her son frequently, and there were no wicked women like Ming Yu to frame her or her son. Life was peaceful and tranquil. The only thing she didn't want was to see Gu Moshing, but he was always clinging to Gu Yanjun, never leaving for a moment. Jiang Yu thought he didn't trust her and was deliberately watching her, afraid that she would hide the child and run away. Dinner's ready. Jiang Yu brought out the meal she had cooked herself and placed it on the table. There were 5 people, but only 4 pairs of chopsticks and 4 chairs. Where's mine? Gu Moshing looked at Jiang Yu coldly. Make your own if you want to eat. I'm not your nanny. She couldn't wait on him and felt like a servant every time he came. Besides, they had been divorced for so long. She wouldn't be as attentive to Gu Moshing as she used to be. Being ignored, Gu Moshing gritted his teeth but dared not flare up. He could only order takeout on his phone and buy some other things. The man thought that he had come to Jiang Yu's house so many times and never bought anything for her. This time, he was somewhat enlightened and had Zhou the butler bring many things over. Jiang Yu was eating when she saw Zhou the butler bringing over many expensive fruits and snacks. She put down her chopsticks. Zhou the butler chuckled. "Madam, Mr. Gu told me to buy these. They're all for Mian Mian and Jun Jun." Having said that, he left the house tactfully after putting down the items. Gu Moshing had only asked Zhou the butler to buy a little. He hadn't expected him to buy so much, and they were all very expensive things. Gu Moshing was stunned. "Mommy, I want to eat this." Little Mian Mian didn't want to eat anymore when she saw the snacks. Jiang Mian Mian said sternly, "No, kids have to eat first, before they can have snacks." Although she really wanted to eat right away, Jiang Mian Mian pouted her lips and obeyed her mother's words. Chapter 72, Blood Test. After dinner, Jiang Mian Mian patted her round little tummy. It was so full. She wasn't hungry anymore. Looking at the delicious snacks, she didn't have any appetite. But Grandpa Zhou bought a lot of new toys for them, toys that Jiang Mian Mian had never played with. "Brother, let's play with this." Jiang Mian Mian was pretending to be a supermarket cashier and selling all sorts of things to Gu Yanjun. The two children were having a lot of fun. Jiang Yu's face showed a long-lost smile. Seeing this, Gu Moshing thought, old is still gold. Zhou the butler was reliable, and he had pleased both the woman and the child. He immediately took out his phone from his pocket and sent a message to Zhou the butler with a smile. "You did well this time. I'll give you a bonus of 5 million at the end of the year." Zhou the butler's message came back quickly. Gu Moshing looked at the gibberish on his phone, not understanding what Martian language Zhou the butler was speaking. Then, Zhou the butler sent a normal message. "Sorry, boss. I was too excited about the bonus, my hands were shaking, and I sent it wrong. Thank you for the bonus, sir. But you still need to learn a thing or two, kid. Women can be won over with sweet words. You still have a lot to learn." Gu Moshing smiled slightly. He never thought that Zhou the butler, a bachelor, would be giving him a lecture. Looking at Gu Moshing smiling so happily while texting someone, Jiang Yu was sure it was Ryobosi. The next second, as expected, Gu Moshing received a call from the woman. "Mr. Gu, do you have time? I have some work matters to discuss with you." Since he had left the child with Jiang Yu, he naturally had time. "Where are you?" "I have time." Gu Moshing grabbed his coat and walked out. Gu Yanjun ran over and hugged Gu Moshing's leg. "Papa, where are you going?" Gu Moshing squatted down. "Junjun, listen to your mom, Papa has to go to work. I'll be back soon." Gu Yanjun felt that his father was always busy and could leave immediately for work, always putting work first. After Gu Moshing left, Hua Hanxiao made a tut-tut sound. So rushed. He's going to meet a vixen. Jiang Yu told Hua Hanxiao not to say such things in front of the child, although she also thought so. When Gu Moshing arrived at the company, Ryobosi had been waiting in his office for a long time. Today, Ryobosi was wearing a qipao, revealing her well-proportioned figure, and the high slit showed off her long legs. When she passed by the company, many men couldn't help but look back at her. Only after seeing her enter the boss's office did they sigh that Gu Moshing was so lucky, always surrounded by sexy beauties. "What is it?" When Gu Moshing arrived at the office, he only glanced at Ryobosi briefly. He wasn't interested in what she was wearing today. "It's like this, I'd like to go on a business trip with you for a few days to check out the medicinal herb plantation. This batch of herbs isn't ideal. I think it might be due to the climate, so I'd like to go do some research with you." A business trip? Gu Moshing rarely went on business trips, so he hesitated for a moment. Gu Moshing asked, "Where to?" Ryobosi replied, "Yun City, 3,000 kilometers away." Once they went to Yun City, it would probably be at least a week. Gu Moshing crossed his arms and fell into thought. Let me think about it. In the past, he rarely went to do research. It was usually the company employee's responsibility. Ryobosi seemed to have guessed Gu Moshing's concerns, so she said to the man, "This batch of herbs is part of a confidentiality agreement. We can't let anyone know about the plantation, so it can only be the two of us who go." Gu Moshing had also considered this, but he was worried about Gu Yanjun. Would his son be okay if he were gone for so long? At least since the incident, Gu Moshing hadn't been away from his son for so long. Gu Masheng pondered. For the sake of work, he was about to agree to reimbosi when he suddenly received a call. It was from Zhou the butler. Sir, the old lady had a car accident. Please come to the hospital right away. Gu Masheng's mind went blank for a moment. Without a second thought, he left the office. He called Jiang Yu. Gu Yanjin's grandmother had a car accident. I have to go to the hospital to handle things. Please take care of Jinjin for me. Jiang Yu didn't expect such an unexpected event. She agreed, okay. When Gu Masheng arrived at the hospital, Zhou the butler and the doctor rushed him to sign some papers. Mr. Gu, the patient is in critical condition and needs a blood transfusion. You have to do a blood type test with me first. Gu Masheng frowned. Don't you have a blood bank at such a big hospital? Don't you even have common O-type blood? The doctor immediately said to Gu Masheng, you don't even know your mother's blood type? She has a rare blood type. We just gave a transfusion to another patient a few days ago, and we haven't had time to replenish it. Do you have any other family members? The patient is in critical condition. Call them over too. Gu Masheng thought carefully. Indeed, it seemed that he had forgotten. Old Master Gu was O-type, and old Madame Gu had never done a blood test all these years because she was afraid of needles. He didn't expect that she would have such a rare blood type. However, Gu Masheng had to stop in his tracks and tell the doctor. You don't have to test my blood. I'm common O-type, just like my father. I'll call my family. His family was only Gu Yanjin. He called Jiang Yu again. Could you please bring Jinjin over here? My mother needs a blood transfusion, but it's a rare type. Please bring Gu Yanjin over so that the doctor can test his blood. Jiang Yu frowned and scolded, Gu Masheng, after so many years, you still don't know your son's blood type? His blood type is the same as yours, O-type. However, Jiang Yu was stunned after she finished speaking. Jiang Mianmian's blood type was the same as her grandmother's, but Mianmian was just a child. Children couldn't donate blood. This stumped Jiang Yu. She looked at Hua Hanxiao beside her. What are you looking at me for? Hua Hanxiao had heard that old Madame Gu had had a car accident. Although it should have been a sad thing, this old Madame Gu not only made things difficult for his mother when she was younger but had also made him suffer a lot. I have that blood type, but I won't donate blood to her. Hua Hanxiao had heard everything but refused outright. Jiang Yu said to Gu Masheng, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't help this time. Jiang Mianmian had also heard Gu Masheng's voice from the phone. She was a bit excited. Bad uncle, what a coincidence, I have that blood type too. I can help grandma. Listening to what Jiang Mianmian said, Gu Masheng's heart pounded. Jiang Mianmian had the same blood type as Jinjin's grandmother. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Jiang Mianmian wasn't his daughter, but she had that blood type. Gu Masheng's first thought was that Mianmian's father or someone else in her family must have that blood type. The doctor came over and urged, have you contacted them yet? Time is of the essence. It'll be too dangerous if we delay any further. They had already contacted all the hospitals in the city. None of them had that blood pack. Chapter 73, A Moment of Impulsiveness. Hua Hanxiao still took Jiang Yu to the hospital. While they were on their way, Jiang Yu was teaching Jiang Mianmian. Mianmian, you can't loudly tell others you have a special blood type in the future, understand? Jiang Mianmian's chubby face wobbled. But is bad uncle someone else? And there's no one else around me. Jiang Mianmian insisted that she had done nothing wrong. Jiang Yu covered her forehead in helplessness. Mianmian, mommy will tell you something harsh. Even if your blood type is the same as Jinjin's grandmother, you're too young and cannot donate blood. Jiang Mianmian had always liked to be a chivalrous, helpful heroine. Hearing her mother say that children could not donate blood, she was greatly disappointed. The light in her eyes dimmed a lot. Mommy, why? I'm not little. I'm already in school. Jiang Mianmian was not convinced. Why couldn't children donate blood? It was such a pity. We'll talk about it more at the hospital. Jiang Yu told Jiang Mianmian not to talk nonsense when they got to the hospital. Jiang Mianmian nodded. When they arrived at the hospital, Jiang Yu found Gu Masheng. How's the situation? Have you still not found the blood? Gu Masheng looked visibly more haggard in just 1 hour. No, there isn't any in the city. I'm afraid it'll be too late to transfer her to another hospital. Gu Mashing was only repeating what the doctor had said. Jiang Yu stood outside the ward with Gu Yanjun. Grandma. Gu Yanjun started to cry when he saw his grandmother lying on the bed. Junjun, don't be afraid. Grandma will be okay. Just after Jiang Yu finished speaking, she heard the sound of a cane tapping on the floor. Who asked you to come here, woman? Leave. You're not welcome here. It was old Master Gu. He was unusually angry when he saw Jiang Yu. Dad, why are you here? Gu Mashing was still hesitating whether he should tell old Master Gu about his wife's condition because his father was not in good health, and he was afraid that he would not be able to take it if he knew about his mother's critical condition. After all, many older people sometimes could not take the shock of great bad news, and would fall ill or even become critically ill. Right now, old Master Gu was throwing a tantrum at Jiang Yu at the hospital. Gu Mashing walked in front of old Master Gu. Dad, this is a hospital. Mom still has a chance. Old Master Gu looked seriously at old Madame Gu inside, and said to Gu Mashing. I know your mother's condition. She'll be taken by the King of Hell for sure today. She was already very ill, and it's difficult to find the right blood type. Don't waste your energy. Gu Mashing choked up. Dad, don't say that. Old Master Gu suddenly pointed at Jiang Yu and said, the person your mother hated the most during her lifetime was this woman. As she lies dying, I don't want her to see someone she doesn't want to see. Make her leave. The atmosphere at the hospital suddenly froze. Gu Yanjun held Jiang Yu's hand tightly and looked at his grandfather. Grandpa, why do you want to make my mommy leave? Mommy is so nice. Why doesn't Grandma like Mommy? Old Master Gu looked at his grandson and said, Junjun, she abandoned you and your father back then. Come here. Come to Grandpa's side and stay away from this bad woman. No, I won't. Gu Yanjun started crying when he heard his grandfather say that his mother had abandoned him and his father. I don't believe it. My mommy is clearly the best and loves me the most in this world. Grandpa is talking nonsense. Grandpa is lying to Junjun. Old Master Gu tapped the floor hard with his cane again. Gu Yanjun, will you listen to me or not? She's already married to someone else. She's this little girl's mother. She's already not your mother. Now, Gu Yanjun cried even louder. Jiang Yu immediately squatted down to comfort her son. Junjun, don't cry. Mommy didn't abandon you, and she hasn't married anyone else. You and Mian are both Mommy's children. After explaining to Gu Yanjun, Jiang Yu seriously questioned Old Master Gu. Old Master, I just divorced your son. Why do you have to be so cruel to hurt a child? My relationship with Junjun isn't as bad as when Ning Yu was around anymore. We're a very loving mother and son now. He, ha 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 ha. Old Master Gu laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. His aged voice echoed in the hospital corridor. Jiang Yu, you went out and had children with someone else, then you came back again hoping to use your son to reconcile with Gu Mashing. Right? Let me tell you, even if your wife dies, as long as I'm alive, you can forget about ever stepping into Gu's house again. Old Master Gu was so agitated that he almost fell over. Gu Mashing went up to support Old Master Gu. Dad, say less. I asked her to take care of Junjun. If you're angry, take it out on me, okay? Take it out on you. I will hit you. You unfilial son. You're happy now that you've made your mother die. Old Master Gu made a move to hit Gu Mashing's leg with his cane, again and again. Because he was old, it didn't hurt, but Gu Yanjun suddenly ran over and hugged Gu Mashing's leg, blocking Old Master Gu's cane. Grandpa, don't hit my papa. Hit me instead. When Old Master Gu saw that his precious grandson was going to take the hit for his son, the cane finally stopped, but he was still angrily panting. Gu Mashing looked at his son protecting him and had him go to Jiang Yu. Clap, clap, clap. Hua Hanxiao had witnessed a spectacular play today and couldn't help but shake his head in satisfaction and applaud. Brilliant, truly brilliant. As expected of the famous Gu family. The corners of Hua Hanxiao's mouth were turned up, full of sarcasm. After all these years, the Gu family can still make life so dramatic, turning black into white, breaking up mothers and sons, husbands. and wives, separating life and death. Old Master Gu has put on a show his entire life. I bet he won't find peace even in death. These words made Old Master Gu silent. He was involved in a scandal with Hua Hanxiao's mother when he was younger, which was talked about in the entire city. Now that he was old, he was still talking about his son's affairs. Hua Hanxiao walked in front of Old Master Gu and picked up his cane. Normally, I wouldn't bother arguing with an old man, and especially an old man who has a complex relationship with me, but since you insulted my woman today, I can only act like a low-class person for once. Thump. Old Master Gu's cane flew away. Without the cane, it was like losing a leg for Old Master Gu. Watching the cane fly away, he instinctively went to tap the ground, but this time, no matter what, he couldn't tap the ground. Hua Hanxiao, what are you getting involved in? This is our family matter. Get lost. Hua Hanxiao sneered. Family matter? Don't forget, I'm also a member of the Gu family. Do you think just because you aren't protected by the law, you can pretend that nothing ever happened? Hua Hanxiao's words were like slaps to Old Master Gu's face. It was his impulsive actions that resulted in the birth of Hua Hanxiao back then. He didn't expect that years later, he would become his greatest stain and enemy. Old Master Gu was supporting himself against the wall, clutching his chest and breathing heavily. Chapter 74, A Male Dog. Hua Hanxiao's action of throwing Old Master Gu's cane caused Gu Moshing to grit his teeth in anger. You're not welcome here. Leave. Hua Hanxiao, however, crossed his arms, completely ignoring him. I'll say it again. Leave, or don't blame me for being impolite. Gu Moshing's face was as cold as ice, looking as if he could crush a person to pieces the next second. Four bodyguards, who were always at Gu Moshing's side, wearing black suits and sunglasses, were slowly surrounding Hua Hanxiao in the hospital corridor. As long as Gu Moshing gave the order, the four burly men could grab Hua Hanxiao and throw him out. Leave, fine, I'll leave. Hua Hanxiao stretched out his burly arms and grabbed Jiang Yu's arm. We don't want to be in the same space as you. It'll taint the air around me. Suddenly, Hua Hanxiao was pulling Jiang Yu out, and the man also picked up Mian Mian. His fox-like eyes curved. Let's go with Daddy. Jiang Mian Mian also didn't like this grandfather. She frowned and snorted at Old Master Gu, then turned her head abruptly, not looking at Old Master Gu anymore. Jiang Yu was dragged away by Hua Hanxiao under Gu Moshing's nose. Their eyes met. Jiang Yu couldn't guess what Gu Moshing's look meant. Mommy. Gu Yanjun ran over to chase Jiang Yu, but Gu Moshing hugged him tightly. The little boy struggled desperately, but it was no use. Jiang Yu was pulled by the man, and Gu Yanjun was pulled by his father. The mother and son could only look at each other, going further and further away in opposite directions, until they could no longer see each other. Downstairs at the hospital, Jiang Yu freed herself from Hua Hanxiao's grip. Hua Hanxiao, who told you to decide on your own to pull me away? Why didn't you let me bring Jinjun out too? Hua Hanxiao pushed her into the car. How many more years are you going to lick the Gu family's boots? Don't you understand that the people in the Gu family aren't any good? Especially the men in the Gu family. They're worse than male dogs. Jiang Yu. Aren't you considered a man from the Gu family? Hua Hanxiao turned his head, his deep eyes saying each word clearly. I'll say it again. My surname is Hua, not Gu. It's Hua, not Gu. Jiang Yu blinked. Okay, you're Hua. He just said that he was an unwanted member of the Gu family. Hua Hanxiao ran his hand through his long hair. Being with the Gu family, you'll lose 50 years of your life, even if you were supposed to live to 100. Let's go, let's stay away from the unlucky Gu family. The car started moving. Jiang Yu sat next to Hua Hanxiao. The wind messed up her hair as she looked out the window. Jiang Yu thought of the way Gu Moshing looked at her earlier. It seemed like helplessness, like reluctance, like blame. Jiang Yu didn't know what Gu Moshing truly thought. It seemed like the two of them had never truly communicated well. Her jumbled thoughts were easily crushed in the breeze. Jiang Yu's almost perfect profile was leaning against the window. From what Old Master Gu said today, it was clear that the Gu family had a deep resentment towards her, even including Ning Yuyu's share. Jiang Yu had no intention of going back to the Gu family anyway. She didn't care about Old Master Gu's attitude, and she didn't care about Gu Moshing's thoughts. She only cared about whether she could get custody of her son. After Jiang Yu got home, she didn't call Gu Masheng. Instead, she received a call from a strange number. Hello? Is this Sister Jiang Yu? Masheng asked me to help take care of Junjun. I wanted to know what he likes to eat. It was Ryabosi, Gu Masheng's business partner. Jiang Yu's expression became serious. Where is Gu Masheng? Where did he go? Ryabosi said sadly, Mr. Gu's mother is seriously ill and needs to be transferred to another hospital. He's too busy, so he asked me to take care of Junjun. No need. Tell me the address. I'll go pick Junjun up. Ever since the last incident with Ning Yu, Jiang Yu didn't want unfamiliar people taking care of Junjun. Furthermore, she felt that this Ryabosi was strange. She had a feeling that was both strange and familiar. Jiang Yu's heart always had a strange feeling, as if it was telling her to bring Gu Yanjun back. Miss Jiang, that's not a good idea. I saw at the hospital today that old Master Gu didn't want you to be with Junjun. You can rest assured that Junjun will be fine at my place. I'll take good care of him. Ryabosi hung up. Jiang Yu put down her phone and called Gu Masheng again. It seemed that he was really busy, he didn't answer the phone. Who was it? Hua Hanxiao saw Jiang Yu's worried expression and asked who had called her. Gu Masheng has left Junjun with another woman again. I have to go bring Junjun back. Jiang Yu didn't feel at ease and asked Hua Hanxiao to help take care of Mian Mian. Be careful on the way. Hua Hanxiao said. Okay. Jiang Yu put on her coat and left. At Ryabosi's place, Gu Yanjun sat a little stiffly on the sofa. His father said that this aunt would take him to find his mother, but the aunt had taken him to her own home. Junjun, why are you so well behaved? You can walk around. Auntie will make you something good to eat. Gu Yanjun nodded. Thank you, Auntie. Ryabosi went into the kitchen to busy herself. Gu Yanjun, being bored by himself, wanted to find a book. He went to the bookshelf. All he saw were business magazines that he was very familiar with. Some of them were even identical to the ones his father had bought at home. Gu Yanjun was a little bored when he suddenly saw a photo on the bookshelf. The woman in the photo was wearing a red dress. She was very beautiful, but she looked very different from Auntie Ryabosi. Auntie, is the person in this photo your younger sister? The more Gu Yanjun looked at the photo, the more familiar she looked. This face, it was like he had seen it somewhere before. The more he tried to remember, the more clueless he felt. His head, which had just recovered, suddenly started to hurt a little from thinking too hard. Ryabosi came out of the kitchen and saw Gu Yanjun looking a little pained while standing in front of her photo. She smiled and asked, Junjun, do you recognize the auntie in the photo? That photo was her picture when she was Ning Yu. Now, after she fell into the sea, not only did she not die, she had also become the business elite Ryabosi. The name Ryabosi, in English pronunciation, meant rebirth. Gu Yanjun tried to remember, but he couldn't remember when he had met the woman in the photo. He suddenly shouted loudly. Mommy, mommy, I want mommy. Ning Yu squatted down, looking at the loudly shouting Gu Yanjun. Once, Du Haiyang had almost killed Gu Yanjun. Now, Gu Yanjun didn't know anything, like a fool. Junjun, do you miss your father? How about Auntie stay with you tonight? Don't you want to find your mom? You can think of me as your mom? If you want, I can be your mom. I don't want you to be my mom. I want my mom. My mom is called Jiang Yu. She's much prettier than you. Gu Yanjun cried louder and louder. Ning Yu covered his mouth and put a finger to her lips, shushing him. Little Junjun, be good. Auntie likes obedient children. You can only stay with me tonight. Chapter 75, Leaving for Abroad. Gu Yanjun didn't want to stay with Ryabosi. He cried even louder, and Ryabosi was extremely annoyed. Crying is useless. Your father has already left you with me. Gu Yanjun tried to open the door himself, but Ryabosi grabbed him. Where are you going? If you don't obey, I'll tell your father. Gu Yanjun cried, Mommy, I want to find mommy. Call my mom. Ryabosi brought out the meal that she made herself. Eat first. After you eat, go to sleep. You'll be able to see your father tomorrow. The woman used a spoon to scoop up a mouthful of fried rice and personally fed it to Gu Yanjun's mouth, but Gu Yanjun closed his mouth tightly and refused to eat. Ryobosi threw the spoon into the bowl, her patience gone. I made this food with so much effort. Is this how you act? Didn't your mother teach you to be polite? When Gu Yanjun heard his mother, he called out again. Mommy, I want mommy. Ryobosi was annoyed by Gu Yanjun shouting. She simply took away the bowl. Open the door, Junjun. Are you inside? Jiang Yu's voice suddenly came from outside. Ning Yu immediately stood up and went to the doorbell to take a look. It really was Jiang Yu. Mommy, I'm here. Gu Yanjun ran to the door, hitting the door with his hands. Jiang Yu, who was outside, heard the commotion and immediately said to Ryobosi, open the door. Let my son out. Jiang Yu pounded on the door. Every time her son was taken away, she was afraid of repeating the last incident with Ning Yu. Unexpectedly, Ryobosi quickly opened the door. Gu Yanjun was standing behind her. Seeing Jiang Yu, the woman smiled. Miss Jiang, how did you know where I live? I was just about to bring Junjun to you. Mr. Gu asked me to take care of him, but this child isn't used to the food I make, so it has to be you. Jiang Yu held Gu Yanjun in her arms and walked into the house behind Ryobosi. Is it just you? Ryobosi laughed. What else? I'm single. Who else could be here? Jiang Yu held her son's hand. Seeing that Junjun seemed normal, it seemed that this Ryobosi hadn't done anything to him. Thank you for taking care of him. I'll take my son now. After saying goodbye, Jiang Yu left Ryobosi's house with Gu Yanjun. After walking a long distance, she saw that Ryobosi had already closed her door. Jiang Yu took Gu Yanjun back home. Mommy, I think I've seen that auntie before, but I can't remember where. Gu Yanjun's words suddenly startled Jiang Yu. You've met her before. She's your father's friend. Gu Yanjun shook his head. It's not like that. I feel like I met her a long time ago. Jiang Yu didn't pay attention to it. You must have remembered wrong from a long time ago. It's impossible for you to have met her before. Maybe someone just looks like her. Gu Yanjun remembered the woman in the photo, and she looked different from Auntie Ryobosi. Then why does Auntie have two faces? Jiang Yu was confused. Two faces? What do you mean? Gu Yanjun told Jiang Yu about the photo he saw at Ryobosi's house. The photos at Auntie Ryobosi's place are all of another woman, and I feel like I met the woman in that photo a long time ago. Jiang Yu listened to what her son was saying. The more she thought about it, the more terrifying it felt. Goosebumps appeared on her arms without her realizing it. Why did her son say that Ryobosi had other people's photos at her house, and whose photos were they? It made Junjun feel like he had seen her a long time ago. No wonder she always thought that Ryobosi was strange. Could there be something wrong with this woman? Jiang Yu always inexplicably connected Ryobosi and Ning Yu together, but Ning Yu was dead. That Du Haiyang was also locked up in prison. Who on earth could it be? Jiang Yu had investigated Ryobosi before, and her identity information was perfect, with no problems. Perhaps she was overthinking things. Jiang Yu comforted Gu Yanjun. Junjun, don't be afraid. Maybe you miss mommy too much, and that's why you feel this way. You should get some rest. Wait here obediently for your father to pick you up. Okay. Mommy, I'll stay with you tonight. Jiang Yu prepared a small blanket for Gu Yanjun, letting him rest well. Seeing that her mother was a little tired these days, Jiang Mianmian offered to massage Jiang Yu's back. Mommy, you've been so busy these days. Let me massage your back. Jiang Yu was very pleased and kept praising Mianmian for being well-behaved. Jiang Yu, if old Madame Gu really doesn't make it, then Gu Yanjun might have to stay with you for a few more days. Even Hua Hanxiao knew that old Madame Gu probably wouldn't make it this time. We'll have to wait for Gu Mashing's call. If old Madame Gu really does pass away, then there'll only be Gu Mashing in the Gu family. He'll probably be busy for a while. Hua Hanxiao's identity in the country was not as a Gu family member, and he hated the Gu family, so the Gu family's business had nothing to do with him. Jiang Yu, I will definitely make the Gu family pay back what they owe me. After I get everything I want, I'll leave this place and go back. Jiang Yu asked, You'll go back abroad again? Hua Hanxiao nodded. So are you going to go back with me? Jiang Yu, of course, disagreed. Why would I leave? My daughter and son are here. Why would I go abroad with you? Seeing that Jiang Yu didn't agree, Hua Hanxiao didn't seem too happy. Jiang Mianmian was already asleep in Jiang Yu's arms. Hua Hanxiao looked at Jiang Yu. I came back for you. I can be a father for Jiang Mianmian, a good father, a father 1,000 or 10,000 times better than Gu Masheng. Jiang Yu didn't understand how the topic had gotten to the point where she was going to go abroad with him. Hua Hanxiao, you know that I've never thought of remarrying after my divorce. We are even more impossible. How is it impossible? As long as you are willing to go with me, I can take everything away from the Gu family and give it to you. They don't deserve such a good you. Gu Masheng is even more unworthy of being Jinjin's father. Hua Hanxiao grabbed Jiang Yu's shoulders and said in a low voice, I really hope that you will consider it carefully. I still have time to wait for you. He planned to take Jiang Yu and the 2 children and leave after he completely took over the family fortune. Jiang Yu didn't directly answer Hua Hanxiao, but she thought that it wouldn't be bad to take Jinjin and Mianmian away. She could find a place completely without Gu Masheng. She and her 2 children could depend on each other. It would be wonderful. Hanxiao, I'll consider what you said carefully. I'm too tired today. I want to rest. The dim light in Hua Hanxiao's eyes finally returned somewhat. Jiang Yu said that she would consider it carefully, meaning that there was hope. What he feared most was Jiang Yu's direct denial or complete disagreement. Okay, there's no rush. You can consider it slowly. Jiang Yu took her daughter to rest. Hua Hanxiao drank water repeatedly, trying to suppress his fiery heart. Jiang Yu, I swear that you won't suffer any more grievances with me. Chapter 76, Don't Push Me Away. The next morning, Jiang Yu heard the news of old Madame Gu's death from the news. She didn't call Gu Masheng. Instead, she took Jinjin to see old Madame Gu for the last time. In the morgue, she held her son's hand. From a distance, she saw Gu Masheng, looking tired and haggard, taking care of his mother's affairs. She had never seen Gu Masheng this sad before. In public, he was a successful elite. Even when news of their divorce came out, she had never seen Gu Masheng so dejected. Papa. Gu Yanjun ran to Gu Masheng's side. Seeing that it was only his son, Gu Masheng subconsciously looked left and right but didn't see Jiang Yu. Who brought you here? Where is your mom? Gu Yanjun pointed to the empty end of the corridor. Mommy was just over there. She said to let me come find you myself. Jiang Yu had only seen old Master Gu from a distance. Last time, old Master Gu had thrown a tantrum at her at the hospital. Whatever happened, today was the day that old Madame Gu passed away. She only wanted the Gu family to handle the funeral properly. Gu Masheng told his son to go find his grandfather, and he ran toward the corridor. Jiang Yu had just entered the elevator. Through the elevator door that hadn't closed yet, her eyes met Gu Masheng's. The man pressed the button to open the door. Gu Masheng directly pulled her out. Since you came, why are you rushing to leave? Jiang Yu didn't want to bicker with Gu Masheng on such a sad day. I don't want to disturb you. I brought Jinjin to you. What's the point of staying here any longer? She didn't want to argue with old Master Gu again for a few days. How is it pointless? Even if it's just watching Jinjin, you can't leave. Gu Masheng was pulling on Jiang Yu's wrist. Jiang Yu was abruptly taken a few steps, but Gu Masheng suddenly stopped, his footing a little unsteady. What's wrong with you? Jiang Yu grabbed Gu Masheng's arm, afraid that he would fall. Gu Masheng turned his head and leaned on Jiang Yu's shoulder. His weak voice entered Jiang Yu's ear. Don't push me away. Let me lean on you for a while. He had been busy nonstop for the past few days, and coupled with excessive grief, Gu Masheng's body couldn't take it anymore. He had almost fallen flat on the ground earlier. Jiang Yu could feel the man's breathing, and she could tell that he wasn't faking it. He was really tired. The two of them remained in this almost embracing position in the empty hospital corridor for almost 10 minutes. Are you okay? If not, this is a hospital. I'll go find a doctor for you. Gu Masheng rubbed his head on Jiang Yu's shoulder, indicating that it was not needed. Give me 5 more minutes. I'll let you go after 5 minutes. Jiang Yu was not stingy with those few minutes. She just hoped that if Gu Masheng really didn't feel well, he could get treatment in time. After all, she was not a doctor. Gu Moshing leaned on Jiang Yu's shoulder and rested for that short time, and he felt much better. Come with me. You don't have to do anything. Just watch Junjun. Gu Moshing said. Jiang Yu asked worriedly, will your father? Leave it to me. This time you can rest assured. I won't let him say another word to you. It had been a long time since Jiang Yu had listened to Gu Moshing so obediently. She actually followed Gu Moshing to the morgue as if possessed. Old Master Gu was holding Gu Yanjun. When he saw Jiang Yu coming, he was about to lose his temper when Gu Moshing preemptively suppressed him. Dad, today is the day of Mom's passing. I hope everyone can be more peaceful. After his son's reminder, Old Master Gu swallowed the words that were about to come out, gave Jiang Yu a cold glance, and continued to handle his wife's affairs with Gu Moshing. Throughout his life, Old Master Gu had cheated and had an illegitimate child, but the woman he loved the most was still his wife. With old Madame Gu gone, the thought of being alone from now on made his tears flow uncontrollably. Gu Yanjun started crying when he saw his grandfather crying. He was young, and he didn't have a deep understanding of death, but he also knew that if a person died, they would never see them again. Grandpa, don't cry. Grandma isn't here anymore, but you still have Junjun, Papa, and Mommy. We'll be with you in the future. Gu Moshing listened to what his son said, his shoulders slumped. Old Master Gu couldn't hold it in anymore, and he cried while hugging his grandson. The hospital staff asked Gu Moshing to sign some papers. The city's crematorium was coming to take the old lady away to be cremated. When he signed, Gu Moshing's fingers were trembling. It was the first time in his life that he had experienced such a moment of life and death. He thought that his mother would be leaving him completely in a fire. Gu Moshing still couldn't hold back his tears. 2 tears fell, one after the other, on the paper he was signing. Those short 3 words felt as long as a century. Gu Moshing didn't even know how he had put down the pen. Jiang Yu finally grabbed Gu Moshing's hand because she could tell that Gu Moshing was really on the verge of collapsing. Although neither of them spoke, that small hand-holding gesture made Gu Moshing feel like he could get through it. He held Jiang Yu's hand back even more tightly. Her hand was so soft, and it made him feel very at peace. Seeing his father and mother holding hands, Gu Yanjun ran over and hugged both of them. Papa, Mommy, now that Grandma is gone, Junjun only has you. Gu Moshing picked up his son in his arms and held Jiang Yu's hand even more tightly. Junjun, don't be afraid. Papa and Mommy are by your side. We'll be here to watch you grow up. Okay, Junjun wants Papa and Mommy to be here as I grow up really big, really big. The 3 of them hugged tightly. Old Master Gu didn't like Jiang Yu very much, but seeing such a loving family scene, his heart also fluttered slightly. If only the woman that Moshing married wasn't this fickle woman, sigh. Old Master Gu always thought that Jiang Yu was the one who had cheated first. If it wasn't for the Ning family's daughter helping Moshing get through that, he didn't know if his silly son would have tried to jump off a building. Gu Moshing held his wife and son for a long time. He was reluctant to let go. It was only after Old Master Gu coughed a few times to remind them that the 3 of them finally let go slowly. Old Master Gu said, the people from the crematorium are here. Let's go together. Gu Moshing saw his mother being taken away in the car, and his emotions went out of control again. Fortunately, Jiang Yu had been holding his hand the whole time. They drove to the crematorium together. Gu Moshing and Old Master Gu personally watched Old Madame Gu being cremated. When they came out, the 2 of them were already sobbing. Jiang Yu was comforting Gu Yanjun outside. Junjun, don't be afraid. Mommy is here. Gu Yanjun nodded sadly, with Mommy by my side, Junjun isn't afraid. Jiang Yu hugged her son tightly, waiting for Gu Moshing to come out. His steps were wobbly when he came out. Jiang Yu stayed with Gu Moshing and helped him handle the following matters. The funeral is set for next Monday. Chapter 77, Marry Me. Old Madame Gu's funeral was set for Monday. Jiang Yu wasn't sure if she would go or not, but Gu Moshing already said. You have to come too. This time, Jiang Yu didn't refuse Gu Moshing's request and promised him that she would be there. Gu Moshing was busy with everything else by himself. Until the very end, it was Jiang Yu who took Gu Moshing back home. Sitting in the car, Gu Moshing's phone had dozens of missed calls. Most of them were from clients or business partners, and there were also a few from Ryobosi. Gu Mashing didn't reply to anyone. He turned off his phone. He was very tired and in pain now. He wanted to sleep, but he also couldn't fall asleep. His mother's death had exhausted him to the core. Looking at the defeated Gu Mashing, Jiang Yu called Hua Hanqiao. Hua Hanqiao, I won't be going back tonight. Not returning at night, Hua Hanqiao immediately started a video call with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, why are you still with Gu Mashing? Mian Mian will miss you tonight. Come back quickly. Jiang Yu looked at Gu Mashing. The man had his eyes closed, but Jiang Yu could tell that he wasn't asleep at all. Okay, but I'll be there later. She hung up the call. Not long after, they arrived at the foot of Gu Mashing's building. Junjun had already fallen asleep. Jiang Yu carried her son and went into the house with Gu Mashing. Jiang Yu placed her son on the bed. Gu Mashing went to sit on the sofa alone, in sorrow. The lights in the living room were off. Only the faint light from the bedroom shone on the man. When had she ever seen this proud man looking so lonely? Jiang Yu thought she was going crazy. She was actually feeling pity for this man. From the moment they divorced, she had told herself that she would never turn back. Jiang Yu looked away, forcing herself not to think about how sad or how hard Gu Mashing was. You should get some rest. I'm leaving. Gu Mashing finally looked up at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, can't you really stay with me? The man's voice was low, but you could tell that he meant what he was saying. Jiang Yu stopped in her tracks. She had wondered if Gu Mashing would ask her to stay. Should she stay or not? Gu Mashing had really asked her, but Jiang Yu couldn't go against what was in her heart. Gu Mashing, it's not appropriate for a man and a woman to be alone in the same room. I'll come see Junjun tomorrow. Jiang Yu really had no intention of staying. It wasn't that she was heartless, Gu Mashing had to learn to accept everything. You've always been angry with me. Is it because you thought I cheated on you with Ming Yu back then? Why was Gu Mashing bringing up those old, stale stories tonight? Jiang Yu took a deep breath. Gu Mashing, it's not important anymore. Who you're with has nothing to do with me. Gu Mashing took off his suit jacket and loosened his tie. Jiang Yu, what if I said that I never liked Ming Yu at all? Yes, Jiang Yu knew that he probably really didn't like Ming Yu, but he probably liked novelty or liked men who looked for excitement. Like Ryaboshi, his new love now. Okay, I know you didn't like her, but that's all in the past. You're tired. You should get some rest. This time, Jiang Yu really wanted to leave, but Gu Mashing suddenly stood up and hugged Jiang Yu. Gu Mashing was taller than her and also very strong. Jiang Yu couldn't move. Suddenly, she felt something on her finger. What is this? Jiang Yu looked and saw a diamond ring. Jiang Yu, this is the ring from our trip before we divorced. I always wanted to give it to you, but that time you asked for a divorce and disappeared from my world. I never had the chance to put it on your finger again. The ring was a little too small, because Jiang Yu was a little bigger than before they divorced. It was stuck on her finger, leaving a shallow mark. She smiled bitterly and said to Gu Mashing. Look at this ring. It's not suitable for me anymore. You and I are like this ring, we're not suitable for each other anymore. Jiang Yu reached out to take off the ring, but Gu Mashing grabbed her finger. Don't you want Junjun's custody? As long as you agree to my request, I'll agree to give you Junjun's custody. Jiang Yu said, let's hear it. Gu Mashing looked at Jiang Yu with deep affection. As long as you agree to remarry me, I'll give you Junjun's custody. Jiang Yu threw off Gu Mashing's hand. Using marriage to blackmail a woman for custody is the most despicable act. Gu Mashing, we're impossible. Don't waste your energy anymore. Keep some of your dignity. She had waited for so long, and Gu Mashing only came up with that. How could Jiang Yu not be angry? Jiang Yu opened the door, put down the ring, and left Gu Mashing's house. The man's figure was reflected in the glass for a long time until Jiang Yu disappeared. Hua Hanqiao, just you wait. Gu Mashing's thoughts were completely different from Hua Hanqiao's. He felt that Hua Hanqiao's mother had seduced his father, and Hua Hanqiao hated the Gu family for not wanting him. Hua Hanqiao's mother had taken Gu Mashing's father, and now Hua Hanqiao was going to take his, Gu Mashing's, wife. Gu Mashing grinded his molars. A fire of anger burned in his chest. This time, he would never let go of Jiang Yu's hand again. Dragging her tired body, Jiang Yu finally arrived home. Because of Gu Moshing's words, her mood had become very heavy. "You're back?" Hua Hanxiao saw that Jiang Yu's expression was wrong. He immediately grabbed Jiang Yu's shoulders and looked down at the woman's bright eyes. "Did Gu Moshing bully you again? I'll get revenge for you." Jiang Yu had no mood for anything, and she didn't want to speak anymore. She just shook her head. She was so tired. It seemed like she was really tired whenever Gu Moshing was around. Now there was also Hua Hanxiao, who was always trying to figure out her thoughts, waiting for her answer. Jiang Yu felt more tired than ever. If women didn't provoke men, wouldn't they be able to live a little easier? "Can you let me rest, please?" Jiang Yu's almost weak voice made Hua Hanxiao release her. "Okay." Hua Hanxiao watched Jiang Yu go to the bedroom and lit a cigarette on the balcony. He wanted to text Gu Moshing and ask him what he said to make Jiang Yu come back like she had lost her soul. But in the end, he didn't send the message, because today, Gu Moshing was probably not in the mood to pay any attention to him. Jiang Yu didn't go to pick up her son the next day. Instead, she waited until the day of the funeral. Old Madame Gu's funeral turned out to be very simple. This was something that Jiang Yu didn't expect. Remembering how old Madame Gu liked vanity, how she wanted everything to have a sense of ritual, it was unimaginable that she would have such a quiet and lonely passing after her death. Only a few of old Madame Gu's close friends came. The rest were also fake friends, who stopped contact after she died. Jiang Yu still stood in the back, quietly watching everyone's sadness. Gu Moshing cried a couple of times, and then stopped. Even though he was wearing sunglasses, Jiang Yu could still feel his intimidating coldness. Chapter 78, Failure. The dark crowd slowly dispersed. Jiang Yu felt like she had been standing there for a long time, and old Madame Gu didn't like her when she was alive, but she had still been standing there for a long time. "Mommy." When everyone was almost gone, Gu Yanjun finally saw his mother and ran to Jiang Yu. Old Madame Gu's funeral was simple, so it ended quickly. After it was over, Jiang Yu left without saying goodbye to Gu Moshing. When Jiang Yu arrived home, she received a call from Gu Moshing. "You're back?" Jiang Yu said, Gu Moshing was silent on the phone for 2 seconds, and then hung up. Jiang Yu didn't know why he called. She didn't want to think about things she couldn't understand. She had a lot of things going on recently, and she didn't want to waste time on useless things. Hua Hanxiao had been indifferent to old Madame Gu's death. Old Madame Gu had made things difficult for his mother before, so Hua Hanxiao had been hostile and disgusted with the Gu family since he was young. "Jiang Yu, good news, our collaboration was very successful. The result of the drug research is very satisfactory. It can already be mass-produced. I believe that it will be on the market soon, and it will be a huge fortune." Jiang Yu finally felt satisfied when she heard that. There had been no good news for the past few days, and her mood had almost been bad for a few days now. "That's great. Hua Hanxiao, you're quite capable." She had thought that Hua Hanxiao was just a desperate illegitimate son of the Gu family who only wanted revenge. She hadn't expected that he could handle things so efficiently and had taken care of things so quickly. It seems the power of hatred can't be underestimated. You really put a lot of effort into taking Gu Moshing's property back. After Jiang Yu said that, Hua Hanxiao only half agreed with her words. "Jiang Yu, I worked so hard to succeed not only because of the power of revenge. First, to prove to you that I'm not useless. Second, if the research is successful, we can make a lot of money. Third, this is indeed the best way to drive Gu Moshing crazy. I just want to finish this quickly and take you and the children away from here, away from Gu Moshing, far away from the Gu family." Jiang Yu understood Hua Hanxiao's thoughts and suddenly understood that this was what he was thinking. Hua Hanxiao said to Jiang Yu again, "Do you know why I haven't paid back your money? It's because I know that if I pay you all the money at the start, I don't know when I'll be able to see you again. That's why I kept dragging it on until I was able to meet you again." The sudden confession caught Jiang Yu off guard. She had thought about it seriously, and she really didn't like Hua Hanxiao. She only saw him as a friend who was like a younger brother. "Hua Hanxiao, actually Shoo. Don't say it." Hua Hanxiao put a finger on Jiang Yu's lips. "Don't say anything. I know what you want to say. On such a happy day, don't say anything to ruin my mood." Jiang Yu looked at Hua Hanxiao's well-proportioned features and fell into deep thought. Hua Hanxiao wasn't any less handsome than Gu Masheng. They were both handsome, excellent, and could make money, but she really didn't have any feelings for Hua Hanxiao. He was a friend, but he wasn't her lover. Jiang Yu swallowed the words that she wanted to say. Hua Hanxiao released his hand and took out his phone. I'm going to announce the drug research success right now. I've already applied for a full set of patents to make sure all the related products from this research will be ours, and no one else will make a penny. Jiang Yu was very satisfied with this. After all, this was the result of their hard work day and night, and they couldn't let others reap the benefits. Gu Masheng saw the news the next day. He hadn't expected that Hua Hanxiao and Jiang Yu had really researched the drug and that the research was so successful. Just after he finished reading the news, Riabosi's call came in. Mr. Gu, did you see the news? Gu Masheng, I saw it. Riabosi, can you come to the company now? I'd like to discuss the next plan with you. Gu Masheng had lost interest in any plan. No need. Let's end our collaboration here. There's no meaning anymore. The other side had already released the copyright patent for all the product peripherals. Even if they discussed it, there was no way to save it. That research fund was wasted. Gu Masheng had lost, completely and thoroughly. Hua Hanxiao's return to the country had dealt him a heavy blow. Maybe if he hadn't come back, he could have collaborated with Jiang Yu. But Hua Hanxiao had to come back. This man must have been sent by God to torture him. His father's illegitimate son, who couldn't be taken to the table, was also targeting him everywhere, saying that he wanted to take back all his assets. Although Gu Masheng didn't think that Hua Hanxiao could do that because the Gu family's assets were so large and spread all over the world. It wasn't something that could be taken so easily. Even the most capable people would need a lifetime to take away all his assets. Now there was something else that made Gu Masheng unhappy, even more unhappy than having all his assets taken away. Hua Hanxiao had set his sights on Jiang Yu and the children, and he wanted to take them abroad. This was what Gu Masheng should have been preventing the most. He couldn't imagine what the point of living would be if he didn't have Jiang Yu and the children. The hand holding the phone dropped powerlessly to his leg. Gu Masheng wanted to call Jiang Yu, but his son suddenly asked for his mother, so he went to the bedroom to coax his son to sleep and didn't call. However, Jiang Yu came to see him herself. Gu Masheng, where's Junjun? Jiang Yu had come to see her son. Gu Masheng knew that she would probably be even more upset after the drug research success. She was worried that her son wouldn't be well taken care of, so she had come to take a look. Gu Masheng, can I discuss something with you? Go ahead. Jiang Yu, Junjun has lost weight in the past few days. It's probably because he hasn't been eating well. I think. Gu Masheng, what do you want to do? Take Junjun away? His mood had been bad for the past few days. Gu Masheng thought that Jiang Yu was even going to take Junjun away now. No, I know you're afraid that I'll take Junjun away, so I was thinking of bringing Mian Mian over to stay for a few days, cook for Junjun, and make sure that he eats well. Jiang Yu had actually offered to live in his house. This was also something that Gu Masheng hadn't expected. Gu Masheng's tense eyebrows finally relaxed, and he agreed to Jiang Yu's request. Okay. After Gu Masheng agreed, Jiang Yu saw that his face wasn't looking good, and she guessed that he knew about the drug matter. Jiang Yu said, Gu Masheng, actually I. Don't say anything. Congratulations, Jiang Yu, you succeeded again. The business world is like a battlefield. Failure is failure. I concede defeat. I should learn more from you in the future. Jiang Yu could tell that he wasn't truly congratulating her. Instead, he was very sarcastic. She just nodded silently and went to the bedroom to see her son. Gu Masheng left without saying anything. Jiang Yu thought that he was so busy these past few days that he had a lot of work piling up at the company and went there to handle his work. However, Jiang Yu guessed wrong. Gu Masheng didn't go to the company. Instead, he went to her house. Chapter 79, Arranging a Fight. Hua Hanxiao opened the door with a smile, but the smile immediately disappeared after seeing who it was. What are you doing here? Hua Hanxiao looked annoyed when he saw Gu Masheng. Gu Masheng, however, was serious and even had a hint of hostility. The next second, Hua Hanxiao's face was punched by Gu Masheng. Gu Masheng, are you sick? You dare hit me. Hua Hanxiao's face throbbed in pain. He pushed his tongue against his cheek, looking at Gu Masheng in disbelief. Weren't you abroad? Why did you come back? Was it just to take things away from me? Gu Masheng was about to punch him again, but Hua Hanxiao quickly reached out and grabbed Gu Masheng's wrist, forcefully punching back. Why can't I come back? Take away? I'm just taking back what rightfully belongs to me. Gu Masheng, let me tell you, as long as I'm here, you won't be able to take it away unless I die. Hua Hanxiao smiled coldly. Gu Masheng, you really think too highly of yourself. Why are you so angry today? Is it because you saw that Jiang Yu and I successfully researched the drug? Admit it, Gu Masheng, you're just jealous of me, aren't you? Jealous that I've succeeded in my career and my love, right? Hua Hanxiao's words were like a spear, piercing Gu Masheng's lungs. He became even more furious. Hua Hanxiao, you're asking for death. In the living room, the two men were arguing and hitting each other, but they were also careful not to make too much noise. Because Hua Hanxiao had just coaxed Jiang Mianmian to sleep in the bedroom. Gu Masheng, that's enough. You're a psycho. Why are you acting crazy in the middle of the night? Hua Hanxiao felt that it was pointless for the two of them to keep hitting each other, so he grabbed Gu Masheng's neck, locked his throat, and said, Hua Hanxiao, I want you to get out of my sight immediately, and get out of the country. Otherwise, I will stop at nothing to make sure that you won't be able to survive in B City or even in this country. Okay, I can leave, of course. Do you think I want to stay in front of you and see the disgusting faces of the Gu family? Anyway, Jiang Yu has already agreed that after I stabilize the company, she will take Mianmian and go abroad with me. When Gu Masheng heard what Hua Hanxiao said, he was stunned and pushed away by Hua Hanxiao. Gu Masheng's face was full of doubt. You're saying that Jiang Yu will go abroad with you too? Hua Hanxiao looked at Gu Masheng smugly. You don't believe me? You can ask Jiang Yu. She and Mianmian will go with me in the future. As for Gu Yanjun, she said that she wants to take him, but I guess you won't agree. If it wasn't for Junjun, we would have left long ago. Gu Masheng's head had been struck by lightning. It was as if his soul had suddenly been taken by someone. I will absolutely not let him call you an illegitimate son, father. Hua Hanxiao grinded his teeth. Who are you calling an illegitimate son? Say it again. What are you guys doing? Hua Hanxiao was about to punch Gu Masheng when Jiang Yu suddenly pushed open the door. As soon as she reached downstairs, she saw Gu Masheng's car. She immediately went upstairs, only to see the two men with a bloody corner of their mouths and bruised eyes. Did you two start fighting in my house? Where's Mianmian? If you scare Mianmian, I'll kill you too. Jiang Yu didn't care why the two men were fighting. She just wanted to make sure that Mianmian hadn't been scared. Don't worry, honey. Mianmian is sleeping. We were very considerate. We fought quietly so that we wouldn't disturb my Mianmian darling. Hua Hanxiao said. Gu Masheng looked at Jiang Yu with a deep expression. He had a lot of questions in his head. Was she really going abroad with Hua Hanxiao? Why did she choose Hua Hanxiao? Did she really not want him anymore? And Junjun? If he didn't let Junjun go with Jiang Yu, would Jiang Yu stay for her son? Jiang Yu was standing between the two men. Hua Hanxiao then took the initiative to complain, it's all Gu Masheng's fault. He just came in and punched me without saying a word. You came back at the right time. If you were just a bit late, I would probably have been killed by your ex-husband. Jiang Yu knew that Hua Hanxiao was not telling the truth. Gu Masheng, why did you come here in the middle of the night? You should go. Jiang Yu didn't care why Gu Masheng had started the fight. She didn't want to see him. Gu Masheng didn't move. He only looked at the woman in front of him. Jiang Yu, are you really going abroad? Jiang Yu glanced at Hua Hanxiao. It must have been Hua Hanxiao who had spilled everything. Although she had not decided whether she wanted to go abroad yet. Yes. Jiang Yu nodded simply. Gu Masheng now had the answer from Jiang Yu. He clenched his fist. It seemed like he had thousands of words stuck in his throat, but in the end, he only said one sentence. If you go abroad, don't even think about taking Junjun with you. Jiang Yu hadn't thought so much about her son yet. It seemed that Gu Masheng was really worried. Maybe he was afraid that she would take her son away. Considering that Gu Mashing had just lost his mother, Jiang Yu tried her best to calmly tell Gu Mashing. You should go back and rest first. We'll talk about this later. Gu Mashing turned to leave. After closing the door, he didn't even know how he had gotten to the elevator. Like a stiff puppet, Gu Mashing's eyes were empty and unfocused. Jiang Yu was going to leave. Jiang Yu was going abroad. Jiang Yu was going to abandon them, father and son, again. And this time it was for the man who was his half-brother. Bang! Gu Mashing punched the elevator, and the huge impact made the elevator shake violently. Fortunately, he didn't break anything. Gu Mashing sat in the car helplessly. He thought of how rich he was, how he had a corporation that others envied. But at this moment, the dark night enveloped his thin body, and Gu Mashing had a feeling that the whole world had abandoned him. His mother was gone. The Jiang Yu who had finally returned was also going to leave. And there was Jiang Mianmian, such a lovely girl. He had dreamed of having a daughter his entire life. He had even imagined that Jiang Mianmian was his daughter. Now, everything had become a bubble. No wonder he felt that Jiang Mianmian looked a bit like him. It turned out that Mianmian was Huahanxiao's child. The Gu family genes were terrifyingly strong. Almost all the children of the Gu family shared the same face. Huahanxiao and him looked 7 or 8 parts alike, let alone Jiang Mianmian. When he thought that Jiang Mianmian was Jiang Yu's child with Huahanxiao, the man he hated the most, the man punched the steering wheel again. Jiang Yu, you are amazing. Bang! Jiang Yu heard the car fly away, and her heart skipped a beat. Huahanxiao, you get over here. Huahanxiao, who had been about to go to sleep, was pulled out by Jiang Yu, grabbing his ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go. I'm all grown up. Why are you still grabbing my ear? Jiang Yu put her hands on her hips. You know that you're not young, and yet you still act like a child. Why did you have to fight? Huahanxiao tore at the corner of his mouth. It was him who started it first. I was just defending myself. Jiang Yu remembered Gu Mashing's bruised eyes. She wondered if they were serious, and if he knew to go to the hospital to get them checked out. Chapter 80, Cunning Schemes. Jiang Yu watched Huahanxiao sit to one side in pain, holding his arm. When did you become so talkative? Who told you that you could tell Gu Mashing that I was going abroad? I haven't even agreed to it yet, have I? Huahanxiao pushed his tongue against his cheek. I just want to piss him off. What about it? Why did he have to hit me? I feel good when he's angry. Jiang Yu frowned slightly and said helplessly, he just lost his mother. He's not in a good mood. Why do you have to provoke him? You should have let him leave. Huahanxiao, he should be sad that he lost his mother, but it's not my mother. Because of their Gu family, my mother and I wandered abroad for many years, and we couldn't even return to the country. We had to live through it in poverty. We were not sad? He deserved it. I will never be sympathetic to the Gu family. Jiang Yu knew that the thing that Huahanxiao couldn't get over was the Gu family. Huahanxiao's mother hadn't been a mistress. It was just that she didn't have any education and hadn't registered the marriage or had a wedding when she was with old Master Gu. It could be considered as a private agreement. Later, old Master Gu went to the big city to work and met Gu Mashing's mother. Then, he officially married her. From a legal point of view, Huahanxiao's mother became the mistress, and the Gu family, in order to prevent Huahanxiao's mother from causing trouble, had imprisoned them in a foreign country. What was Huahanxiao's fault? Jiang Yu didn't want to blame Huahanxiao anymore. She just warned him, don't tell others about my affairs so casually, especially not Gu Mashing. With that, Jiang Yu went to find Jiang Mianmian to sleep. However, Huahanxiao suddenly got up. This time, he was the one who wouldn't let Jiang Yu rest. You said that you would consider it, so I'm asking you, what have you decided? Do you want to go abroad with me? We'll never come back. As long as you go with me, you will never have to see the annoying Gu Mashing again. Never see Gu Mashing again. Jiang Yu hesitated. Was this really what she wanted? But even if she didn't go, what could she do with Gu Mashing? She had said that she wouldn't remarry Gu Mashing. I'm worried about Junjun. As long as I don't have custody of my son, I won't be able to feel at ease. Hua Hanxiao grabbed Jiang Yu's hand tightly. The man nodded, I understand. With that, Hua Hanxiao released her hand and went back to the bedroom. Jiang Yu looked at Hua Hanxiao, confused, and then went to rest herself. Gu Mashing returned home and, for the first time in a long time, slept with his son in his arms. When Gu Yanjun woke up the next day, he saw his father and held on to Gu Mashing tightly. Papa, I miss Mommy. Gu Yanjun clearly felt that his father had been in a bad mood these past few days. He wanted to make his father happy. After observing for the past few days, although his parents were divorced, his father still acted differently when he saw his mother. His face looked annoyed, but he always carefully dressed himself every time he went out, looking in the mirror for a long time before going out. He guessed that his father wanted his mother to see his most handsome side. Your mother is busy. Gu Mashing was clearly angry. He hadn't slept well last night. As long as he thought about Jiang Yu going abroad, he would have nightmares. He would dream that Jiang Yu was taking his son away and leaving him all alone at home. Papa, what is Mommy busy with? She's so busy. She probably doesn't have time to be with Mian Mian, right? I want to call Mommy and help her take care of Mian Mian. Gu Mashing watched his son pick up his phone. He was about to reach out to stop his son from calling Jiang Yu when Gu Yanjun had already dialed. Mommy. Son, what's wrong? Jiang Yu's hoarse voice came from the phone. It seemed that she had just woken up too. Mommy, I miss you and Mian Mian. I don't want to stay home today. I want to go see you. Jiang Yu, of course, also wanted her son to be with her, but she hesitated for a moment. What about your father? Did you tell him? Gu Yanjun looked at Gu Mashing, who was sleeping next to him. The father and son looked at each other, and Gu Mashing couldn't help but hold his breath. Papa said it's okay. He said I can go. Jiang Yu thought she had heard wrong. Gu Mashing had left so angrily last night. She thought that he wouldn't let Junjun come to their house again today. Okay, then ask your father if he'll send you or if I'll go pick you up. Gu Yanjun looked at Gu Mashing again and directly answered for Gu Mashing. Mommy, Papa said that he'll send me. You have to take care of Mian Mian, so it's not convenient. Gu Mashing pinched his son's face and glared at him. Now, he was becoming more and more good at making things up. Jiang Yu said okay and then hung up the call. Gu Mashing immediately got up, ready to take a shower and change his clothes. Papa, you don't have to be in such a hurry. Mommy won't run away. You little rascal. Gu Yanjun covered his mouth and laughed. Gu Mashing turned around and patted his son's butt before turning to go to the bathroom. The wounds from last night looked much more serious. Gu Mashing asked a private doctor to come and consult. After confirming that there was nothing serious, he felt relieved. After cleaning himself up, Gu Mashing put on a pair of sunglasses to cover the bruises around his eyes. Gu Mashing, you are really shameless. Why are you here again? Haven't you had enough? As soon as he arrived at Jiang Yu's house, Hua Hanxiao was being sarcastic again. When he saw that Gu Mashing was wearing sunglasses, he mocked him. Shouldn't you be thanking me? If that punch had landed on your cheekbone, wouldn't you need to wear a mask to cover it up? Gu Mashing told Junjun to go play with Mian Mian, and he walked to Hua Hanxiao. If you have the guts, arrange a time and we can have a good fight. If you're a man, don't be a coward. Okay. Are you afraid that I'll hurt you? Hua Hanxiao was not someone that others could take lightly. After all, Gu Mashing had guts, but Hua Hanxiao had the Gu family genes in his bones, and he wouldn't submit to others either. Jiang Yu put a hand to her forehead. Couldn't these two stop fighting as soon as they met? A fight? Then I'm going to cheer you on. Little Mian Mian ran over, ready to cheer for both uncles. Gu Yanjun also followed Jiang Mian Mian and started cheering. Then I'll cheer for Papa. Go. Go. Papa, go. Papa, go. The two little ones were really not shy about watching the fun. They were clapping and cheering happily. Jiang Yu was about to collapse. Why were these two little ones joining in on the fun too? Hua Hanxiao picked up Jiang Mian Mian and asked. Mian Mian, if Uncle Gu and I fight, who will you help? Jiang Mian Mian pointed at Jiang Yu. I'll help Mommy. Hua Hanxiao. I mean me and Uncle Gu, not Mommy. Jiang Mianmian looked at Gu Masheng, then looked at Hua Hanshao and said decisively. If you two fight, then I'll help you. Hua Hanshao was extremely pleased when he heard Jiang Mianmian say she would help him. He smiled and raised his eyebrows at Gu Masheng. Then, he said in a flirty voice. Why? Tell uncle why. Is it because you love uncle too much?